today on Divorce Court.
I need help saving my marriage.
I don't feel like he shows me enough respect.
She needs to listen to me more.
I want to know that my husband's in it to win it.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brittany Jones and Quentin Garrett. The two of you have been together for 4 years, married for 2. Mr. Garrett, you're 32. Ms. Jones, you're 28. Ms. Jones, you have 4 children from previous relationships, none with Mr. Garrett.
Correct.
I want you to tell me why we're here in divorce court today. You're looking for assistance to save this marriage. Tell me why it's in so much trouble.
Well, he sent mixed signals from the start. He knew I had 4 kids when we got married. He knew I couldn't have any more children. He knew that I didn't want any more children. I told him if he wanted more children, I'm not the woman for him. This is way before we got married. He said I was the one for him, and that wasn't a problem. And after we got married, it was like it went downhill from there. About a month after we got married.
What happened?
He abandoned me and the children while we were staying in motels. We lost our place. And we were staying in motels.
So who moved in with whom? Once you got married, did you have your own place and he moved in?
He moved in, yes.
Okay, what happened that put you in a financial situation that you lost your place?
I lost my place not because of finances, but because a new owner bought the apartment complex we lived in, and they just were making changes.
Changes, circumstance, and you couldn't keep up with it.
Yes.
Is she accurate so far, Mr. Garrett?
So far, yes, ma'am.
Okay. He abandoned you 1 month in. Tell me how that occurred.
Okay, me and the children had to go move into a shelter. He was welcome to come with us because we were married. He chose not to. He then, shortly after that, he came up there once, and then he stopped visiting. He stopped taking my phone calls. He stopped talking to me. He just was incognito.
Once your wife went into the shelter with all those children, did you just cut her off?
Not exactly, Your Honor.
What happened?
There were situations with myself that I felt like I didn't want to go through it again. Prior to our relationship, I had already been in that similar situation as far as being in a homeless shelter for 3 years.
Right.
And I vowed to myself I didn't want to go back to that situation. I wouldn't relive that situation. So I told her upon entering into the homeless shelter that I would come, I would stay for the first 2 days, make sure everything was okay, and after that,
you were out.
I was not gonna remain there.
Okay. I can't co-sign on that, but I can understand it. My question to you is, once you left them there and you didn't have to stay there, why did you stop contact with them? You can take calls, you can bring them money, you can see them. Why didn't that happen?
It was more or less out of sight, out of mind, so to speak, and I was employed in another city, so I was trying to maintain my job in the next city, so it was hard transportation-wise.
You don't need a transportation for a phone call or a text.
It was just hard. I couldn't deal with it.
You couldn't deal with it? So you made her deal with it alone?
Not intentionally. It was just a mistake that I made at that particular time.
I can take that. Ms. Jones, then what happened after you were abandoned in the shelter?
I just focused on the kids and getting a place. I got on my feet, and he ended up coming to my place, and actually had a couple friends over, and we were having drinks and stuff, and then he said he was going to take a shower, and that's when my friends left, and I went upstairs, and his phone was on the bed, which I've never went through his phone before, but all the things that were taking place, I picked up the phone, I looked in it, and that's when I seen messages saying, I love you, and when are you coming home, and
when are you coming home?
Yeah.
So, Mr. Garrett, is the truth actually that not only did you abandon him in the shelter, the reason you lost contact with him is that you found shelter with another woman?
Partially. I can say partially.
Did you stay with that other woman because she had a place?
Yes. It was...
Help me.
I feel like it was more to it than that.
Well, tell me what that was.
As far as, to back it up just a little bit, Your Honor.
Okay.
As far as the kids were concerned, as far as us having conversations about having another child, She knew that from the beginning that I wanted another child. I had a prior situation with the child that I have outside before we were together, and that situation, I'm not as present in my son's life as much as I would like to be. So I wanted another child.
So you're telling me 30 days into a marriage, after you already married a woman you knew who couldn't have children, you abandoned them, left them, and went with another woman because all of a sudden in those 30 days, that not having a child issue became paramount. It was so important to you that you abandoned her. Isn't it the case that you didn't want to stay in the shelter? It was her tough luck. You found another chick to put you up, and that's exactly what you did. Isn't that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
So what happened when you found out what he was doing while you were in the shelter?
I walked into the bathroom where he was taking a shower, and I said, so this is how you feel? And once he got out, he was like, I love you. I want us to stay together. I want my marriage. I don't want to be with her. Just down on one knee and saying how much he loved me. So I forgave him. But then a week later, or maybe 2 at the most, I start texting. He won't respond at first. Then when he finally responds, he said, I choose her. LOL.
I choose her, LOL?
I choose, well,
I
the young lady.
I honestly don't recall the LOL portion of that text message.
Let's take it off. I choose her. Deal with it. Unsaid, but that's what you were saying.
I felt smothered. I felt like at that time, I needed an outlet. I needed a way out of the marriage.
Well, how long had you been back with her after she got out of the shelter that you decide you were smothered?
I felt this way prior to all of this.
How could you feel smothered when she was in a shelter and you were living with another woman?
Prior to the shelter, prior to us losing the place, the apartment.
But prior to all that, you felt smothered.
I felt smothered.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that because you gotta explain that to me because I don't understand it.
He was in my house texting the girl, telling her how he can't live without her. He loved her, just all kinds of stuff. So it's just like it didn't end right there.
Okay, I got it. So what I'm gathering from what you've been saying, that you felt smothered all along throughout the entire course of your relationship with Ms. Jones. Is that accurate?
Not entirely.
Tell me when you started.
From the beginning. I wouldn't say I felt smothered from the beginning. From the beginning, I was the perfect gentleman. Wine her, dine her. I wanted to be with her, so I did whatever it was necessary to be with her.
When did you start feeling smothered? That's the question.
Maybe 6 to 8 months into our relationship.
Well, you dated for 4 years, and you felt smothered 6 months in? And now you're telling me that you rode out smothered for two more years, then you got married for 2 more years, and it just so happens you got so smothered at the point where she could no longer give you shelter and some other chick could? This is what you're telling me?
I took on a whole family, not just her. I took on her plus four kids.
What do you have to say about him feeling smothered and overwhelmed by your 4 children?
I can't understand that because he's the one who begged me to get married. I didn't want to get married.
So how did we get here today? He abandoned you once, went with the other woman, came back when you got yourself together, left again, said he picks the other woman. Then what happened?
Just the disrespect. Him, like one time, he wanted to go downtown, which is a place where a lot of this stuff is taking place.
Okay.
Where he's leaving and not coming home and all this. And I told him no because I was getting ready for my mother's birthday party. And I was on my way out the door pretty much. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna take you down there. And not just that, I also said, because that's the place that we got arguments about that is causing problems in our marriage. So he called me all kinds of B's right in front of my cousin, called me all out of my name, got mad, started yelling, screaming, just loud and outraged.
Mr. Garrett, did that occur?
Yes, Your Honor.
What were you so angry about?
Downtown that she speaks on is the downtown portion of the city, but it's a place where I grew up. I went to school. I have friends. Downtown is also where the young lady who I had the affair with, she resides in that portion of the city.
Yeah.
And
So whenever I say I'm going downtown to hang with the fellas, she assumes that at some point
you're gonna see
during that
woman.
time, she feels that I'm going to initiate contact with this young lady, or I'm going to see her.
And isn't that pretty much what you've been doing?
And he has.
No.
I mean, she's always willing to take you back when you come back, so there must be some kind of contact with her throughout.
With the young lady who I had the affair with? No.
Well, you left her twice for the lady.
True. But
So
once the young lady found out that I was married, that relationship was cut off.
Okay.
No,
So you tell me what happened, Ms. Jones.
It was not cut off. He was in my house texting the girl, telling her how he can't live without her. He loved her, just all kinds of stuff. So it's just like it didn't end right there.
Okay, I got it. So, I know what was happening. He had you both. He had you both, and you were both tolerating one another, which you got to own a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you knew she was there, and she knew you were there.
I knew he was
and you were
still
just
seeing
trying to pull and this and that, and you were playing one against another and went wherever the circumstances were best at that particular point in time. So I'm going to move off of that for a minute because we have established that clearly, and I want to talk a little bit about your finances and how that contributes to the instability in your marriage. See, she's handling all the bills and making sure there's a roof over your head and transportation and paying all that. Could you answer the mom request? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do that a lot of the time.
Just keep looking at her?
A lot of the time, I do that.
So tell me what your current financial situation looks like.
Okay, right now, I'm not working because I'm a CNA, but I have to wait till I can take my license test, which is scheduled for September 23rd. Mm-hmm. So at this moment, I'm not.
How do you survive?
And he's not working. I've been doing this job on the weekend, holding signs. My father helps me sometimes.
Flipping signs, like on the corner?
We hold it. We don't flip this particular one. It's so big. It can't be flipped.
Holding it, doing whatever you got to do to put food in your baby's mouth.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
The same.
He was doing it with me. He did come out and do that with me.
Mm-hmm. Are you working now? Are you still with the sign?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he still out there with the sign?
He's still out there.
Do you see any of that money?
Some of it. Some of it.
Are you living in the same household?
Right now, yes, we are residing together at the moment.
Do you still believe him to be in contact with the woman downtown?
To be honest, I'm not sure. He's very secretive with his phone and different things. So sometimes I think he might be the way he reacts to me at times.
You say she plays spades, ignores her kids, and it's just too much for you, and that's why you're overwhelmed. Why don't you explain your perspective to me? Because right now...
At home, Your Honor, I take care of 95% of everything. I do the cooking the majority of the time. I do the cleaning.
Is that true, that he does the cooking and the cleaning?
He does cleaning. He does cook. I cook sometimes, too. Maybe not as much sometimes, because everything else is on me. The bills are on me. Everything else, like to and from, transportation, bills, everything else, I have to handle. On top of my own mind, things that I'm going through because of what we're going through.
She's too easy on the kids.
Why do you say she's too easy on the kids?
Your Honor, prime example. We're in the room. I'm watching TV. She's on the bed. She's playing her spades on her phone. One of the children may come in and ask her a question. She totally doesn't say anything. She'll be sitting there playing the game. Mom, 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 I need this. Or Mom, can I do this? Mom, Mom. No response. After a while, I'm like, okay, listen, you're gonna have to say something to them. They keep coming back.
Can I ask you this? Can you pop out there, since she's handling all the bills and making sure there's a roof over your head and transportation and paying all that, could you answer the mom request? Do you know what I'm saying?
I do that a lot of the time.
Just keep looking at her?
A lot of the time I do that. But I'm also the disciplinarian.
Right.
So when the kids come in, a lot of the times when the kids come in to ask whatever question, they don't come to me.
Because all he do is yell.
They'll go to her because 9 times out of 10 they know my answer.
All he does is yell and scream at them all day.
Do you yell and scream, or do you discipline? There's a difference.
In my opinion, I feel I do half and half. I give them a lot of both.
Do you want to save this marriage?
I do. Only if the issues can be addressed and worked on.
Do you want to save this marriage?
I do. That's why I'm still here.
I give you my best, the best I got. Don't know if it's enough, but I give you the best I got. You guys are caught in that great morass of deprivation. You don't have money, you don't have backing, and you're borrowing for Peter to pay Paul, and you're living from pillar to post and can't quite make it all the time, and you're all under constant, unrelenting pressure. I want to tell you that I know that, and I feel that. That's why she goes into the game of spades, because she's busy feeding those mouths, and at some point she needs some peace, because she's got a man who's playing one chick against her, going to her house back. So if she's ever homeless again, she knows you're out the door in that other chick's house. That's who you are. That's what you do. She can't count on you. So it's all on herself. So when she can get time for a breather, she gets on that game of spades. And then you over there come in there bigfooting in her house with her kids, screaming and hollering. You just an occupying force. You are not love. You are not support. They say mom, 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 because they know they call your name, that you won't answer. Now listen, they're not your kids. I get that. But you married her. They came with her. You should have been ready to take on that responsibility. If you weren't, you should have stayed someplace else. No, it's all me. Now that I've finished my fuss, let me say this. Bless you for having your tubes tied. Never, ever complain to her again about lack of children, because you can't tolerate no more. You can't bring no more. It would be a total ego move on your part that will implode this family completely, because if you get another kid and you get sick and tired of it, you're going to leave that kid with her and walk off. So you don't deserve any more. That's no, because it's ego for you now, because you guys are barely treading water. If you really want to save this marriage, you have to show up for a grown man. I don't think he has it in him. Tell you the truth. I think there's too many opportunities for him to do the wrong thing, and that he's going to do that. What I would do if I were you, keep on that CNA track. Don't worry about him. And next time he bounces, you make sure he stays gone. You don't need that kind of drama. You need to be secure in yourself. Be cool as long as he's cool, and make him show up. Never make his romantic life part of your drama. Forget him if he's not going to act right. Make him act right, make him do right, or bounce him to the curb. Do you understand that? Bounce. I'm mad, and this matter is adjourned.
Quentin is a good guy, and he could be that guy, but right now, where we stand, he's not that guy right now. But I see potential for him to be that guy if he could just step it up.
I want my relationship to be better. I know I can be a better man, a better father, a better husband, and I want to be. And I want to make those necessary steps to be that husband that my wife wants me to be, or that she needs me to be.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm his first girlfriend. He's never been in a committed relationship, so I don't think he understands how to be.
We argue about me and my band.
When Joe drinks when he's at his gigs, it makes me feel very disrespected.
I come second to her phone every time.
He is on his phone just as much, and he's on dating apps.
I love her to death. I'm not cheating on her. I've been trying to get things straight with her.
I want to be with Joe, and if he can tell me the truth, then we'll start new and we'll be okay.
We need to start working things out as a couple, because if not, it is the last straw. I'm tired of it.
I need for him to be honest with me about whether or not he wants to be with me or everyone else.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Erin Malloy and Joe Edwards. Ms. Malloy, you're 20. Mr. Edwards, you are 22. You are here on the Before the Vows. You have filled out my compatibility test, and I have your license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. But you want my second set of eyes looking at your relationship to determine whether or not you should actually make it down the aisle. So, Ms. Malloy, I'm going to start with you. I know you love him, But what's concerning you at this juncture?
Well, I feel like there's things that I don't know, and I feel like, I just have this gut feeling that there's stuff that's not come to light yet, and I'd like to get to the bottom of it.
Now, that's very vague, Ms. Malloy. What things do you think need to come to light?
I feel like Joe's cheated on me, and I feel like there's other girls in the picture.
I take it she's expressed this to you on occasion.
A little bit.
Okay. Now, Mr. Edwards.
Yes, ma'am.
Now's the time. Has there ever been any infidelity during the course of your relationship?
No, ma'am.
Nothing.
No, ma'am.
Not a little bit.
No, ma'am.
What makes you believe that he has cheated?
Well, I have this, and this is from his email. It's messages from a dating website. He claims that it's not active, but if it's not active, why are you still getting emails?
Oh, okay, I got you. Emails and date, July, What's this about?
I've had that since 2013, Your Honor. That's been way before I met Aaron. I just have never had the time to delete it.
Never had time to delete it.
Right.
Ms. Malloy, you also say, though, that you have an issue with how much he drinks and the fact that you used to have issues and you don't think he respects your sobriety. Why don't you tell me how that's impacting your relationship?
Well, Your Honor, in October of 2016, I had to go to rehab. One of my ex-boyfriends, we kind of delved into a lifestyle that was not good. Mm-hmm. And I've gotten clean.
Good for you. Good for you.
And me and Joe, we've made an agreement that neither one of us would do anything.
Right.
And I've let it go, and I've let it go, and I've let it go. And he still does it.
And when you say it, what is he doing?
We've agreed that neither one of us should drink or do any type of drugs. And while he doesn't do any type of drugs, he still drinks.
How much does he drink and how often?
I mean, it's not a lot and it's not very often, but like, he's a musician. Mm-hmm. He goes to shows, and I understand, you want to have a drink to loosen you up before you perform live, but whenever you drink so much that I'm waiting for you outside the bar and you're telling me that I can wait while you talk to another girl because you're so drunk, and then you're accusing me of like sleeping with people to get drugs and all kinds of stuff and just like calling me all kinds of names, it's too far.
Is that something he does when he's drunk, is calls you names and accuses you of cheating? Now, Mr. Edwards, I'm gonna start fresh over here. Do you drink alcohol?
Yes, ma'am.
It's perfectly legal.
Yes, ma'am.
How often do you drink?
I'd say within a case every 2 weeks.
A case of beer every 2 weeks?
Yeah, between that, just a beer here and there.
Do you drink to the point where you're intoxicated, or are you just a little tipsy?
Pretty intoxicated, Your
Pretty
Honor.
intoxicated.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you deny being somewhat unpleasant when you are inebriated?
No, ma'am. Honestly, I do. I kind of, honestly, the taste of alcohol tastes pretty good to me, and sometimes one's too many and one more's never enough.
Do you not deny that you agreed with her that as a part of her ongoing sobriety, that neither one of you would indulge in any kind of intoxicants of any variety?
Honestly, Your Honor.
You don't remember that conversation?
I don't remember that conversation.
Okay. Do you understand her point of view?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Do you care?
Yes, until I start drinking.
Does that ever prevent you from drinking? The fact that when you get drunk, you can be ugly and a bit belligerent?
Yes, ma'am. It's helped me cut back a lot.
It's helped you cut back?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think is the main stumbling block to marriage? She thinks a lot of it is, one, that you're cheating, and two, that you don't respect her sobriety. What do you think the problem is?
My problem is it's about communication. And on my part, honestly, communication just doesn't work between us. It's all about social media. She cannot get away from that cell phone for not even 10 minutes, maybe 5 if you're lucky.
You're just as bad as me.
Do it just to show you what it feels like.
Now, when you say social media, is she just on it all day? Do you think she's talking to other guys, or she's just preoccupied with it?
A little bit of both, because it's like I go to work and I leave for work at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm going all day, and sometimes I work 13, 14-hour shifts. And when I come home, she's still on the cell phone. And honestly, I look at it like, why are you still on your phone? I'm home from work. Don't you want to spend time with me? But honestly, I feel like she might be talking to other guys, but it's just
too much.
Right.
Now, when he comes home, do you give him the time of day, or are you all involved in that electronic life?
Whenever he's not playing his video games, as soon as he walks in the door, yeah, I'm giving him the time of day. He wants to say that because he'll come home and he says, I want to decompress. I want to, play my game, play my guitar, whatever. And then, whenever I'm sitting there on my phone, I'll be watching him do whatever he's going to do, and then I'll get on my phone, because why am I just going to sit here and watch what you're doing?
Right.
Then it's a problem, because I'm not watching him, but you're either sleeping, playing your guitar, or playing your video games. There is no reason.
When I've always interested, you come home, you need to decompress. Isn't coming home to your woman and talking to her and touching her and doing all that kind of stuff, isn't that a form of decompression?
Well, yes, ma'am, and I tried to, and see, from her part, that's one thing. She's on their phone. So, okay, well, you're on your phone. Well, you don't want to talk. I understand. I'm actually going to decompress, play my games a little bit.
So we got the chicken and the egg. Who started what first?
Right, so she'll be on her phone. I'll go play my game, and then 5 minutes later, she wants to give me attention. It wants to be all over Joe, Well, where was that when I go out in the door? Hey, honey, how was your day? None of that.
My understanding is, Ms. Malloy, you believe that he has humiliated you in public. And I want to get down to the issue, what happened, why it happened, and then get Mr. Edwards' point of view on it. Do you think she's overly jealous?
A little bit. This female I walked up to the bartender was like, who's that guy on the guitar? And she was on the verge of actually going after that girl and getting ready to light into her. And that was...
That girl came up to you after the show and was all over you, and you said not one word about it, so I don't want to hear nothing.
So, Ms. Malloy, how did he humiliate you in public?
Basically, like I said, Joe plays music, and he has fans, but there's fans, and then there's groupies. Mm-hmm. There's, the girls that are I really liked your music, you did really good on that set. And then there's the girls that are I like you and your music. Mm-hmm. Let's talk all night long. Mm-hmm. And then
does he entertain that second set of girls? That's the question. Because anybody in public life is going to have fans and groupies. And you can't stop that, because that's just part of being a public figure. The question is the extent to which he entertains that. Does he entertain it?
Not usually, but there was one instance that I was picking him up from a set one night, because I don't go to the bars because I don't want temptation.
Right.
And he's outside talking to this girl.
Yeah.
And I honk the horn, because I'm not trying to get out. I'm not trying to be around those that life, people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he's like, well, you can wait. And he is talking to this girl and laughing with her, and she's touching him on the arm and stuff, and I'm
so it looked flirtatious right in front of you.
Yes. And granted, he was very, very intoxicated, but still, that bothered anybody.
Do you deny that occurred?
In my defense, Your Honor, there was actually a guy there too, and we were talking about certain songs we played, and how well, I put them off on us as if it was, the original band. And that female happened to have been there too, but it was nothing directed toward me as far as you're just, I could just eat you up, I want to go home with you,
It wasn't like that. It wasn't that deep.
Musician's an entertainer. You like to entertain. You like people to hear what you do.
Yeah. Do you think she's overly jealous?
A little bit.
What are some of the most outrageous things she's done?
Well, this is kind of understandable, but then again, it's really? Because I played a show one night, and she happened to have been standing there beside the bar, and this female I walked up to the bartender was like, who's that guy on the guitar? And she was on the verge of actually going after that girl and getting ready to light into her. And that was... Yeah.
That girl came up to you after the show and was all over you, and you said not one word about it, so I don't want to hear nothing.
I wasn't hugging on her or nothing.
Was he just ignoring her, or was he enjoying it? What was happening?
She's over here touching on him and is you do really good. She's she's complimenting his clothes and all kinds of stuff. And I'm sitting back watching this. I'm are you serious right now?
What would have been the response you would have liked?
A handshake. And, thanks for being a fan. This is where we're playing next, that kind of thing. Not okay, let me go ahead and hug you back. You're not that big. You're a local star. You're not, I just don't think that it's okay.
Yeah, you and I gonna have to have a talk about the life of a person in some kind of spotlight, and the difference between just, riding out a fan and engaging in illicit conduct. But my understanding is that the real concern that you have is about someone closer to home that might be an issue with him. And I do have some information that you might want to see regarding this particular individual. And that's what we're going to do next.
Honestly, Your Honor, I mean, it's nobody's fault but my own. I mean, I drank too much that night, and I apologize for that, but if we did, I don't remember.
Really?
Other than what you've told me about, do you have concerns about a particular woman that he might be seeing?
I have a girl who, depending on how this is gonna go, I thought she was my best friend. And Easter weekend of this year, Joe was nowhere to be found. And then about a week later, we were having, I don't even remember what me and Joe were talking about, but he was like, oh yeah, that's whenever Desiree was in town. And I was like, what? Like, my best friend didn't tell me she was in town? Whoa. And why do you know that? And and it's like she won't really talk to me, and it's...
Well, she does want to talk to you. She couldn't get off work today, but she did send us a tape. I haven't seen it, so this is what she wants to tell you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Desiree. I am 21 years old, and Aaron is my best friend. Aaron, I have something that I needed to tell you, and I felt awful about it since it happened, and I really hope me and you can move past it. But when I was home for Easter, me and Joe slept together.
Are you kidding me?
It didn't mean anything.
Mr. Edwards, is Desiree telling the truth?
And I want you and Joe to be able to move past it. Call me if you have the chance.
If we did, I don't remember.
Seriously?
Life of a rock star, Your Honor.
Is your drinking habit so take you to places that are, do you black out that you could actually have had sex with someone and didn't remember?
Sometimes. I didn't think it would happen like that, but, just alcohol changes a man. Life of a rock
But it's
star,
not outside of the realm of possibility, is what you're telling me.
Right.
Is there something you want to say or do at this particular juncture? I'll be quiet.
Well, I can actually get help, quit drinking for good. I'm willing to do that. But honestly, in this case, you're so caught up in social media, and you don't give enough attention or want to be communicative enough. So it's.
So instead of saying anything,
I tried. You want to argue?
You go and sleep with my best friend.
I tried, and you want to argue. That's all you want to do.
Mr. Edwards, that's not at all what I had in mind. You love this woman, do you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You're here on the before the vows, are you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You're trying to make a determination as to whether or not you guys should spend the rest of your life together. You get caught messing with her best friend, and you go over there and complain about social media. I'm gonna give you one more time not to look like a jerk. Turn around and say something.
I apologize. I'm sorry, dearly.
You really think it's her fault, though, don't you?
Honestly, Your Honor, it's nobody's fault but my own. I drank too much that night, and I apologize for that. But like I said, in this case, sometimes a man has needs, and a man that wants more than just sex, and he wants, to be communicative with his woman.
You want more than just sex, so you go and sleep with my best friend.
Well, you stay on your phone.
Do you realize how dumb that sounds?
Okay, well, I get up and go to work at 3:30 in the morning, but I wake up and you're still on your phone at 2:45 in the morning, and you tell me you're Googling how to turn an outside cat into an inside cat? Really?
You want to check
How are you
going to
Google that at 2:45 in the morning when you should be asleep? Why are you,
Normally, at this time, I would ask for a professional love, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to look at the compatibility test. I'm going to talk to you, and then I'm going to talk to you. And then I want everybody to hear exactly what I got to say. I've got this word in my head. It starts with an R, it ends with an N, and it has you in the middle. Run. He does not support your sobriety. He is drunk. He had sex with your best friend. He can't even keep it together enough to do his illicit activities outside of a place that would tear your heart apart because it's the one person above all whom you are close to. Now, you need to revisit that friendship as well, but you need to run. He blames you for him sleeping with your best friend. He can't see far enough past his own wants and needs to say, man, it was a horrible thing to do. I broke her heart, made her lose a friendship. He stood in this courtroom and talked about you on a telephone after hearing damning information about an inconceivable act of infidelity that he has inflicted upon you. I said it before and I'm gonna say it again, run. You need to be a better person. You're over there, you ain't got no communication, you don't have anything to say. This is the life of a rock star. You're not Mick Jagger. You're this guy, 22-year-old guy, drinks too much, sleeps with his woman's friend, and doesn't have enough dignity or sense to honor what this woman has been through, to honor the promise you made to her, because I believe you made it that you were going to enter into sobriety with her, and then you do the ultimate betrayal, and the best thing you got to say is, she's on her phone too much. She's on her phone because she ain't got anybody to talk to. She's on her phone because there's less of a man standing next to her. She's on her phone to do something other than bother with some guy who's drunk and flirting and carrying on and doesn't have the dignity or the class not to touch one of her friends. That's why she's on the phone. Stay on the phone until you find a real man, and when you find a real man, put the phone down and deal with him. This matter is adjourned.
What happened today is horrible. I just found out the person that I'm in love with doesn't care. He doesn't want to be with me. But at least I know, maybe we could move forward, but I don't know.
Today on Divorce Court.
There is no S in my career dreams.
Femi, I want you to be understanding and realize that when we work together, we get things done very well. I understand where she's coming from, but also she likes to jump in my dreams too.
My father, he was my hero. I look at that, and then I look at Ray, and it doesn't compare.
My biggest pet peeve with Femi is her being on social media, showing off her body.
I'm not showing any skin. I'm not in underwear. I don't get it.
When I sent Femi a poem and she never replied to it, it made me feel like she didn't care about what I have to say or my feelings, because my feelings was spilled out in that paper.
I felt like it was a cheap cop-out to try to keep me grounded within arm's reach.
Right now, today, I could see myself staying with Femi forever.
Where we're at today, I can't see me staying with Ray forever.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Femi Jordan and Ray Randall. Ms. Jordan and Ms. Randall, you have been together for 3 years. I understand that you asked her to marry you 2 years ago, still not married, trying to figure out what you need to do from here forward. So, Ms. Jordan, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today?
I'm here today because we can't come to common grounds as far as career goals and what we want personally. My career goals are to eventually become a salon owner and to open a cosmetology school, to pick up where my father left off. He was a cosmetologist for 27 years. I don't feel Ray has a sense of direction as far as what he wants career-wise. And if he does, he's trying to figure out how to mesh his goals with mine. And I think he should want what he wants, and I want what I want, so we both have something to bring to the table. I don't believe our career goals need to be the same.
So articulate. I just enjoy listening to her over there. Mr. Randall, you heard what she said. Is that pretty much the case, or do you see it a little differently?
I see it a little different.
Tell me how you see it.
Because I'm into music and I'm not into doing hair.
she's not asking you to be in the hair. She's saying, let me do my hair, you do your music. Do you find that is not acceptable to you, or do you find that they clash for some reason?
It don't really clash, because sometimes she helped me with my music, and sometimes I'll be interested in how she do hair and what she do. It'd be interesting to me. It's something new. You learn something new every day.
Are you happy with her going into the hair business?
I'm proud of her.
You're proud of her?
Yes.
Oh, that's nice. I understand, however, though he is proud of you, he is somewhat concerned about pictures that you post as a part of what you contend is making your brand and your business. Why don't you explain that to me?
I've taken a picture, I would say the beginning of this month. I had overcome an obstacle. I pretty much cheated death, I would say, in April. I spent 30 days in ICU where a medical complication went wrong. So going in for one procedure in the Bay Area, something went wrong there, and I ended up having 2 additional surgeries after that. I believe being a woman and beating the odds, you know, I needed to make sure I still have it, you know, regain my confidence and my self-esteem. So for the first time in a very long time, I went out with some friends and I took a picture in a dress I had had for a while. The medical condition I had, it caused a bulge. There was a tumor that had to be removed. So some of the clothes I couldn't really wear.
Yeah, weren't quite right, yeah.
Right, so I wore a long dress. It was about knee length, had sleeves, no cleavage, but he has an issue with me turning like this in my pictures. And that was a trigger for him.
She don't
Oh,
turn
there's
like
the
that.
picture.
Right.
Now, you have concerns about that, Mr. Randall?
Yeah.
What do you find offensive or wrong about that?
How she looking seductive like this.
Yeah,
It's the way you do things.
You don't have a problem with that, do you?
I didn't have a problem with the front one.
With the front one, it's just the one
I was
in back.
about to press the like on there.
It was just an angle, just the angle for it. You trust her, don't you? You just don't want guys getting ideas.
You know, it'd be stalkers, weirdos, things like that.
Let me tell you something. I'm in a robe, and they come for you. And she looks twice as good as I do. Whether she's turned around with her behind out or not, guys are gonna look. So adjusting her stance is not gonna get you where you wanna go. Just letting you know. They see that, whee, nothing she can do. Nothing she can do. What do you think is the major concern, other than how she dresses?
The way she's talked to me, yell at me, just...
Give me an example when she's gone crazy and started yelling over something you didn't think was important.
I can give you an example about this morning. She told me to walk her to the room. I walked her to the room. I came in. I said, can I lay down for a minute? She said, no, you can't lay down. Get out, get out. I got to do my makeup. I got to do my hair. I'm like, okay. Lay down. I said, why do I have to get out? She said, get out. So I got up. Next minute later, she texted me, oh, baby, come back. I miss you. I'm like, oh, no, I ain't coming back. I'm staying to lay down.
Did you go get all crank with him because he was in your room?
I got separate rooms for this reason, okay? He nitpicks at me when I'm doing my hair and my makeup. You don't need all that, you don't need this, you don't need... I take pride in my appearance because it's part of me showcasing my talents and my abilities. Yeah. You know, you gotta have the showmanship.
Are you picking at her during prep time?
She's beautiful without makeup.
Yeah, okay, I see. That's why you got thrown out, Mr. Randall. I mean, I'm just trying to let you know. She wasn't being booty. She was doing her thing. And it's one thing to do your thing just because you're a woman, because we like to look nice, but another thing when she's repping a brand, she's trying to sell to me and other women out there, I can make you look beautiful, and she's looking jacked up. We don't believe her.
Exactly. Thank you.
Let's move on to another topic. How long between you first met and when you started living together?
3 months, about 3 months.
Okay. You know, I don't like that kind of thing.
You don't like to wait 3 months before we live together?
I don't think 3 months is long enough.
Okay.
90 days, you know, I don't like that kind of thing. But there are a lot of issues here. We have issues of financial instability and ambition, and I want to talk about that next.
I can recall him calling me and saying, I'm hungry.
Okay.
I'm at work. What do you want me to do? And he's like, well, figure it out. You know, I'm hungry. You're a woman. You need to figure out what I need to eat. And
I did not say.
Oh, yes, you did. Oh, yes, you did.
Mr. Randall, did you call up Miss Jordan and announce your hunger? Ms. Jordan, you say he's immature, and as a function of that immaturity, finances aren't correct, and your situation just isn't right enough for you to get married. Explain that to me.
Leading up to the 3 months, well, after the 3 months where we didn't live together, I had took a job offer in this in San Francisco, in the financial district. After we lived together, I moved in, I would say January of 2015. I relocated to Oakland, took the job in San Francisco. He then tried to sell himself as how he could be the man of my dreams, you know. I'm the one for you. Let me do this, let me do that. I would say by Valentine's Day, we set up a date, we made it official, you know, and we moved forward from there. However, his demeanor just completely changed. I kind of felt like once he got the ability to call me his woman, his girlfriend, that's when the irrational demands and requests started.
Give me some examples of irrational demands and requests.
I can recall being in San Francisco at my job and him calling me and saying, "I'm hungry." And I'm like, okay. "I'm at work. What do you want me to do?" And he's like, "Well, figure it out. You know, I'm hungry. You're a woman. You need to figure out what I need to eat." And
I did not say
oh,
that.
yes, you did.
No.
Oh, yes, you did.
Mr. Randall, did you call up Ms. Jordan and announce your hunger?
I did say I was hungry. I was just speaking out loud.
Right. Did you expect her to do something about it? Tell the truth.
No.
You just said, "I'm hungry."
I just said I'm hungry.
In passing. Other than any other instances that you can refer to right now of unreasonable demands? Because I think in part he's a jokester, and he doesn't mean half of what he says.
I don't want you to be fooled by the image that's before us today.
Okay.
Yes.
Ooh. Okay, he's putting one on for
us.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He definitely wears a few different hats, and when we're not here, it's something totally different. I believe that he likes to play the victim. He's not accountable for real-life issues that I have with him. And I'm not one to badger. I like to come up with solutions to problems. Okay, I've been in workforce development. We need to find a new career path. Okay, well, let me check the demographic and see what's going on. What's your experience looking like? Let me put a resume together for you.
I'm about to swoon. I really am. I'm about to swoon.
You know?
Tell it.
I'm like, okay, well, let's work on your appearance. Let's work on your showmanship. When you go in, don't fold your hands. It's offsetting. Make sure you're not talking with your hands. Sit up straight. Stay away from loud cutters and patterns when you're interviewing. That type of thing. I'm always offering solutions. But if it's not his way, it's the highway. Like, he wants me to cut off what makes me original because he wants me to fit under his mold. I kind of feel like he's intimidated by my potential. Okay. And I'm not here to walk away or anything,
but you need to get it together.
Exactly.
I want to turn to how he really feels about the male-female role, how he looks at it, and how that impacts how the two of you interact. Are you secure in her love? Do you got a little bit of "can I keep her" going back around in that head of yours?
Somewhat, not too much.
There's a whole lot of women over there. She's gorgeous, she's very ambitious, and you're wondering, can I keep her? Mr. Randall, she's made herself very clear about her concerns. What are your concerns?
I just wish she would support my rap career a little more.
In what manner? What does she not do that she should do?
She posts other people's stuff, why not post mine? If you got a good fan base, why not post it?
Do you fail to post your music or your videos? What is it?
Music,
videos. All of
There aren't any videos. His music, I listen to it when I'm traveling out of town and I'm doing hair or whatever I do in the cosmetology field. I play his music. Hey, who's that? Oh, that's my boyfriend. You know, this, and that. It's not the issue. It's more or less, if I'm listening to a rapper that's hot right now and I like the song, why are you listening to him? You don't listen to me. Then that's a trigger and it's an argument after that.
I got you. Are you secure in her love?
Am I secure in her love?
Yeah. Are you worried about it? Do you got a little bit of "can I keep her" going back around in that head of yours?
Somewhat, not too much.
Oh, I think there's quite a bit of it. There's a whole lot of women over there. She's gorgeous. She's obviously very, very bright. She's very ambitious, and you're wondering, can I keep her? You are. And so every once in a while, the question, can I keep her, shows up in you need to do this and you need to do that because it makes you insecure Do you think that that's something you might need to work on?
A little bit.
A little bit. What does she need to work on?
Listening and understanding my feelings. I do have feelings too. And
What feelings do you think she doesn't understand?
Like when I come at her with something, like I was going through something with my job and housing and stuff, and I tried to talk to her and she brushed me off. I understand the situation that she was moving in heat. She could have did it a better way, like, babe, I'm handling my business, trying to move. I'll call you back later. She's like, no, I don't want to hear it right now. Talk to me later. I'm like, God.
Was she working?
Not really. She was just moving.
I was moving from one apartment to the next in Fresno, California, and it was about 106 or 8 that day, and I was doing it single-handedly. His response was, well, you have headphones. You have $300 headphones. You can hear me. Put them on your ear. You don't hang up on me. And I'm like, I have heavy stuff in my hand and it's hot. I don't
have nobody to talk to. She's my only woman. If I had a lot of women, I wouldn't.
Mr. Randall, let me tell you something. Women are not appliances. You can't just turn us on when you want to, and that anytime you need to talk to us, we need to drop what we're doing and make you our main focus. My husband never calls me at work. House could be burning down. I'll call him. He said, yeah, everything's fine. Because I can't do anything about it. So he allows me to do my work. And he's not scared about it. You see what I'm saying?
Like I said, it ain't what you say, it's how you say it.
Which is why I was so short with them and quick to get off the phone. Like, I don't have time for this. I learned early on, only a fool will sit on the phone and listen to blatant, disrespectful statements and be badgered when there's a red button that allows you to end it all. It's mind over matter.
I gotta ask you, though, because you're very direct and businesslike, do you think that sometimes you might overdo it a bit?
I didn't raise my voice. I was too hot to raise my voice. I said, you know what? I'm kind of moving right now. Let me talk to you about this later. Why you don't have time for me? Why you can't talk to me? I'm like, I'm moving. I told you that I was moving. You know, we can do this later, you know, some other time.
Well, where were you when she was moving?
I was feeling so bad. I wanted to come out there and I'm 3 hours away. I'm 3 hours away. I have to get my car worked on, my tire.
He was 3 hours away because after I spent 30 days in the ICU in Fresno, I got out to recover from the surgeries with my mother. You know, she helped me with the 4 to 6 week recovery. But it was also my chance to separate myself from what I could have get away from when I was in Oakland with Ray. You know, he kind of felt because I was in a city where my family does not reside and I only had him as a source of dependency, he kind of took advantage of that situation.
Yeah, and isolated you.
Yes.
And he wanted him to be the sun and you were one of the planets that rotated around.
Absolutely.
I got it. If I had a daughter and somebody was going to say, you have a little template and a checklist of all the things you want in a daughter, I would hand them a picture of you. You are beautiful, ambitious, extraordinarily bright. You worked in the financial business, which means you're better with numbers than me. And you're well-directed, you know what you want, and you seem to be emotionally intelligent. In other words, you don't get randomly angry about stuff, and you understand things for what they are. Mr. Randall, you have struck gold. Don't screw it up.
Just like...
Let me help you out here, okay? I like you, and I think you love her a great deal. And I think you're a good man that she can trust, but don't get crazy with it. If you get married, remember it's a marriage license and not a bill of sale. And don't satisfy any insecurities that you might have with the thoughts that you can limit her or contain her. If a woman loves you, she will want to be with you no matter how bright and fabulous she is. If she feels resented, if she feels like she's being contained, that will do exactly the opposite of what you want to get done, which is to pull her to you. You with me with that, Mr. Randall?
Right in the passenger seat.
I think you two are a fabulous couple. I think you should keep your eyes out for efforts to contain, because he's not as mature as you are. And the first thing you do when you're fearful is you make efforts to assuage that fear by building barriers between the thing that you fear, which is your leaving, and what's happening. So you have to maintain your independence and your strength, but be delightful about it. I don't want you to be a sweet little small thing. You can't be that anyway, but you've got to be cool.
Yeah.
You've always got to be cool, and you can't let him make you cranky.
Right.
When you get cranky, he's won and you've lost.
Yeah.
Because you stay cool.
That's
you
why
stay
I
on
don't
your
participate
point.
in arguments.
You
I'm
stay
like,
on your position and you stay cool.
right.
Don't mess this up, Mr. Randall. It ain't ever gonna come around again. This matter is adjourned.
The judge told me I struck gold. I know I did. I feel like a miner found that nice piece of gold. I'm gonna take the judge's advice and go ahead and straighten up my act and stop being childish and take the little things more serious in our relationship.
I'll give Ray a year to meet his own expectations. I need him to be able to work a job that's gonna pay a few more bills. I need him to be open to communication with me, regardless to what the topic is. And I need him to be an effective listener, not pull out what he deems important and then move from there. I need to be valued as a person and not as a trophy or an object.
Today on Divorce Court. It's great when a couple has a support system of family and friends, but not everybody is that lucky. Today, we're going to meet a couple who came to Los Angeles with stars in their eyes and dreams of making it big in Hollywood, only to have those dreams dashed by the high cost of living. Now, they're living in their car, and they can't call home because home was destroyed by Hurricane Harvey. Let's see if I can't help this couple out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Michelle Luna and Donnell Phillips. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years, but you are struggling mightily for a lot of reasons that have nothing to do with you. I mean, you've been through some extraordinary times, but I'm going to start with Ms. Luna. Why don't you tell me what's going on and why you're here in divorce court today?
First off, I want to say we moved from Houston. We moved all the way from Houston, Texas, which is over 1,400 miles away. We decided to come out here to chase our dreams in the music industry. But getting here, we quickly learned that cost of living is not as cheap as Texas. So for the time being, we've been living in our car, just making it work. And before we left, I was kind of skeptical, but this man here is like literally the love of my life. I've never loved anyone as much as I loved him, but it's just a few sketchy things before we left that I'm just not.
Well, I understand you now believe that he cheated on you even before you got to Los Angeles.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So before we left, I was actually going through his phone. I have full access to his phone. We share a phone, actually. So I was going through his pictures, and I actually saw two different girls. One girl it was two pictures of this girl. She had on no top, so she was completely topless, just a thong in one picture. And then another picture she had on a completely different thong, which led me to believe that she may have spent the night and something could have possibly happened. But that was one girl that I saw on his phone. So another girl, she was actually on his balcony and she was dancing, twerking actually. And he was actually zooming in all up and down her legs, all into her booty, all of that. And if you're in a relationship with me, why are you recording another girl twerking?
Okay. So, thong girl and twerking girl, Mr. Phillips. Give me your version of those events.
Well, Your Honor, both of those times, nothing sexual but happened between those females. I mean, to be honest, they took me on dates. They paid for my food. So it was more of, just using somebody. And I have my own suspicions about her and her ex-boyfriend.
You said you were using them for their money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you kind of romanced them for cash?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Would you have a problem if she was romancing dudes for cash? Next time, before you do it next time, think of it that way.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
tell me what she's doing.
Well, there was a time, that I accused her a few times about going to see her ex, just, off of suspicion. And, I kind of felt bad about constantly accusing her. And there was a time where, she needed her brakes done. And I said, well, babe, I got the money, here you go. She wouldn't take the money at all. She said, I'll take care of it. I got this. So that same day, she got into a car accident. And I ran all the way from the apartment to the car, and she was upset. And I can understand that, but it was something more than just that car accident. So I was digging and digging, and I was thinking, and that day, she sent me a picture, and it had 2 guys next to her car. I was like, oh, okay, didn't think of it. So I said, let me take things into my own hands and, just reach out to the ex and see, what's really going on. So when I reached out to the ex, he said, yeah, I've been hanging with Michelle, and he sent me a picture in her bedroom.
Ms. Luna, did that occur?
It did. It did.
How did the ex get in your bedroom to take a picture?
He was actually taking me to and from work because at that time he was out of town.
To work.
So,
yeah, to and from work. Doesn't involve the bedroom.
Right. Which I completely understand, but he went up for like a cup of water and I laid down and he took the picture. So
I laid down.
I laid down. Like, he didn't lay down with me or anything like that. It wasn't like anything sexual. It was really just like, I need you to take me to and from work, and that's it. We're not getting back together. We're not even friends. We're right now.
If you were concerned that he wanted to get back together, why lay down on the bed and let him take a picture of you?
I wasn't really thinking at that point. I could take completely responsibility of that. Right. I really wasn't thinking at that point. I wasn't trying to go too much into that talk or that conversation with him. So I guess that's where that came in, but I take full responsibility of that.
Yeah, because sometimes anybody do something,
Right.
Now that I think about it, I shouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
I want to talk a little bit about you coming to Los Angeles, because once you got here, things didn't go well.
Right.
Talk to me about that.
So when we came here, we came across a film school that essentially will put us in the direction where we wanted to be. When we moved here, we had no family, we had no friends, we had no connections, we had nothing. We literally moved out here on a dream, and a dream that will work. But when we came here and we enrolled in that film school, it was like, you know what? If all else fails, okay, we're in school, we can do a few deliveries, which is what we were doing to make income. Just doing delivery services, period, just to make income. But that would go directly back towards gas, food, daily necessities, things that we needed to survive. So talk came across doing a regular job, working retail, things like that. But I felt we didn't move to California to work retail. We didn't move 1,400 miles to work a dead-end job that's just we're gonna be a cashier in. So,
Mr. Phillips, you have something to say about that?
I did tell her that, it would probably be smart for her to get a 9-to-5 job because I do a lot of freelance work. And I feel like with my freelance work, I don't have time, to clock in at 9 and clock out at 5 because I might have a shoot at 5 and another shoot at 10. So I feel like me making that income that way could support both of our dreams if she had the 9 to 5 to, cover other expenses.
Why didn't you want to do that?
I was totally with working a regular job. That totally wasn't the case. We both agreed on working regular jobs because we weren't getting as much freelance opportunities as we had liked.
Yeah.
So we had decided to start working those regular jobs. I started to apply for those jobs. Regular retail jobs, they will also send you a confirmation that you've applied for those jobs. Your login credentials, all of that. We are logged into our email on the same phone. So when he sees my confirmations, I should see his. I don't see any of that.
So he was, no, I got what happened. And I also understand that when that didn't work out for you, you two found a very creative way to address your financial issues, and I want to talk about that.
So we met this one girl, and she really didn't have a good vibe about her. So when I texted her, she was like, he came over, and he was like very aggressive, and he reached over, he grabbed me, and we had sex.
Mr. Phillips, would you like to address that? So, Ms. Luna, tell me what you decided to do in order to address your financial issues.
So I got a little creative, as you said. And what I brought up was a polyamorous relationship. All three of us would share the responsibility, and I didn't want to bring someone in that wasn't aware of our situation and basically want to build with us from the ground up, because that's what we're starting. So we've met one girl. She was.
Side note, you're bisexual, so you were open to this.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay with
I think that's important.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So we met this one girl, and she really didn't have a good vibe about her. We have personality inside of personality, so if you're kind of just sitting in the back, just like there, it's kind of awkward. Yeah. From that point on, we both made an agreement that we were no longer going to talk to her. We were no longer going to have any type of conversation, anything. No contact with her. And the next day, he texts me that he's on his way to the store. The store is like literally 5 minutes away from the girl that we said we were no longer going to talk to house. So I'm like, okay. About 45 minutes pass, and none of my messages are going through. And I'm like, okay, well, what are you doing? He finally texted me back, and he said that he was hanging out with that girl. And I was like, oh, really? Okay. And at that point, he was like, yeah, she tried to come on to me. She tried to do this and she tried to do that. And I'm like, all right, if she started it, she shouldn't have a problem telling me that. So when I text her, she was like, okay, well, he came over and he was like very aggressive and he reached over and he grabbed me and we had sex. I was like, really? Okay. How could you possibly do this?
Mr. Phillips, would you like to address that?
I made a mistake that I probably regret for the rest of my life. And it was
You seem to have a problem withstanding any kind of temptation. Any woman gets around, I mean, it just boom, straight to, you see a woman and your pants fall off.
It was just, I feel like I did a lot that I could have changed to not let it get to that point. And like I said, I was too excited. And it shouldn't have got to that point at all.
But at this point, I feel like he doesn't really understand what that did to me because we moved 1,400 miles away from Houston. Like, literally, I can't just go back to my mom and be like, look, well, he hurt me.
I got you. And you think that she's too insecure for a polyamorous relationship and that the fault lies on her end. Why don't you explain why you feel that way?
After this incident happened, I literally deleted that whole idea out of her head. I said, let's stop this. Let's delete all of the texts that we have from, the other females. Let's just focus on us. And she said, no, we can do it, but it has to be done a certain way. And I felt like her insecurities caused her to grow jealousy within certain situations. Even before I've ever done anything, it was always, a jealousy derived from somewhere, and I didn't understand it. So for her to, say, oh, let's add a third person, it was like, okay, but are you sure? And
But, and then you said, are you sure? And then you said, okay, fine. And then her worst fears were confirmed because you had sex with that person on their own. So clearly, she was right to be insecure because you can't play by the rules, even when the rules are grossly in your favor.
When he went to go have sex with her, he literally spent money that we earned together off of deliveries on condoms for her. So that really hurts because it's just like, why would you take money that we earned together?
Mr. Phillips, do you care to respond in a manner that won't make me lose my mind? So, Ms. Luna, tell me about your current living situation.
So right now we're living out of our car, and when we made that decision to come here, we were really taken back at how expensive it really is and how realistic it really was to achieve actually finding somewhere to live. We don't have a safety net. Like, we can't go back home if we wanted to. Houston was hit by Hurricane Harvey. So everything as we know it is destroyed by water. My family and his family staying in shelters.
Wow.
So we don't have no one that's like, hey, can you send me 20 bucks?
You can't call home and say I need some help because they need help.
Exactly. So we can't really try to take away from what they really need. Even if it was, we really didn't have much before we came. So when we moved here, we didn't know anyone. So we have each other. We had to make each other, like, we had each other to survive. Like I said, we've been doing deliveries and everything like that. So when he went to go have sex with her, he literally spent money that we earned together off of deliveries on condoms for her. So that really hurts because it's just like, why would you take money that we earned together.
Trying to eat, living out of a car,
Exactly.
trying to eat, and you're going to take it. Wow. Mr. Phillips, do you care to respond in a manner that won't make me lose my mind?
I do. Like she said, when we moved out here, we knew everything. We knew it was expensive. We knew it was going to be hard to, find somewhere to stay. We knew all that. But like she said, we had each other. And recently, it was something that made me really realize, the things that I was doing, like you said, derived these insecurities. And we had a car accident recently. And
in the car that you were living in?
Our home, our moneymaker, our everything.
So now you can't even make deliveries.
Can't even make deliveries. And to know that, we have nothing to go back to, we have to be for each other. There is no...
When you leave here today, where are you going?
Luckily, by the grace of God, we have a classmate that's allowing us to stay there, and we don't know how long that's going to last. We know it's not going to last long. So
is it
now,
a male or a female?
A male.
Thank God. Because you are not a man to be left with temptation. That's all I'm going to say.
But I mean, that really made me realize, that I feel like she shouldn't have insecurities for the simple fact that I love this girl. She's beautiful, she's smart, she has a soul like no other. And
yet you still sleep around on her. That's why she's insecure. You can't keep saying you oughtn't be insecure because I love you, because your love for her is not enough to make you remain faithful. It's not even enough to make sure you'll make sure that you have sex with somebody and condoms to do it with before you make sure she's fed. So don't tell me she ought not be insecure. She ought to be insecure. Okay? Get that off your mind, because that's just wrong. You have to behave in a manner that makes a woman feel secure. Just not speak it, Above the belt, you're fine. Below the belt, you batting zero. Don't get that twisted. I got a couple of things I want to say to you that I hope will help you out, because I'm worried about you. Dreams are important. Going for what you want is necessary for survival of the spirit. It really is. But to do so without a good game plan puts you where you are. And you keep talking about dreams and goals when sometimes, 365 days of a regular gig, I mean, you got 70, 80 years to go. You know what I mean? 365 days of a regular gig is not giving up on your dreams. It's just being a practical person. And sometimes you have to delay for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days to save up money to be able to pursue your dreams, because you have to do so in a manner that makes sense. Are you with me with that? You know what I mean? Don't just dream. My father was an attorney. He went to law school, but he worked in a linoleum factory until his law practice could get up. He never dreamed to be in a linoleum factory, but he had to delay what he wanted, even though he had the schooling for it, because he had people to feed. Mm-hmm. You got to feed yourself. Mr. Phillips, I'm going to ask you to grow up. You have a problem with denying yourself immediate gratification. And until you can deny yourself immediate gratification, you're never going to be a man in whom she can trust and secure. You keep talking all of this magnificent, I love it, all this, and all these amorphous concepts about your deep love for her and all that kind of stuff, but women need practical things. You know what I mean? We need to believe and know we got a place to stay. We got to know if you run into a woman, the next thing you know, y'all won't be in bed together. And she has no reason to believe that. And so you have to make sure that you hold yourself accountable for what you do.
I want to change that.
Huh?
I want to change that.
Don't want to change it. Do it. Everybody wants it. Everybody working on something. All this kind of stuff. Make that a goal. Like, for instance, if you don't have any money, but you wouldn't walk down the street and take a hammer and knock a old lady on her head and take a purse, right? That's an absolute bar that you would not cross. Sleeping with another woman should be an absolute bar that you do not cross. Same thing, right? So next time you see a woman you're attracted to her, think about a little old lady on the ground with a knot on her head. And maybe that'll help you get through the moment without doing the wrong thing. I wish you both the best of luck. This matter is adjourned.
Right now, it's just gonna take time for us to get past the infidelities, the deleting messages, cheating, and everything like that.
I have to do a lot to change. I know it's gonna be hard for her to trust me, but I have to make a change. I have to make it work.
Today on Divorce Court.
A lot of things affect my relationship with Lindsay. She'll put other people before me. We are not fully committed into a relationship. And I do want us to be together, but her emotions get in the way.
I don't believe that she has pictured herself with a woman.
My family does not agree with me being in a lesbian relationship with DeShayla, but I've already made that decision and I'm very comfortable with it.
And I will do anything to make this relationship work, but if you don't want the relationship, then I would rather we just go our separate ways.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Lindsay Barton and DeShayla Johnson. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years. There is trouble in paradise, so you've come to me for my assistance. Ms. Barton, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this relationship and why we're here today in Divorce Court?
So we're here today to bring to your attention that we are trying to move forward in our relationship. And she has been married in the past. And she has been in contact with her ex-husband, and it kind of keeps me from moving forward. And they do still contact each other, do text message and phone calls here and there. So that's a part of my concern is how are we going to move forward if she still has contact.
When you say she has contacts with her ex, what kind of things is she saying to him and what's he saying to her?
The types of things I've seen through the phone. So I've seen messages like, oh, thanks for seeing me today. And I didn't know that she's seen him that day, you know? So stuff like that lets me know that they are still seeing each other and contacting pretty much.
Do they have children together?
No children.
No children together. Ms. Johnson, why are you talking to the ex?
I did have to get a divorce. There is a process with divorcing. I left my...
I know that. I knew that. I knew that.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a process. I left the home in October of 2015, and it took a while for the divorce process to take place. So when she did see that in my phone, it was us finalizing the divorce. I had to go see him. We had paperwork that we had to take care of, and that was it. After that, it was late already.
Did you see anything suspect? Hey, baby, good morning, love, anything like that?
Good morning, good night. It's like in and out.
Well, you know, I'd say good morning to Joe. It's, you know.
Good morning, sweetheart. Good morning, beautiful. Good night, beautiful. We know she's beautiful.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, is he calling you things like beautiful?
That was when I left. He was still trying to work on things. However, when the divorce was finalized, all the contact was cut off. Like he can't get in contact with me if he wanted.
Does he still contact her, or are you not sure about that?
I can say that is cut, but I can also say I'm not sure.
Are you concerned that she was with a guy and that maybe that's really her thing and she's not really in this relationship with you because she likes women? Do you know what I'm saying? She loves you, but is questioning her sexuality.
I just think it was part of her past that she just was used to. So it was a daily routine that she was used to.
Do you understand the question I was asking her about being certain of your sexuality? I mean, you could be bisexual. Who knows?
And that is that I do believe that there is some hindrance on her side there because I was married and I did marry my childhood sweetheart. I've been known since I was 9. Right. So, I mean, you just coming out of something like that and going into a whole nother gender, there would be some like, are you sure? But yes, she's not the first woman that I've been with, so it's not like I'm just experimenting on her and like, oh, this. No, I know.
You know that you know what it was like.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Barton, you say, or you admit to staying in contact with ex-girlfriends of yours. Is that accurate?
It is somewhat accurate, yes.
Why?
Just good friends, honestly. No.
If you're concerned about her talking to her ex-husband, why would you talk to ex-girlfriends? It seems like the same line you're crossing.
Actually, the ex-girlfriends are friends. It turns into being girlfriends. With the ex-husband, it's more emotional attachment. So I don't have attachments with my friends. That's my friend.
But she's an ex-girlfriend. There was an emotional attachment there.
That was, but that after time passes, those people turn into friends, lifelong friends. And that's
can her ex turn into a friend to her?
They've been friends long enough. I think that's enough. That's enough friends.
I appreciate your honesty. I really do. I appreciate your honesty. But do you see the nature of that double standard?
I do.
Yeah.
Apologize for that.
Okay. But you think she's inordinately jealous. Why don't you tell me what she does or says? Because she thinks you're always cheating.
Oh, no. Jealous would be maybe going out to eat or have drinks with other people that is not, maybe not friends of hers, but friends of mine. So just because she doesn't know them, the drink was more than a drink or the dinner was more than a dinner, which was just mostly friendly drinks and friendly dinners.
Mostly?
Mostly.
So what part wasn't just friendly?
What part wasn't? Not too much was it. Maybe one encounter was a little bit more than friends, but it ended because I'm moving forward with Ms. Johnson, so that kind of was cut.
What are your concerns in the Fidelity Department? Do you believe she's dabbling about?
I do. I can honestly say I do believe she's dabbling about. I have had an instance where she was talking to an ex, and there's an instance with this coworker that she just can't seem to stay away from. The coworker, she's a coworker. At this age, we can't make friends like that. I work with you, we work together, I see you at work, and then I go home with my personal life. However, this coworker has seemed to make her way into life, like her everyday life. I'm like, okay, if she's gonna be here every day, Lord,
what's up with that?
What am I here for? But it's a coworker.
She has had her times with flirting with coworkers herself. And I've actually seen her where her flirting is actual emotional flirting. My flirting is, oh, this is funny, let's laugh. Hers is, oh, I like you, you like me, I want to cook for you. You want to cook for people?
So tucked in underneath that is an admission that, in fact, you are flirting with this coworker.
I will say that it's friendly flirting, yes.
You're friendly flirting with this coworker and you bring her around to events and all that kind of stuff. Look at you.
It's just
grinning
fun.
over there.
Fun. Just
it's fun.
Clean fun.
But you're enjoying her and you're enjoying the womanness of her, aren't you?
No, I'm enjoying just our friendship, like I do everyone.
But no, you said flirting and it's fun. That's what you said.
Maybe fun.
Flirting and fun.
Flirting and fun, yes.
Flirting and fun and bringing her along.
Okay.
If she was having flirting and fun and bringing her along, wouldn't you be a little annoyed?
Very much so.
Yeah, you see where I'm going with this?
I do.
Okay, there you go. See?
Way to go.
With this coworker, if I can interject,
please go right ahead.
Lindsay, she likes people. She likes anybody. In my opinion, Lindsay likes anybody that's not me. And I have evidence. I will admit, yes, I did text a coworker. It was a guy.
And I actually left her 30 miles out for this.
Just dropped her off somewhere?
I actually asked her to get out the car.
How was she supposed to get home?
That friend that she was texting. Y'all texting already. Just say, come pick me up, and y'all can go do whatever y'all got to do.
Yes.
Well, we're going to address that.
Okay.
But before we do, I want to see this evidence and find out just what's going on at your house.
This is evidence of exes and friends.
Okay.
How they communicate.
Let's see what we got here.
It's more like we're sisters, and I'm just watching her have fun with her life, and that's not...
But do you see what I see right now? She has no remorse.
No.
And she really thinks it's okay.
Yes.
We didn't come here about the remorse.
I'm looking at these text messages.
Oh.
You in Dallas? Yes, I'm here finally. Do we have plans for the night? Ooh, you'll be with my bae tonight then.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Nice picture. We can see a lot.
Okay.
How is that not disrespectful to your relationship with Ms. Johnson?
It is indeed disrespectful to our relationship, but I did not know she had those pictures. I didn't know that you had those pictures.
It's like as long as she thinks I don't know about it, it's fine. As long as she can do her little stuff in the dark, it's fine. But how can you have a relationship like that?
That's too.
Do you understand that that's what this is?
This is very true.
That you love to play and flirt, and bow wow wow yippee yo yippee yo. You don't know that. Yippee yo yippee yay. That's a black thing. It's like it's nothing but a dog in you. You know, I mean,
No.
you just like to sniff around a bit.
Not at all.
Judge, if I may.
What is this if it's not sniffing?
Those were friendly messages.
Judge.
Ain't nothing friendly about what she's got on. Nothing friendly about that at all.
I didn't know that that's what she was going to be wearing.
Yeah, but it's more than one picture and your response.
Yes, ma'am.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
Do you see what I see?
Yes, I do. And with that also came talk of how they were going to elope, how they were, and the way she is with other women, she's just not with me. You know, it's more like we're sisters, and I'm just watching her have fun with her life, and that's not.
But do you see what I see right now? She has no remorse.
No.
And she really thinks it's okay.
Yes.
We didn't come here about the remorse.
No, you came here about the. No. You came here about the relationship.
Yes.
And the relationship is in trouble in part because she feels unloved because you flirt with other women. And I'm saying you're saying, you're not saying, oh, I did that, it's not me anymore. You're saying, yeah, I do that. That's who I am. And you're not remorseful about it like it was a mistake. It's a current way you conduct business. See, you with me?
I'm with you. I do see where you're going with this.
Am I wrong?
It's a little wrong because it's just friends.
Tell me.
Most of it is just straight friends, nothing personal, like me and yourself. We're straight personal. I don't think that I'm personal with everybody. I'm more cordial, casual with most people.
We are not personal. I take personal as hold my hand.
We can't get too personal because
cuddle.
we have too much emotion. This is a very emotional woman we're talking about. So much emotion to where when we're talking, we can't even get a whole conversation through because she starts to show emotion. We may be talking about something very simple. Oh, hey, let's pass by here and see what's going on tonight. Oh, why you want to pass by there? Who's over there? What's going on over? I just want to pass by. We don't have to pass by. Let's pass by where you would like to go. Well, why do you want to go out? Things like that is not going to help at all.
Do you see where she gets that from, though?
I do see where she gets it from, and I am trying my best to keep her from being so emotional. That's what our practice is stop being so emotional.
And how do you keep her from being emotional?
Just let's have a regular day without just showing emotion to something. Let's just have a regular, easy day.
Really? Very interesting. I'm going to move on to another topic, though. My understanding is that Ms. Barton's family does not approve of your relationship.
Right.
And that it's causing trouble with the two of you, so I want to explore that a bit.
And I just don't think getting married is necessary.
Because you think wanting to be with a woman is wrong.
Enough.
And that's all the sin you're looking to commit. And you're not.
No.
So, Ms. Barton, I want you to tell me how your family feels about this relationship and why it's a problem.
My family feels that I should not be dating women. My family is very Christian Baptist feel, and they do not like it at all. They are very accepting of me as being who I am, and they're accepting of her as being herself. But us together, they don't see that working out in our future. I can see it working out because I live this life. My mother and father both are very supportive of us both. They support us during holidays, if we need anything from school when we were in school, they supported us very well, but they're just not with the whole fact of us actually being together as two women.
Okay. Ms. Johnson, do you feel her family's influence or concerns at all about the way her family feels about you that upsets this relationship?
Yes. When I first met her family, everyone was very open arms because we were friends. But then when they realized, oh, she's here all the time. Oh, she's coming to every event. Oh, it's more than a friendship. Then it was kind of like, okay, like the standoff.
They were very
standoffish
accepting to her as well.
They accepted me, yes. However, the genuineness left as well.
You saw a little coolness.
Yes. It was like, okay, she's around. She's going to be around. Kind of thing. And Lindsay does have a lot of friends, and her family is accepting of everyone.
She wants to get married, but marriage is not something that I would go far as, due to the fact that it's just not, I just don't believe that same sex should be getting married. We can be together as long as we can, but marriage, we're just not gonna, we can do this without getting married. And that's a hindrance for sure.
It is a very hindrance.
Explain that dichotomy to me, because I'm not quite sure I understand that. Why is it okay to date a woman but not okay to marry a woman?
I just think it's not, and honestly, it's not okay to date a woman, but there's so much going on nowadays that's what's going on. So I have been a part of that for maybe 6 years, so I've been dating women, and it's nothing that I would just stop to just say, oh, I'm gonna stop because it's not right in life. People do stuff that's not right every day. So what I'm saying is I'm gonna continue to live my life according to how me and herself would like to live, but we just will not have to get married. And I just don't think getting married is necessary.
Because you think wanting to be with a woman is wrong.
Enough.
And that's all the sin you looking to commit. And you're not.
No, but what I'm saying is this is a good, we're fine, we're floating here, we don't need to go too deeper.
Are you hearing what I'm hearing?
Yes.
No, seriously, do you hear what I hear?
Yes.
Because there were 2 huge red flags that went up during the course of this proceeding, and I want to make sure you saw them. Did you see them?
Yes, I did.
Is there something you want to say to her?
I would like to express to Lindsay that I love her. I do. I love you with all my heart. I do. And I will do anything to make this relationship work, but I do want, at the end of it all, to be a wife. And if that's not something that we can work towards, then we would have to be friends for the rest of our life.
Well, that's that. Now, Ms. Barton, I'm going to give you a moment to process what Ms. Johnson said, and then we're going to decide where we're going to go from here.
Okay.
Ms. Johnson, I'm going to give you my little speech that I give to women who are with people who aren't going to be what they want them to be. You want to be married. This isn't the person for it. She said 2 things that are a red flag. She believes that all of this stuff, texting and flirting with other women, is appropriate. It's all fine and it's all good, and she's not worried about it, and she doesn't think it's something she needs to stop. That's who she is, and that's what she's going to do, and you need to get next to that. She just doesn't want you to get upset about it. So, to me, that says a great deal about what she's willing to offer you. She's not willing to offer you the commitment that you seek. And then she puts on top of it, I believe our lifestyle is a sin, and I'm willing to engage in it, but not commit to it, which is an easy out. But it's an out nonetheless. It's an out for the commitment that you want. You got to see it for what it is and don't pretend it's going to change or get any better. And when you're alone in the dark somewhere and she's saying nice things to you, don't forget that those 2 things are at the center of who she is and what she's going to give you. Don't pretend it's going to change. Don't pretend it's going to get any better. That's what that is. And you have to make decisions knowingly and intelligently. And if you have the facts, deal with the facts, even if your heart says otherwise. Ms. Barton, you are not a bad person. You're very honest.
Yes,
you got a lovely smile. I believe you truly know who you are.
Yes.
I don't believe you're totally comfortable with it, and I hope you are at some point. You know what I mean?
Yes,
just completely and entirely with it. But don't lie to her. Don't, make sure she knows what your limits are. And don't soothe her past those limits. Don't soothe her into, just stay with me, just stay with me. I know I'm not going to give you this, and I know, but just stay with me. It's not fair to her. You with me on that?
I am.
I've told you what to do. I just didn't say it. I still hope you heard me. This matter is adjourned.
I'm still hoping to be with Lindsay one day. I still have that hope. Hopefully one day she'll change her mind and she'll magically see that I'm the one for her.
I just couldn't see marriage with another woman in my future because I do believe that that's just not right. And in the Bible, I already know the lifestyle I live is not right. So I just don't want to furthermore and be pushing in the issue. I just can't do that.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here today because I don't trust my husband.
I give Tequila no reason not to trust me.
Dontavius needs to gain respect for me, myself, and women.
Tequila, I need you to gain a little more weight and, just take care of yourself more. Be happy with yourself. Stop being insecure.
I do see myself spending the rest of my life with Dontavius only if he can change. Dontavius, I need you to change the way you think.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tequila Green and Dontavius Wellens. Ms. Green and Mr. Wellens, you have been together 4 years, engaged for a year and a half. You do not have any children together, but you do have a child from a previous relationship, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You two are here on a before your vows. You would like to know my opinion of your union. You have given me a copy of your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think it's ill-advised. And you filled out my compatibility test, which I have in big red letters, wow, next to one of them. So I'm just letting you know what's coming up. So Ms. Green, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you want my opinion on it here today?
I came here today because I don't trust Dontavius Wellens.
Okay.
Dontavius has given me numerous of reasons for not trusting him. There was a time where Dontavius had just got off from work.
Right.
He came in, took a shower, and he jetted back out the door.
Right.
So in the process of this, I go in the bathroom, and there's a hotel key on the floor. And I'm like, okay, so let me... And then on top of that, he didn't come home. So I Googled the hotel, and luckily, the hotel key had the room number on it. So with my woman's intuition, I got up.
Woman's intuition? You researched that thing. I don't know what you're talking about, intuition.
I got up, got my pepper spray, got my little handgun, and so I'm on my way to the...
Hold up. She just rolled out. I got my pepper spray, my bag, my gun. You took your gun?
I didn't know what I could have been walking into. So I'm a small woman, so I'm like, okay, I might need some enforcement. Oh. So I went to the room.
Now I'm just scared.
I went to the room, I knocked on the door, he didn't answer. So I knocked on the door again, I'm like, room service? And he was like, I'm good, I don't need nothing. I'm like, okay, I'm about to use this key now. So I knocked on the door again. He finally got up and flung the door open, and he saw that it was me. So I'm looking, I don't see anything unordinary, and I'm like, so why didn't you come home? Why didn't you call me or say anything? His excuse was, you know, I was working on some music.
Wait a minute. Did you say you were working on some music in a motel room?
Listen, ma'am, sometimes when we argue and stuff, I want to free my mind. There's nothing wrong with going to rent a room with 6 minutes up the road because I don't want to hear her yapping at me about a key.
It's a common practice of yours to rent a room to clear your mind.
No, this is not a practice, but that's how I get away sometimes.
No, a common thing.
Oh, yeah. This is common. That's what I tell you.
Do you know that that's something he does in order to clear his mind?
No, he never told me that. I was on my way to work, and I noticed he went at home. So, okay, I'm like, what's really going on?
Give me the next incident, you say.
Another hotel key. So he uses my car. And we at the gas station. I'm cleaning stuff out the car, throwing the bottles away and stuff. I find another hotel key. So I throw it out. That's yours?
Okay.
Hang on, I'm going to get to you. What happened after you did that?
He went off. Here you go with these damn hotel keys again. He got so mad to the point where he cussed me out. He wanted to spit on me because he was just that upset.
Mr. Wellens, your version of that event.
Okay, I admit the first key was mine, but I told her the second key I was at the studio. I gave 2 people a ride. I can't be checking them, what they got in their pockets or whatever. I dropped the other dude, I dropped him off in West End somewhere, so he probably was staying in a room or something, and I told her, I can get proof of this. I could have hit up Buddy on the phone.
There was never proof.
I could have hit up Buddy on the phone, but like I said, she just in denial. She makes up a story and just
do you believe she's insecure?
Yeah,
she's
very insecure and emotional, very.
You say a woman is not allowed to look at you but for so long before something happens.
She snaps about it.
What does she do?
You looking at him too long. She'll say something to you like, you probably can't look at me too long right now. She'll snap about that. I mean, I know I'm okay to look at, but I'll be like, you got to control yourself.
Not true.
Tequila, come on.
No, Miss Green, give it a minute.
Tequila.
Clearly you don't trust him. Whether or not what he's doing in those motel rooms, I don't know.
Right.
But hang on, do you get mad when he looks at a woman or a woman looks at him for longer than you believe appropriate?
No, ma'am, not at all. Not at all.
Not at all?
No.
Never happened?
No.
He just made that up.
We went to a restaurant before, and it seemed like this woman know him. She telling him he smelled good, and I'm like, okay. And then they just talking back and forth like I wasn't there, and I'm like, you know her or something like that? That was it.
Stuff like
But isn't that kind of weird that they would do that right in front of you if something illicit was going on?
She's like, hey, you smell so good. What is that you have on? I'm just eating.
Everybody tell me I smell good. I like smelling good.
I'm like, okay.
Who don't want to smell good?
He know her. Like, they having a full-blown conversation.
That's called getting to know somebody.
He always says that I don't talk much, and I let people run over me. So the last thing that I would do is be like, oh, you better stop looking at him. That's not me at all.
You
not
tell
at
it
all.
to me. You don't tell it to them. They don't have to hear. I hear. Yeah, you told it to her. That was that time. You told her, and they switched our waitress.
But I got you. Let me ask you, Miss. Switched the waitress
because she thought I knew the waitress. Like me and the waitress had been messing around or something.
Conversation was a little too deep.
Okay.
That's how you meet people.
No, hang on. You say he's verbally abusive. Why don't you explain that to me?
Yes, Dontavius will call me names such as slow. He's called me a maggot before, and that's something that's low to the ground. And if I'm a maggot and I'm feeding on dead bodies, it must be his.
Talk about the burn backfiring. Mr. Wellens, do you call her a maggot?
Okay, the names that I called Tequila, like I said, me and Tequila was friends before anything. Of course I call her the name. We call each other names back and forth.
That's unacceptable.
But I tell her, you can't take that serious when I call you now. I like where I'm from, we call it janking, roasting, flaming. So I might jank her every now and then. Cause
those are not joking words.
Maggot?
I use those type of words. I'm a country dude.
I know, like, been playing the dozens. Oh, you so... But
okay,
maggots?
when I tell her she's slow, okay, I'm the type of person, if you're acting slow, I'm going to treat you like you slow. Until you break out of that mind frame. I don't mean no harm with Tequila. I just want Tequila to better herself. That's all I want from her.
Let me give you a heads up, and then we're going to move on to some other things. Calling a person a maggot does not help them level up at all.
We call each other names.
Hang on. It's no, you just told me, or slow. None of that makes them any better. None of that is helpful. It makes them worse.
You're right.
Because you're digging at their personality and they lose their confidence. I'm going to leave that there. And when we come back, what I want to talk about is the issue of booty shaming.
You got the box bottom. You got the bubble.
Which I do not.
You got the heart. Then you got the shell, the badonkadonk, and the teardrop booty. Badonkadonk and the bubble, because that's what I attract.
Ms. Green, you say he booty shames you. Please explain that concept to me.
Dontavius says that I have a Mexican booty and a teardrop booty. I would like to give you this to look at, to explain.
A Mexican booty?
Yes.
And a teardrop booty?
Yes.
Now, of course, I'm not, thank you very much, familiar with either of those booty forms. So, Mr. Wellens, do you say that?
I say that.
I'm going to ask you to describe what you mean, but I understand we have their own plasma, so maybe you can point things out for me. Now, here, I understand the booty types.
Yes, ma'am. It's booty types.
Now, talk me through the booty types.
Okay, you got the box bottom. You got the bubble.
Which I do not.
You got the heart. Then you got the shell, the badonkadonk, and the teardrop booty.
Now, what's the ones you like?
Booty,
the badonkadonk and the bubble, because that's what I attract. Like, bigger women like me.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I prefer, but I'm okay with my teardrop. And that's what she not understanding. Listen, hold on. Okay, I understand that. In reality, see, she not realizing, okay, it's different names of booty. If she had a heart booty or a bubble booty, I'd be like, hey, you got a bubble booty, but you have a teardrop booty.
So it's not negative, it's just negative. Descriptive.
That's it.
Ms. Green, do you take offense?
Yes.
Now tell me why you take offense.
Because that's just not nice. Why would you say that about a person that you claim that you love?
Well, now, when he says it.
It ain't jokingly.
When does he say it and how does he say it?
Yo, teardrop booty ass. Get your teardrop booty ass out my face.
It's not a
Mexican booty
badonkadonk.
girl.
If it was a badonkadonk, I'd be saying, get your badonkadonk booty out my face.
But you like
But
it.
I say, okay, I'm cool with my teardrop. I tell you that. I'm not saying nothing is
But you
wrong with
gotta
your
talk
teardrop.
about it, though.
Your teardrop is cool. It's all right with me. But
I think I got a nice
okay.
booty.
It's nice. It's okay.
Whatever.
You were doing fine till that last comment. You know,
He said
he's
it's
okay with your teardrop booty. I believe that. I just believe he says things. I think he's very verbal. I think he got a lot of mouth going on. You know what I mean?
It's been some really bad things that Dontavius has said that really hurt me. Like, I have been through some...
Tell me what...
I've been through some things where my body changes a little bit, some health issues, so sometimes I am very emotional, very, very emotional, and that's something that I told Dontavius before we even made this series, because we were friends first. And he was okay with that then. But there was a time where he really just killed my soul with the stuff that he said to me.
Tell me what he did.
Recently, my grandmother just passed away last year. He says this: you want to go to a funeral and we about to get ready to move? You know we got 2 days before we have to move out. This is my grandmother, someone that raised me. He didn't even come to the funeral.
Mr. Wellens, did it happen that way, or is there another story you need to tell
It
me?
happened kind of that way.
Tell me what happened.
But we live up here. They live 4 hours away in the country. We got situations going on up here to handle and things that going on up here. I understand that your family, but guess what? We put here to leave, so guess what? It's cool. We went down there. You didn't even tell her. I went to the hospital with her. I went to the hospital. We went down there. What's the purpose of you going to the funeral? And we got to move. We finna be put out. And it's snowing.
Mr. Wellens,
but you want to go to a funeral.
Mr. Wellens, let me tell you what a grown man does in this society. If someone close to your woman dies, she goes to the funeral. That's what happens. No. I'm about to tell you, that happens one time in her lifetime. Her grandmother dies once, just the once. You can move anytime. You get enough. Hey! Don't interrupt me again.
Okay.
Life has priorities and hierarchies.
Yes, ma'am.
And the death of a close family member is up there. And if you have some logistical concerns, you find some of your buddies, one of the ones that left the key in the car to help you move, so this woman could go with her family, support her family, grieve with her family, and there's no discussion about that. You were just wrong. 9 ways from Sunday, wrong.
I went with her, though. We couldn't go to the funeral because we was busy. We had to move.
And I'm telling you, there is no such thing as too busy.
Okay.
Ain't no such thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And he also wanted to shorten my
childish and
period.
small and heartless.
It's called mistakes. We move on from them.
That's how he feels about
you
everything.
live and you learn.
Did you learn that mistake? Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I do, but I don't go out on my people's funeral, especially if I got something to do. You can't make it to our funeral. If we finna be put out, I'm worried about where we gonna lay our head.
No, he
I went to the hospital and hold the lady's hand while she passed away.
I
we cried in the room and stuff.
You're repeating to me the error that you made, that you said now you claim is an error.
You're right.
So you don't believe that. Do better, because that ain't right.
You're right.
That ain't right.
This particular family member heard everything that he said to me. All the bitches, the hoes, the maggots, they heard that.
Do you believe name-calling is reason enough to end a relationship? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Mr. Wellens, you say her family is too much in your business. Explain that to me.
Every time me and Tequila have a situation, she calling her people, putting them in our business, and all they doing is hearing one part of the story. They downing me, calling me names, threatening me. She tell me her folk business. I be like, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Do everything goes wrong? Do you call your family? Because I've known a number of women to do that, and it causes unnecessary rifts in the relationship.
We talk every day. But when he's arguing with me, there was a situation where me and Dontavius got into a really heated argument. In the process, one of my family members was calling at the time. I threw the phone on the bed. Some kind of way the phone it answered itself. So this particular family member heard everything that he said to me, all the bitches, the hoes, the maggots, anything that you could name that he was telling to me, they heard that. Dontavius wanted me to pretend like we was doing a screenplay so they wouldn't know what was going on.
I got you. You say he thinks he knows everything since he became a Hindu?
Yes.
Oh, man.
He feels like now he's just the rising star.
Are you serious?
That
he
he's
really
spiritual.
Does. Yes, that's where he gets all the knowledge.
I am rich, I am wealthy,
That's where he gets all the knowledge of me changing the way that I think. That's where that comes
I am
from.
I try to
I'm
jam that
spiritual,
in
and
her.
I'm trying to jam it in her head.
Listen, man, all I'm saying
How
is...
can you tell me
if
anything?
A positive
Stop
mind
these
frame.
names.
If you don't have no positive mind frame, I believe in manifestation. I don't know how many of y'all believe in that, but whatever you speak into the air,
And I believe
whatever
that
you
too.
think, however you thinking, that's what you're gonna manifest. If you always talking about you can't, you complaining, you can't do this.
Okay,
we
I
not
got
gonna
you.
get nowhere.
Mr. Spiritual, calm down. Center yourself. And then I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to ask you to give a profession of love as I usually do in my before your vows, because I'm not doing it. Today's question sponsored by... How would you move forward if you and your fiancé argued and disagreed daily? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Y'all have no business being together. None whatsoever. You're an angry know-it-all who doesn't know much. And there's nothing more dangerous than that. I do a lot of reading on a lot of things. The spirituality about which you speak, you do not have. You are jamming. When you say I'm going to jam knowledge into somebody's head, that is
positive.
Don't you say another word. You have no self-control.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have no respect. You are loud and you are demanding and you are demeaning. Anybody calls you a maggot, that means you need to walk off. I don't care what kind of background.
She called me a maggot before.
Don't say another word.
Sorry.
If he's demeaning to you, if he feels in his profession that what he's going to give a wife is only knowledge, that means he thinks you're not good enough. He doesn't like what you know. He doesn't like what you think. He doesn't like what you say. And he doesn't like what you do. I think you're a little over the top with the jealousy. You mad and hot and angry and going to get mad at the waitress and all things. But somebody who is angry and insecure and a guy who is overbearing and controlling, it'll never work. It'll never work. It'll be one explosion after another. Boom, boom, pow, bang. You know what I mean? I'll expect to see you here 6 months after you get married for a divorce. It's not going to work. Now, if you want to work on yourself and become better people, before you start correcting other people, you make sure you got your stuff together.
I'm trying.
And
doing
you know when not to speak. Know when not to interrupt people. Know how to respect an authority figure when you see one. Know how to talk to a woman in a manner that uplifts her and not downgrades her. There's so many things you need to know before you share knowledge with anybody else, because there's so much that you just simply don't know. Run. Run. This matter is adjourned.
So Judge Lynn told your girl to run. How do you feel about that?
I can't feel no type of way, man. The clock, it moves forward.
So are you staying? Are you going? What do you think?
We'll be friends.
Be friends.
No matter what, we'll still be friends.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here because I'm having issues with my partner. He has cheated several times. He lies, and then I find out otherwise.
Basically, those girls have more understanding of my feelings than
just being more self-centered.
He's very controlling and he doesn't help financially.
I think she cares more about herself and less about my feelings.
He's not too much involved in our daughter's life.
I want the judge to tell Beatrice, you can't always have what you want.
It's hard for me to see a future with Corbett. Like, I love him, but I feel like if he doesn't get himself together, I do not see a future with him.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Beatrice Albino and Corbett Ortiz. The two of you have been together for 8 years. You have one child together. You're not married, and things aren't going well. Ms. Albino, you want to end it, and Mr. Ortiz, I do believe you want to save it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. I'm going to start with you, Ms. Albino. Why don't you tell me what's going on and how we got here today?
Well, I'm here because me and my partner have been having issues in our relationship. He's constantly lying. He has cheated. He doesn't help financially. And when it comes to our daughter, he refers to her as your daughter rather than our daughter.
He doesn't believe it's his?
He had a doubt, but then, you know, when it comes up to the paternity test, he doesn't want me to take it.
He doesn't want to take it. Do you believe the baby's yours?
I mean, I do. It looks like me. Everybody tells me that has my features. She just, like, when she's mad, she tells me that it's not mine, so.
Do you do that?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do, because I'm petty. I can be petty at times.
Yeah, that's not helpful.
I know.
That's not
I know. I just
helpful
get
at all.
so angry because of everything he has put me through that sometimes I don't know what other ways to hurt him, so sometimes I try to find, like, ways to...
Well, tell me what happened in the beginning, because you were awfully young when you started going out,
Yes.
18 years old. What went on in the beginning that made you fall so hard for him?
Well, he was actually a friend of my sister's boyfriend. So we met through that, and he was a very funny guy. He was very sweet. He accepted me as I was. You know, I had braces at the time, my teeth weren't out, and he didn't care about that. So he made me feel special, you know. He would make me laugh. We would go on dates, and I felt like this was the guy for me, like, because I was very insecure, but when I met him, I felt like I could be myself around him.
How long did the good times last?
Not that long. I would say a good 4 months.
4 months?
Around, yeah, a good 4 months.
And after 4 months, what changed?
When we started out, we were seeing each other every day, and we wouldn't miss a day. And then I go to his house, and we're laying down, and I see, like, a little paper with an email on it, like a female's email. And prior to that, like a couple of days prior to that, when I grabbed his iPod, there was a picture, he had the screen background as him hugging some girl. So I was like, oh, okay. So then the email was a female's email because it stated a female's name. So then I go back home and I email that email and I state my concern. I'm like, do you know, I've been dealing with Corbett. Do you happen to know him? Like, are you guys together? And to my surprise, she emails me back and she confirmed that they had been together for 2 years. And they're still together. And she was like, wait a minute, but he just picked me up at my job. And I'm like, wait a minute, I was with him in the morning. So when I left his house in the morning, I guess he went over to pick her up. So, you know, it's a back and forth.
So you just found out you were the
I was a side chick, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Ortiz, why don't you tell me your version of that event? Did all of those things happen as she said they did?
No, it didn't happen like that.
Wow. So tell me what happened.
How can you be the side chick if you're always with me all the time? That was just like that wasn't somebody I worked with.
So you hadn't been having a relationship for 2 years with this other woman before you got involved with Ms. Albino?
No, I was working with that person. How can you be a side chick if you're always with me?
That's a lie.
I gotta say, I like Nick.
Yeah.
That's a lie.
But he isn't on my wallpaper on my iPad.
Wow.
How did a coworker make it onto your wallpaper on your iPad?
I mean, she wanted to see it, so she...
No, you're not answering my question. You know what I'm asking you.
She wanted to see her. She wanted to. Her makeup didn't look
Leave it
good.
right there. Why don't you show me what you have to show me? Whatever proof you have.
Here you go.
You get them young girls, you can tell them anything. You get a grown woman in here, you're gonna start stuttering. 'Cause I know what's up. Yep, there he is.
Yeah.
You have a way with women, don't you?
I do.
Yes, he does. He knows
Do
how to
you
charm.
work?
Yeah, I do work.
You have a job that makes you money?
Yeah. It requires me to leave a lot. Like, I do door-to-door sales.
Leave and talk to other girls, right?
I understand you have a video you want me to see.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Let's look at that now.
That's your truck driving job right there, right? She's your partner at your truck driving job?
So when did you get that video?
I got that because he decided to, I'm not gonna lie, I cursed him out because he started ignoring my text messages, and I'm like, I gave you the opportunity to go out for 2 months, and it was hard for me. It was hard for me to allow him to do that, but he's like, I'm gonna come back with bread, I'm gonna come back with money, and I'm like, said and done, because we need money. I have our daughter, we need
How did you get the video?
So I got the video because he sent it to me. He sent it to me, being petty, because I
Why
called...
did you send
I called him
that
names.
video to her?
I called him
She
names.
was talking, she was saying a lot of bad stuff about me. She was
Yeah,
calling me
was.
names, saying that I wasn't well endowed, like talking about the size of my manhood.
Yes,
And
I
so
did.
you sent that to make her feel bad, saying, well, if you don't like it, there's
If you don't
other
like it,
woman who does. I
somebody
got
else
you.
that likes me and cares
Hey,
about me.
grown
Yeah.
man response.
the
I'm
case-
with you. I'm with you. You say that he is destroying your self-esteem, and I want to know what you mean by that.
The girls like that he has cheated on me with, they're like big or either thick.
Do you cheat on her?
No, I don't cheat on her.
You've never cheated on her, not one time in 8 years.
I don't feel like I have.
So what do you
I feel
feel
like-
that?
Ms. Albino, you say that he is stripping away at your self-esteem. Why don't you tell me why you believe that?
Okay, well, when he's joking around, he'll look at me when I don't I don't really wear a lot of makeup. And when he looks at me with my makeup, whatever, and we waking up in the morning, whatever, he jokes around, he's like, oh, you ugly. And he thinks it's joking, but deep down inside, okay, yeah, I may laugh, but it stays in my head.
Right.
And then the girls like that he has cheated on me with, they're like big or either thick. And me, I don't think, I mean, so then when I look at myself in the mirror, I'm very insecure, extremely insecure. I'm like, I can't compete with that. So then I would start trying to work out, lose weight. And then when I lose weight, he's like, if you lose weight or you start going to the gym, I don't want to be with you. I don't want you. Like,
how many girls he cheated on you with? Because you kind of just went through that like it wasn't a big deal.
Oh, yeah. Well, the one you saw him kissing, and the one in the beginning, the one that said she was with him for 2 years, and some other girl from his job that he was working at. And then God knows how many more.
When she says that you make her feel like she's less than, do you think she's misinterpreting you, or do you not understand where that's coming from? What do you have to say? Are you surprised to hear it?
I'm honestly, I'm shocked. Like, why would I be with her if I didn't like the way she looked?
Because I help you financially?
Okay. Well,
you don't help me at all. I do what I have to do.
Who was the primary breadwinner in this relationship?
Me.
Is that true, Mr.
Me.
Primary. Who brings home the most money?
Me?
Why don't you? Who pays the rent? Who pays the bills?
She does.
Okay, then. Enough said.
So that makes her the primary. That makes her the primary, right?
Yeah, I guess.
You guess?
I guess.
You don't know? You can't count?
I can count. I cook.
Oh, God.
You cook?
I cook. She don't know how to cook.
Oh, yeah, he's a real good cook, but I would expect him to at least be a good cook if he can't do nothing else.
Right. Let me ask you this, Mr. Ortiz. You're very glib, moderately nice looking. Do you play games with women? Do you secure them and then use them and keep your options open with other women?
I don't believe I don't. I mean, I like women.
I don't believe I don't.
I am who I am.
I'm asking you, are you those things I just spoke of?
I don't believe I'm not. I believe I'm a sincere person. I'm a loyal person. Like, why would you get my name tatted if you feel like I'm with all these women?
That's not the question.
No.
We're not talking to her. We're not asking her why she does what she does. I'm asking you what you do. Do you cheat on her?
No, I don't cheat on her.
You've never cheated on her, not one time in 8 years.
I don't feel like I have.
So what do you
I don't feel like I have. What is that?
I feel like if you was there for me, if you understood me, if you was more understanding to my feelings, you wouldn't have these misjudgments or misleading.
So whenever I ask you a question about your character or your actions, you point to her and like, how could you or why would you?
Yeah.
I want you to talk about you, irrespective of her. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think you take advantage of women?
I feel like I don't take advantage of them. I feel like they like me for who I am. They see who I am and they want to do stuff for me.
What kind of things do they do for you?
I'm not saying take me out and pay for stuff, because like I do take women out. I feel like they care more about my feelings more
than she does.
Yeah.
I told you not to talk about her, but it seems that you're incapable of doing that. So we were going to leave this alone. I want to move forward to see what the financial situation is. And you said at one point in time, I feel like you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. So I want to know what you meant by that.
My kid comes home with like different toys and stuff like that from people I don't even know.
That's
like,
a lie.
That's not a lie.
Were you there? Do you have the evidence that that person gave her that candy?
What would you do if your partner insulted your size and your body shape? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question ready for your judgment call. My girlfriend wants access to my phone 24/7. I feel like she has no right to go through my phone without a reason. Do you think I'm wrong for wanting my privacy?
Absolutely not. Your boyfriend and girlfriend, she has no right to be chasing you, tracking you, or otherwise figuring out everything that you do. She's going to have to be comfortable and trust you, but you don't have to give up your rights to privacy. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. You said to my people, you feel like you can't change a hoe into a housewife, and you find it embarrassing to go out with her. Explain that to me.
It's real embarrassing because, like, Beatrice does not know how to say no to a person. Like, if there's somebody talking to a person, I mean, like for an example, if you're going somewhere, if you're on a train, why are you letting a man give my kid candy on the train if you don't even know a person? Why are you so easy to talk to a person that you don't even know? Like, didn't your mother ever tell you don't talk to strangers? Why are you so gullible? Why is she so gullible?
Does she do that a lot?
She does it a lot. Like, my kid comes home with, like, different toys and stuff like that from people I don't even know.
That's
like,
a lie.
That's not a lie.
That's a lie.
Kidding me having candy? I don't even
Okay, that's a lie, because were you there? Were you there? Do you have the evidence that that person gave her that candy?
She tells me. My kid does not lie.
No, you're assuming.
Okay, hang on. Other than that, you think she's too... I mean, that's not hoe-like behavior.
That's what
being
I'm saying.
Too
I am nice. I'm nice. There's a difference.
But you do talk too much.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yes, I do. Yes.
Too much.
I do.
Rein that in.
Oh, sorry.
That's not hoe-like behavior. That's gullible behavior. Why do you say she's an embarrassment?
Because she's loud. She's obnoxious. She doesn't understand.
Give me a story about her being loud and obnoxious.
Like, we could be out on a date. Why are you worried about a bill or like a credit card statement? If we out eating, like if we're eating, obviously we want to pay for something. So don't bring up a problem that we're going through 2 months ago if we're actually spending money right now. And then you want to bring up a credit card bill. It was like, why are we out? Why are we eating right now?
Don't talk to her. No. Tell me what you want to tell me about her being loud and obnoxious. I think bad timing, but I'm not hearing loud and obnoxious.
She's like...
I got you.
As you can see, you can't even shut up sometimes.
Well, I understand that. I've already spoken to that issue. I asked you for loud and obnoxious to explain your I feel like you can't turn a hoe into a housewife comment. That's what I'm asking for.
Like, she talks to too many people. Like if you say you're going somewhere, there's really no... She did this, her text messages, her call logs. It's really like, if you say you're going to see your aunt, why I don't see the calls with your aunt? Why is everything gone and deleted?
Okay. Did he crawl into your house one day and destroy stuff?
Oh, yeah, he did.
Explain that to me.
Yeah, he did. For my graduation, like our graduation was coming up, and this man, I feel like he's jealous of me. I feel like he hates on me, and he hates the fact that I'm a strong woman, that I don't break. I may break, but I get back up and I do what I got to do. So, you know, he called because I didn't want to let him in, because he pissed me off, because he, like I said, he wants things his way, and he doesn't want to understand where I'm coming from. So I was like, you're not coming to my house. We were chilling with my best friend, and he decided to want to be too close to her. So I was like, what do you do? Like, you're out with me. Why are you going out with her? Like, why are you so next to her? So then when we were going back home, I told him, take your stuff, go to your family's house, because I do not want you in the house. So then he didn't want to take no for an answer. So he crawled it. I was circling the block because I did not want to, because I know that if I would have come, he was going to come.
Get to the crawling. Get to the crawling.
So he crawls into the apartment because I did not. He crawls into the vent and he burns my cap and gown, and breaks my TV.
Did you do that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, I got you. I know what I want to say. Today's question sponsored by... How would you react if your partner was always criticizing your personality and appearance? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Let me tell you what happened to you. You got baited, trapped, and now he's trying to destabilize you. He love-bombed you in the beginning. Oh, you're wonderful, you're this, you're that. He does that with all women because that's his MO, that's how he does. And then once he gets a woman ensnared and thinking that, wow, this is who he is and this is how he can be, then he kind of chips away at who you are, so you kind of feel destabilized. You're always trying to please him because he tells you you're not quite good enough, and you see him with other women, and he shows you that he can be with other women to make you feel like you're not stable and you're not safe and you're insecure, but you're still waiting to get back to that time when he loved you that much. And every once in a while, he may dangle a little bit of that love out in front of you, but his job is, other than that, to keep you under his thumb so he can behave as he wants to behave. And that's why he's all weird about all of that. You talking to other men, you talking to your man. He wants you isolated and alone. He doesn't want you to believe that you can be, do, or anything else. He didn't burn your clothes, he burned your cap and gown. He doesn't want you to be your own woman, standing on your own. Because if you get educated, if you get strong, if you get right, you will get rid of him. And he knows that. So that's not what he wants. I want to show you something. But somebody said, we gave you a compatibility test. And this cat writes down, what do I want from my woman? Not love, honor, respect, and none of that. He says, this is what I want. I want her to stop being crazy, to relax, to learn not to be pretty. Isolation, keeping you from other men. Not to just hang up the phone when you don't let me get my thoughts fully across, and to control your temper. He said, he didn't say what he wanted from you. He said everything that's wrong with you. He said you weren't good enough. He couldn't even answer the question. He was so busy telling you that you ain't nothing.
Yeah.
He's the first guy that you got. It gets better from here if you have enough sense to get up and go.
Yeah.
And when he comes home, he's going to be all loving and nice for a hot minute, and you're going to think that he's going to turn back into that guy that he was. But the guy that he was always hoodwinking you. He was lying to you. He was baiting you. And now he's keeping you, and he's trying to make you small. Don't let him do it. I would speak to him.
Thank you.
But I don't like to waste my time. This man is
adorable. What's your response to how things went down today?
Now that I know exactly how he feels about me, like I'm a hoe and all these things, and it hurts, but now that I know that, it's my time to move on and do better for myself and accept that I deserve better.
Why would he say that?
I don't know. It hurts because it's like, this is my first love. This is the guy the first man I ever touched. Yeah.
Do you feel strong enough? Do you feel like you can move on?
Yeah, I know I can.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on Divorce Court today because my husband Andrew is a serial cheater and a liar.
Today I am here on Divorce Court to fix my marriage with a wife. Felicia should be at home taking care of the family and being there for me when I get home from work.
I need the judge's help because I'm tired of being up all night crying, waiting for him, wondering where he's at and who he's with.
I want the judges to tell Felicia to quit partying and always accusing me of cheating on her. I'm just sick and tired of it already.
I do think my marriage could be saved as long as Andrew takes everything that I'm telling him seriously.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Felicia Moreno and Andrew Moreno, Mr. and Mrs. Moreno. You've been together for 3 years, married for 2. You're a stay-at-home mom. Right now, you're in trouble, and you've come to see me. Mrs. Moreno, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going wrong at your household?
Well, honestly, I found out that Andrew was a serial cheater and a liar before we even got married. Every single time we argue, he goes and he runs off and he hooks up with his little side chick who also happens to be his ex-girlfriend.
So he has a consistent side piece.
Yes. The first time I found out, I had went through his phone to go look for some pictures I sent to him. Instead, I found pictures of him, like he had his Mr. Johnson just hanging out everywhere, you know, sending them to this girl. So I confronted him on it. And he had the audacity to tell me that he had no idea what I was talking about. I'm crazy, and he wouldn't do that. So I pulled the phone out, and I was like, you're going to tell me this isn't you? Like, I'm pretty sure I know what you look like. You know what I mean?
Right.
But, like, this is you.
Mr. Moreno, did your wife catch you with your situation out on your phone, texting it to other people?
It couldn't have been me. I don't know.
Well, you had some other dude's situation on your phone? Those are the 2 options we got. Which one are you going to pick?
It was me.
It was you. There you go. There you go. If you knew he was a serial cheater and liar before you married him, why would you marry him?
Well, that was the only time it happened before we got married. And I wanted to believe him when he told me.
It was just the one time. It would never happen again.
And it was just pictures at that point. So it was, you know, like.
Tell me about his cheating after you got married.
He goes out with his friends. They had went out to the bar. You know, they were just supposed to go out for a little bit. They weren't supposed to be out that long or nothing. Well, it's like a little past midnight. So I started texting him, started calling him, just ignored me. He came home the next morning, and he tells me, I shouldn't be mad. It was no big deal. You know, they were drinking all night. They didn't have a ride home, and that there was no girls around. They weren't hanging out with anybody. Well, his friend ended up telling me that while they were there at the bar, he ended up calling the same side piece, and he invited her to go to the bar. So I believe they hung out all night. He tells me they weren't hanging out all night. Then after that happens, I'm 7 months pregnant. Okay? So I'm swollen and gross. You know what I mean? I just don't feel good.
Right.
So he keeps hanging out with her. And it just made me feel awful. Like, it made me feel like I wasn't good enough, like I wasn't pretty, you know.
Your body is under siege.
Yeah, and he's running off with
carrying his baby.
Yeah.
And it's making you feel just awful. Because I've been, you know, it's just like,
yeah, you know.
and you're out there with the side piece. Mr. Moreno, why don't you tell me your version of that event? Were you running around with the other woman?
Yeah, I ran around boo number 2 because I had to go back because she's over there, you know, hanging out with my old friend. So I was like, well, you want to go...
Boo number 2 what?
Boo number 2.
Yeah, you were hanging out with boo number 2 because...
Because she ran off and hung out with... I woke up one night. She wasn't in bed. I called out for her. She don't answer nothing. And so I tried to get a hold of her on social media.
Right.
I get no response. I try to call her, got no response. Then I get a hold of her. She tells me she's with my old former friend. And I'm like, what are you doing? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. She tells me, I need a closure to find out why he didn't want to talk to me no more. Now, what kind of married woman is going to want to need closure from somebody else?
Mrs. Moreno, did you go over to another man's house at 2 o'clock in the morning for closure?
No. You know, yes, I did go over there, but that wasn't... So at this point, I'm still pregnant. I was sitting there super sad, just felt like crap, and I just wanted to talk to somebody. He was an old mutual friend. He's how I met him.
Right.
You know, so he starts talking to me, and he was telling me, like, you know, you need to watch your back. You shouldn't be with him. He's a man whore. He never stays with one woman.
Man whore.
Yeah, never stays with one woman. Like, I can't believe you married him. Just telling me all these things. So when I got home, Andrew finds out where I went. He got really upset, and then he ran off with this girl, the side piece, again. He leaves for 2 days this time, and then comes back and tells me if I would have never contacted our mutual friend, he would have never left in the first place. Like, that was his excuse for making it right.
So she's the lead in this relationship,
Yeah,
is what you're telling me.
It's like a monkey see, monkey do, because I could sit there and run a straight line. But if you're going to keep doing me dirty and I'm feeling that way...
What you're saying, keep doing me dirty. This was one instance, one time after we know you've cheated. How do you see this as monkey see, monkey do? Because you the one monkey been doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm not calling them, I'm not calling you. I'm using your metaphor.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
I'm like, well, you know, if she's going to do that to me, I'm going to continue to keep doing what I was doing before her.
Oh, so you're not going to stop because she retaliated in your mind?
Yes.
But you were already doing her wrong.
Yeah.
And you understand that you were hurting the woman who was cooking your baby. Her body, her entire body was in the process of forming a new life that was yours. And you were going to play off with another woman while she was holding that down. Don't you feel at all guilty about that?
Yeah, I do. I do.
But not enough to make you stop.
Yeah.
Nah, because when I get mad, I get selfish, and I just,
Well, you were selfish before you were mad, because you already had boo number 2, so I don't even know. But I'm going to move off the cheating, because we pretty much see where we are on that. And I want to talk to you about why your family does not like your wife.
Because they had found the thong, I'm a huge slut. Even though I was only sleeping with him, right? I'm not the one running off trying to sleep with other people.
Did all that transpire with your family and you didn't stand up for your woman? So, Mr. Moreno, why don't you tell me what the conflict is between your wife and your family?
We had sex in my old bedroom at my family member's house.
Right.
When we first got together. So things were getting crazy because we were like, hey, it's my old room. Let's do this right now.
Right.
So she was down. You know, I like ripped her thong off. So we got done, closed everything up. I threw it in the trash.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, we went on about our day.
Right.
My family member comes home, finds a thong in the trash, picks it up because she thinks it's a scrunchie. Turn around and ask me, what is this? How is somebody, I don't even know, coming to my house, having sex in my house? Well, it was my old room, so, I mean, come on. Like, nobody else has been in there.
Is that the reason you really think his family doesn't like you, because they found your thong in the trash can?
No, the very first time I had ever met his family was actually at a barbecue, and I'm not gonna lie, I drank a little bit too much, but I was trying really hard to have conversations with them, and they just kept ignoring me. Like, they would turn their back and start talking to somebody else like I wasn't even there, and so I ended up telling them, like, you guys are being really rude. Well, after I told them they were being rude, they got mad and just started telling me, how dare you call me rude at my house? And I was like, then don't be rude. You know what I mean? If you're not rude, I won't call you rude. And then that ended up turning in.
Escalated.
Yeah, like it got so bad, I went outside and had to call my family members to come pick me up and take me home. And Andrew just stood there the whole time. Like, I have this whole family attacking me. So the second time I had went by his family's house, I had walked in and they had started calling me like a slut and disrespectful, and I wasn't welcome. Because they had found the thong, I'm a huge slut. Even though I was only sleeping with him, right? I'm not the one running off trying to sleep with other people, but I'm the slut. So,
did he defend you the second time?
No. And then the whole time I was pregnant, they were going around saying that
it's not his.
Not his. It wasn't his baby, you know.
Did all that transpire with your family and you didn't stand up for your woman?
I didn't know what was going on. I walked out for a few minutes, came back in.
And all hell had broken loose.
It's a mess in there. Everybody's just going back and forth, dude. And I grabbed her and I'm like, come on, let's go. And then I realized her friends start showing up. And I was like, dude, what's going on? And so,
that was a hot ghetto mess.
Yeah.
that was just a hot ghetto mess. Yeah.
Well, my friends had.
There wasn't a whole lot he could do. He just couldn't drag you out there kicking and screaming. There wasn't much he could do that time.
Well, no, I feel like he should at least tell them, like, this is my wife, and if you guys have to respect that, you know.
At some point, did you have a conversation with your family? I don't care what happened in the past, blah blah blah. She's my wife now. Please respect her more than I do, because apparently you don't.
I've had this conversation with him. I have chewed out family members because of her. And
you chewed them out because they did what?
Because they were calling her slut, saying the baby's not mine. And
did it bother you that they were doing that kind of stuff?
oh yeah, I was upset. And
how could name calling bother you, but cheating on her doesn't? I don't understand that. I mean, if you have feelings for her and it hurts you when she gets hurt, how could you continue to hurt her like that?
when I get mad, I turn into...
No. You're not just mad. You running around with this side piece on the regular.
Yeah.
She's your number 2 boo. I understand that he's controlling so much so that he won't let you get a job, and that's what I want to talk about now.
I expect her to be home when I'm home, and she's not. She's like, oh, I'm at work, I'm doing this, and then after work, oh, I'll be off at 7. I won't see her till the next day.
Do you just go off after work? What would you do if your partner let family members insult you? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, Mrs. Moreno, why don't you tell me about his controlling ways and what he does when you're trying to get a job?
A few months ago, I had a job as a bartender for a couple months. And I'd applied for it behind his back because I knew if I told him I was trying to apply for jobs, he would have told me not to and tried to talk me out of it. So once I got the job, I let him know, and he told me we could try it out for a couple months. So after about a month...
Why were you afraid to tell him that you were applying for a job in the beginning?
Because I didn't want to fight about it. I didn't want to argue because I knew he was going to tell me not to.
What would you fight about? I mean...
Because he would tell me not to, that I don't need to work, I need to be home with the kids. And
how many kids you have?
4.
Oh, that's a lot of kids. Yeah. All right, but go ahead. So you got the job, then what happened?
After about a month, he didn't like me working there anymore. So he started telling me, to quit my job, and I didn't. I didn't want to. So he sabotaged it. Like, he started going down to my job and fighting with me and saying stuff to my boss, like, to the point where I was so embarrassed I ended up just quitting. So I was just like, I can't.
Mr. Moreno, what would you like to... What's your version of those events?
I work 6-7 days a week. 13-hour days.
Right.
And I expect her to be home when I'm home and, be there with the family and the kids. And she's not. She's like, oh, I'm at work, I'm doing this, and then after work, oh, I'll be off at 7. I won't see her till the next day. I had to call other family members to come over and watch the kids at 5
Do you go AWOL? Do you just go off after work?
I had started to do that. Like, I'd gotten to the point where I told him, like, I was just so, tired of everything that was going on that I was just gonna, do my thing. I would be home probably 6 or 7 the next morning. That is true, but I'm not getting off till 3, so I'm not gonna go right to sleep.
That was your evening,
that was my wind down time, whatever. But it's not like I was just gone partying until.
I got you. I understand. I understand. That was the rest of your day.
Yeah, I would get off work, and sometimes I'd go have a few beers if there was even beer still being sold, because if I'm not getting
it's too late, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And most of the time it's too late, but most of the people that I know from the bar, after the bar, they would go get beer real fast, so sometimes I'd go over there. That is true.
Yeah. Now, Ms. Moran, I don't understand why you're with him. I'm just saying right now. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. After the fight, after the cheating, he got this one consistent chick on the side, and all he needs is a good excuse to go bouncing off with her. I'd have been gone.
Yeah.
But you want to keep him. And not only do you want to keep him, you think if you get him to sign a marriage contract, it will help. And you even have it typed up and written out. You want him to sign a marriage contract, which in states, turn around, take a look at it. Have you seen it, Mr. Moreno?
No, this is the first time right now.
Honest communication, focus on their finances, no deceit or malice, no insulting or yelling, and no infidelity. Why do you think that would matter?
Lately, I've just been so tired and like so done with it. And so I had made this contract that I want him to sign, and I'm calling it like the new marriage contract, because if he doesn't sign it and he doesn't do these things on this, we're headed for a divorce.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I think about that and your marriage and the situation and what do you need to do next. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your marriage contract wasn't enough to keep your partner faithful? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I don't know how you got here. I don't know how you stayed as long as you did. But I do understand that you're right at the border of going. I'd have been gone. You at the border of going.
Yeah.
And you're making a last-ditch effort to save this marriage because you got kids, and you want to stay married, and you want me to get him to sign this contract as if it was going to do something. And let me tell you what, your marriage was a contract already. Why sign a contract with someone who's already in breach of the current contract you're in? It's not going to help. It's not going to do anything. He's just going to basically say, I'm going to act like I'm married, even though I'm already married and I don't act like it. So we're not going to waste our time with the contract because I'm going to fuss at him.
Okay.
Then I'm going to fuss at you, and then I'm going to go.
Okay.
Mr. Moreno, you're sad and you're small. You have the ability to hurt the woman you are supposed to love more than anything else in the world, and you take it every chance you get. You diminish the woman upon whom your children depend, and you think it's funny. You got a number 2 boo. You kicking around her love and her soul and her strength and her stability because you can. How small does that make you? Go home and imagine telling your kids, yeah, I'm hurting your mother every chance I get. So when she's here with you, she's going to be thinking about where I am. She's going to be scared. She's going to be stressed. She's not going to be secure. I'm the guy who did it to her. Don't that make me a bad somebody? Look at me. I'm destabilizing your mother, and I feel real good about it. I'd kick this individual to the curb if I were you. I'm just saying. He's going to continue to do what he does to you because that's who he is. He's demonstrated that to you over and over and over again. And he's going to go home and act right for a week or two because I told you to bounce. But I'm going to tell you something. The next time he cheats on you, and he will, you remember what I said to you, that this is who he is. And if you decide to take it from today forward, it's always on him, but you're signing on for it too. And you need to do better for your kids than that. My best to you. Strength, power, love. Prove me wrong.
I will.
Prove me wrong. I would like nothing more than to say one day, I said he was small and trifling and no count, and I was wrong. I sign up for that any day of the week. Make me wrong. This matter's adjourned.
I really do love him with everything that I have, and so if I can give it one more try, then I'm going to give it one more try.
Are you ready to leave your side piece?
I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna keep it going, and I want my family more than anything else.
Today on Divorce Court, today's couple had me seeing double. She wants more of his undivided attention, but he says nothing can come between him and his twin brother. So how can he make his better half happy and still be his brother's keeper? They're asking me to help them figure out the balance.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ebony Zagori and Dwight Marcus. The two of you have been together for 10 years, married for 3 years. Now you're in trouble. You've come to me for some help. Ms. Zagori, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me why you think your marriage is in trouble?
Your Honor, I think that my marriage is in trouble because my husband, Dwight, doesn't pay a lot of attention to me. In the beginning of our relationship, things were very good. We would spend a lot of time together. Now, he likes to have a lot of company and a lot of friends over. For instance, my birthday was earlier this year, and we planned to have an evening at home. I had cooked dinner, had the kids to bed. Now, I don't know if he did this intentionally, but his friend came over, and then they started playing video games. And at that point, I'm like, you know, I did all of this, you know, for us to spend a nice evening together, and you just totally messed it up. So instead of having an argument about it, I just went and sulked in my bed by myself.
Mr. Marcus, did you come up light on her birthday?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what was going through your mind at the time?
Pretty much, you know, everything, stress, you know, that's why, I mean, I called him over on purpose.
Why did you call him if you knew it was her birthday and she had plans?
I think it was just a whole lot of stuff built up because I'm going to give you a prime example of on Father's Day, you know, she just up and just left me at the bus stop, you know, like over a little argument because I lost at the gambling shack that night before.
You're not telling me you hurt her feelings on her birthday on purpose because she hurt your feelings on Father's Day?
Yes.
Holy moly macadoli, pudding and pie. You're a grown man. You got in a fight about, you know, gambling away money, which women will fight with you about if that's what you're doing. And you did this? Okay. Tell me any other stories that would lead me to believe that he ignores you.
When we do go out, he engages conversation with, like, other people. Like, say, for instance, if the game is on, you know, he'll be talking to somebody at another table about the game, and we rarely go out. So I'm like, when we are out, I would prefer that you pay attention to me and that we spend this time together, but you know, he always makes it an issue when I try to bring those things up to him.
Okay. Mr. Marcus, your response to that, is she overreacting?
Yes, she is. I'm a people's person, you know. I mean, if I see somebody make eye contact with me, I'm gonna say, how you doing? You know, what case might be. Of course, if the game on, and you know, me and this guy likes the same team, you know, I'm gonna collab with him a little bit, you know.
Are you more friendly with everybody else than your main thing right there?
No, but she stresses me out a lot, you know, I mean...
I got it. Well, I want to talk about that because you say you feel like his mother, like he's your fourth child.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
For example, him getting a job. He won't take the initiative to go look for a job himself. I apply him for the jobs, I make the resume, I get his clothes ready, I set up the interviews, and I'm like, if I'm doing all of this for you and you're not gonna go and, you know, take the time to try and nail it, I could be doing this for myself.
Mr. Marcus, does she do all that for you?
Prime example, controlling.
I don't feel that's controlling.
I mean, she, all the jobs that she getting me, I don't even want.
It's not about a
Well, let me ask you this. Go, keep going.
What about, she know I want to take up trade and construction or be a fitness instructor.
Right.
Yeah, but she want to try to throw me jobs that, you know, I don't even want.
Any old job.
Any old job, you know, like...
Let me ask you this, Mr. Marcus. Wouldn't it be cool if you just went out and got the job you wanted?
Yes. Yes.
So why don't you do that?
I mean, because, hey, I got you an interview. I'm like, what do you mean you got me an interview?
Yeah,
I don't know nothing about what you talking
you get
about.
your own interview at the job that you... Yeah, that's great, baby, but I already got an interview at the job I want. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay, all righty. You say that you're concerned about him, that you live in a bad neighborhood. Tell me about the night with the gunshots.
He was coming home late. It was about 1, 2 in the morning. He's walking, and I'm calling him, like, where are you? So then I hear shots ring, and then I go outside, and there he is on the ground. And I don't know if this man is dead, alive. So, you know, that's a lot, you know. So I get to him. And I called the ambulance comes. He's such a drama queen and so over the top. You've been shot, but you're concerned about them cutting your clothes off. The man's like, we have to cut your clothes off. He's like, no, my brother bought me this outfit. I'll just take it off. I'm like, who does that? You know, like...
Mr. Marcus, were you laying on the ground shot,
yes,
but did not want to have your clothes cut off of you?
Yes, Your Honor.
You weren't worried about being shot?
I was already shot.
This is true. He has a good point there. Can't fix that. You're going forward. You wanted to control how it went. Do you understand that she's concerned about, you know, your goings-on? I mean, do you believe that you lead a lifestyle that would lend to getting shot?
Yes.
Yes, he hangs out with a lot of the wrong people in a lot of the wrong places. And I'm like, he tries to make comparisons between me and him. He's like, well, you go out with like your aunt or your dad and things like that, but you know I'm going to
But they're not
places.
out there shooting people.
We're not,
I got you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I want to move on to what I believe is one of the most important issues that you have. You have a twin brother.
Yes, ma'am.
With which you have some very interesting history, and your twin brother and your wife do not get along. And that is causing trouble.
I actually think she's jealous of our relationship. We started going out a lot together. I guess she started seeing that bond coming back with me and my brother.
When you say a lot, how many times a week is a lot?
Probably 7 days.
So, Mr. Marcus, you have a twin brother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And your wife and he do not get along. Why don't you tell me why that is?
Because I can't go out and can't nobody come in.
Including your brother?
Including him.
Okay. No. Are you and your twin brother close?
Very close.
I understand you had a very difficult upbringing. Is that true?
We were separated at 9. I went to one placement. He went to another one.
So you were in foster care and split up.
Yes, we was in foster care.
But now you're together again.
Yes.
And you say she's in between the two of you.
Yes.
Ms. Zagori, what do you have to say about that? Don't you let your husband see his twin brother?
Yes, his brother is allowed to come to our house whenever he wants to. He does come over. He likes to have a lot of company. About 4 or 5 days out of the week, he has maybe 2, 3, 4 people in our home. And his brother and I, we're so-so, but I don't think he ever really liked me. From the beginning of our relationship...
He just wasn't feeling you?
Yeah, he wasn't feeling me.
Mr. Marcus, is it a party over your house?
Yeah.
Well, you say your twin brother lives the life that you want, so let's talk to him so we can find out what kind of life you really want to live. Mr. Marcus? The second Mr. Marcus, how are you, sir?
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Thank you so much for coming out. Is there a jealousy between you and your brother's wife? Are you jealous of her? Do you think she intrudes in your relationship with your brother?
No, that's not true. I actually think she's jealous of our relationship because she never really seen us bond like this because I was gone for 10 years, and that's basically how long they've been together.
Okay, gotcha. So how long have you been back in his life?
A year now.
A year now. Give me an example of why you believe she's jealous of you. Tell me a story where you think she's impeded your relationship.
When I first got back, we always used to go out. Mm-hmm. Me and my brother, so, well, with her too, you know, because I was bonding with him. But then it got to being too much of me going out with them. That's his wife, not mine. You know, I don't want to go out all the time with him.
With her, yeah. You want to be just with your brother sometimes.
So once we started going out a lot together, I guess she started seeing that bond coming back with me and my brother. And
when you say a lot, how many times a week is a lot?
Probably 7 days.
And that's my thing.
Every day.
He's single and ready to mingle, but he's not. He's married. And I'm not trying to come in between their relationship. Mm-hmm. Like, I totally want them to get a bond together. But it's like they're building from the age that they were separated. It's like 2 big kids.
Yeah. You say he's single and ready to mingle. Are you afraid that the other Mr. Marcus is going to have your Mr. Marcus behaving as if he is single as well?
Yes, and that's basically what it was. I'm like, it's cool to go out with your brother, but we have 3 kids. You know, you're married. Like, you can't live the same life that he can live.
Do you think he's a bad influence on him?
A little bit.
Mr. Marcus, number 1, do you believe, if you really step back and look at it, that you're neglecting your duties as a husband in an effort to reestablish your relationship with your brother?
No, not at all.
Not at all?
No. I mean,
so you spend time with her, she feels important to you?
I mean, we do everything together. We wake up together, we feed the kids, we drop them off, we go washing together, we go wash the car, we go out together, we do everything together. And once he came back, like, I started to realize, like, I don't get no freedom. Like, all I do is everything with her, which is what I'm supposed to do. But at the same time, why I can't go out and just relax?
How often do you need to relax away from her?
I mean, I understand 7 days is too much, but, you know, I can break it down to, like, 2, 3.
Okay, you going out with him, but then you still have people over all the time, you know, so if it's not out with him, then it's people in my home. So it's just a lot to juggle.
She has people over at the house, too.
Second, Mr. Marcus, give me a minute here. Do you see her point of view at all? Or do you think she's just being bossy and controlling?
That's what I think she's being, bossy and controlling. I mean, when I say 7 days, doesn't mean we actually go off for 7 days, because 7 days might be 3 days out the week I'm over their house kicking it. The other 4, we out.
I understand, and let me tell you why you're wrong. This man is married. She's one of the best things he's got.
He does what she's supposed to do. Laundry, that's a woman's job.
No! Is this a man's job? How often would you approve of your spouse going out without you? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
All right, Judge Lynn, another viewer's question for your judgment call. I just discovered that my fiance is over $75,000 in debt and has terrible credit. I'm crazy about her, but very concerned about her spending habits. Should I still marry her?
You can marry her, but you gotta wait until she gets her spending under control. If you just found out about the 75, that means she's hiding it, and she's probably still doing it, so she's got to prove to you that she can stop before you give her a ring. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Second, Mr. Marcus, I'm not going to fuss at you, because you're getting back with your brother after a long separation, and I believe so strongly in that fraternal bond. But let me say this to you. It's too much. This man is married. And if you're with him all day, every day, and it's intrusive, you throw a monkey wrench in it. And you're more fun than she is, because she's asking him to do laundry, and it's easy to distract him. And all I'm saying is, she's one of the best things he's got. Don't be so focused on having fun, finger down, that you cause him to lose the best thing in his life. What you got to say before I sit you down?
He does what she's supposed to do. Laundry, that's a woman's job.
No! Is this a man's job? Have a seat, Mr. Marcus. Yeah, but I'm about to hurt you. Did you hear anything I said, Mr. Marcus? Did any of that ring true to you about your need to nurture the marriage?
Yes, but it's kind of hard to nurture the marriage when you out with the fellas watching the football game and oh, here come your wife. She right behind you. What is she doing here?
Now, okay,
embarrassing me.
All right, I hear you. I'm going to go over here, Mr. Gorey. Now, when he does have fella time, do you intrude upon it?
He had been doing it so much, and it just became, like, excessive. And then that's when I, like, pop up on him, like, you know, we got 3 kids at home, like, I need you, you know.
Let me tell you this. The pop-ups are working against you.
Okay.
Because once you start popping up, your presence becomes the enemy.
Okay.
You don't want your presence to be the enemy. You know, when he's going out too much, you sit down and say, now, look, I miss you, and I love you, and the kids need to be with you. On Friday, it's us. How about that, baby?
Okay.
Would that work with you?
Yes, that will.
Now, if you give her Friday, it's easier to take Saturday with him. See what I'm saying?
I wish it was that easy.
Oh, but it is. I'm telling her to change, and then I'm telling you to change behind that.
It's easy for me. I'm talking about, I wish it was that easy for her.
But I'm telling her what to do. Did you hear me tell her what to do?
She's not gonna listen.
Yes, I am.
She gonna do the same thing.
I just want them to understand, like, for the last 10 years, you know, it's just been me and him. So him coming back and now they're twins, you know, I feel like he's in the middle of a tug of war between me and his brother. And it's like certain situations, like I wanted to go to San Diego and I'm like, tell your brother, bring whoever, you know. And he tells his brother and his brother's like, oh, I don't want to go. So he's like, oh, I don't want to go. And I'm like, man, like.
Oh, Mr. Marcus, did you do that?
I didn't do it the way she's saying it.
So you, but in the end, you did it.
She already had the attitude. Once he bailed out, it was over.
It wasn't about him bailing out. You bailed out after he bailed out.
She wasn't mad that he bailed out. She would love to have you to herself. She was mad that you bailed out behind him. You see what I'm saying? I like you people. I'm going to help you out. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your spouse made their sibling their top priority? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I like y'all a lot. I even like you over there. And here's what I'm trying to say. You can't push him back. You can't pull him back. You got to persuade him back. Do you want to know what he said in his compatibility test?
Sure.
He wants more sex. That's something Brother Marcus over there can't do. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you want something from people, my mother used to always tell me, don't demand what you want. Make them want to give it to you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Make it want to give it to you. And men in general, a little extra sex always makes them nice. And it makes them calm. It makes them come home. It makes them do a lot of things. And he can't get that from him.
Yeah.
Make sure he gets it from you. And you'll tell him to go home. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
I get the sense from you, Mr. Marcus, that you don't want to pick and choose, but you want to have them both brought together. Is that true?
Yes.
Do you want to say something to either one of them or both of them to give you an opportunity to reset that relationship?
Yes.
Go right ahead, sir.
Baby, I didn't marry you for nothing. I love you very much. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Dwayne, you're my twin brother. You know, I mean, we stuck together. And it's like I'm stuck in the middle between both of y'all. And, Judge, I was just wondering if, you know, they can hug each other or something.
Now, I can't order nothing like that. But what I will say to this, I think guys don't come before me and make heartfelt requests very often. And I think you should both understand and respect that. And that came from his heart. This man really does love you.
Thank you. I'll give you a hug, Dwayne. I think that...
I don't know if he's on board. Are you on board, my brother? I'm not sure. Well, go ahead. I'm the woman. Ain't nothing like family. You know what I mean? Everybody on your team, everybody on your side. I wish you all the best of luck. This matter's adjourned.
Do you think you can make the relationship work with you and this twin brother?
Yeah, I really like his brother, and I hope that, you know, we can work on our relationship also while they're working on theirs.
I know it's my twin, but I got to give him their space because he is married now.
Right.
I think I didn't cause enough ruckus already.
Right, right.
Since we came to court, everything's been good. Our relationship has gotten better. We spend a lot more time together. And, you know, even this guy right here has given us our space.
I've been staying away. I'm giving him 2 days out the week. Maybe 3 every now other week. Everything is great now.
Today on Divorce Court.
I just want to know whether or not it's right for me and Ashley to get married.
I want to see myself with Sharita forever, but I don't know if it's gonna last forever.
If my partner doesn't change, I plan on leaving because I don't want to waste any more time. When she looks through my phone, it makes me feel, you know, very small.
I wasn't always jealous. It just started recently.
If I am cheating, if I am doing something, it will definitely come to the light.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Sharita Ford and Ashley Anderson. The two of you have been together for 4 years, engaged for 2. You cannot decide whether or not marriage is a thing you should pursue, so you've come to me on or before your vows. I've had you take my compatibility test. You've given me your license with permission to tear it up should I find that your union is ill-advised. Ms. Ford, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship? Why you love her, but you're not quite sure marriage is the way to go.
A few years back, I was in a relationship with another female, and the relationship it really didn't work out due to a lot of jealousy and other issues. Upon leaving that relationship, she shot me. So after that, it was just really hard for me, from all the counseling and, the physical therapy, just to get back out here in the world and just to live my life normally. It was just really hard for me.
First of all, I would say I'm so sorry. And, a lot of people who are in abusive relationships, everybody talks, why do they get out? Why don't they put up with it? One of the reasons is one of the most dangerous things you can do is leave, because that person is losing ultimate control. And I want to say I'm so glad that you did well. You got out, you got over, you survived. And I'm so pleased about that. I'm so pleased about that. Does that shadow what and how you do things?
Yeah, it does. It causes, like, when it comes to Ashley, for an example, she has some, jealous ways, and it makes me kind of standoffish when it comes to that.
Because you've seen that jealousy before,
yes,
and it didn't turn out well.
No.
So when you see that again, it begins to bring up all those old emotions. How you doing, Ms. Anderson?
I'm doing okay.
All righty. Why don't you tell me what you believe are the concerns that you have in this relationship?
As far as Sharita, she has anger issues. It's her a lack of ambition lately.
Lack of ambition. What? Tell me why you think she lacks ambition.
It's like she stopped trying to work or set goals or to build a life with me.
Did she have motivation,
Yeah.
and it seemed to lapse as things went on?
She was very ambitious.
Yeah.
She was working. She was about her business, and that was one of the things that drew me to her. We moved from Virginia to New York, and when we got there, I got her first job. It was like, and I actually got her second job as well. She wasn't like putting forth the effort to look for the job. So I was like, okay, let me
get out there and get it. Yeah.
And then after that, after the second job, I'm like, okay, well, you have to find a job. And she wasn't trying. And it's like, I don't know if she's gonna ever do that again without my help.
Ms. Ford, let me ask you this. Do you see that there's been a change in how you do things since you've moved to New York? Do you see what she's saying about the lack of drive and motivation?
Within the last year, I see the change in me because I just went through some things. I mean, everything kind of came back. I don't know why, but it just did. When I first moved up here, moved to Albany a few years ago, she didn't find me my first job. I actually found it on my own. I was babysitting for a person that we came up here to stay with. So I don't know where she's getting that from, but that is so not true. And then the second job, we filled out for the application together, but she didn't get me that job, and that's the problem.
Where do you think she's getting this lack of motivation vibe from? Maybe I'll go there.
She's getting it from a period of time when she told me she was okay with me not working. She didn't want me to work. She just wanted me to do things in the house. But then after we moved to the new place, it still carried on. I have been a little lazy, but Let
me ask you this. There seems to be some jealousy issues.
Yes.
You seem to believe that the defendant is always looking and tracking and searching. Why don't you tell me what's going on in that department?
She looks through everything, every app, every social media, anything. I have no privacy when it comes to her. One day, she's going through my Facebook account, and I deleted some messages from my ex. because I didn't want to deal with, like, the issues. She's... Even if she sees it and she knows that I didn't do anything wrong, she's still gonna, like, you know, nitpick at me. But then she goes into my Facebook account and she sees, like, broken up messages. I guess I think I left a few in there.
Right.
She goes back and she's flipping out, oh, your ex is calling you pet names and stuff like that. So I'm like, I mean, it was nothing.
Ms. Anderson, did that occur?
Not quite that way. What happened is, yes, I checked the Facebook account because if I notice things are changing, I'm going to check. I don't want to be hurt again. So
what have you noticed that made you suspicious?
I don't know what happened, but I had her phone and I seen her ex at the top of her messages. Now, for someone who hasn't spoken to their ex in years, it wouldn't be at the top of the Facebook Messenger. So when I went into the messages, the whole thread was gone. It wasn't no messages left.
Before you humbled up upon that, which you just explained, were there any concerns that you had based on her behavior?
I guess you would call it a woman's intuition. I don't know. I just felt like I needed to look there, and when I did look there, I found the messages.
What I want to find out is why you have a suspicious mind. What's happened in your history to make you concerned about what she's doing?
I was in the process of adopting her children. I grew really, really close to them. 2 years into the relationship, I noticed that she was cheating.
Ms. Anderson, you said in the middle of your conversation, I don't want to be hurt again. Tell me what happened in your past that's looming over the present.
Well, before I got into a relationship with Sharita, I was with another female for a few years. I was in the process of adopting her children. I grew really, really close to them. 2 years into the relationship, I noticed that she was cheating. I suspected her of cheating. I asked her about it. I went out of town. I called home. She told me she didn't want to be with me any longer. She didn't want to be in a two-person relationship. She said, I knew she was cheating. I knew she was cheating on me. And she took the kids and left. And I didn't see them again after that at all.
How long did you know her before the two of you moved in together and you became a parent to those children?
It was in the first couple months because she was in a situation. So she came, her and her kids came and lived with me.
Can I say this? And I don't know if it's just because I'm old, but these days people seem to jump into the deep end of a relationship within 45 days and then wonder why, you know what I mean, it don't work out. That's because you didn't know who that person was, really. You didn't understand them. You haven't seen them for a season or two before you've invested your whole heart, your whole soul, got your body in the house with them, loving their children. I'm just that's a general response to the cosmos out there about what's going on. You say that Ms. Anderson continues to ask you if you're attracted to men. Explain that to me.
I'm gonna just go right into a story.
Please do.
In regards to this, because one night we was watching a movie. You know, we was just chilling back on the bed. Everything was good with me and her. We had a perfect day, and we watching Best Man Holiday. And
love that show. That was a great movie.
And the part where Morris Chestnut comes up on the screen and his shirt is off, she instantly looks at me. I mean, and I'm not even looking at her. I could just feel her gazing at me because she got big eyes. You can see them. So I'm like, oh my God, I'm not looking in her direction. But she know when I get nervous, I smile or I laugh. And I look over, I just kind of peek at her, and she's like, so what's up with you? You like what you see? I'm like, no, I don't like what I see. She's like, So she thinks that, I mean, I said he's a nice looking guy, but I'm not attracted to men. And she knows that.
Did that bother you?
I mean, I kind of be picking with her. Like, I'm not really serious about it, but
you know, I'm deeply heterosexual. But when I see Beyonce on there, I'm like, ooh, you know what I mean? She's beautiful. Don't mean I want to go sleep with her, but you notice her beauty. It's evident. Morris take off his shirt for a reason.
I know
what I'm saying?
she like muscles, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I know she like muscles, and I guess because I lack them.
Yeah, but you can always go to the gym for that.
Right,
you know what I
you're
mean?
right.
It's just, you know, don't make a problem when there isn't one. Do you really think that she's into men still? Or
No,
do you think that
I
you're
don't,
not concerned about that?
No, I don't feel that way.
You said once a dominant woman walked by you.
Yes.
And she got upset. Tell me about that.
We was in the store, and we was just shopping for groceries, and just like any other time that she feels that I'm doing something inappropriate, she looks at me, and I'm like, oh my God, here we go. So I act like I didn't even see what just happened. Like I didn't see the girl just walk past. So I'm just looking straight, and I'm like, not focused. She's like, you was just over there. What was you just looking at? And I'm like, what do you mean? What was I just looking at? I was just grocery shopping. Somebody just happened to walk past me.
Nothing you could do.
Then they're just there. But I'm not like staring somebody down like, oh my God, like, you know.
Yeah.
And she knows that about
She's
me.
got insecurity issues, and we know where they're coming from, and we can talk about that momentarily. But what I would like to turn my attention to now is the fact that even though she's always accusing you of cheating, she drives 9 hours to go see some other young lady. So I want to know what that's all about. There's nothing untoward about that. It was a phone number. I'm going to give you a minute. Have you ever felt jealous of your partner's celebrity crush? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Ms. Anderson, I'm going to let you start out. Since you know we're about to talk about it, I want to know, are you going 9 hours driving somewhere to see another young woman?
Your Honor, that's my best friend.
Uh-huh.
It is. It really is my best friend. I don't know why she made it sound like
How often do you go see her?
Maybe once, twice a year.
Once or twice a year?
Yeah.
You sounded like it was at the drop of a hat.
It's whenever she needs her to come down there for anything, it's not just once or twice a year, and it's not just going down there. It's phone calls all day, all night, no matter what time, no boundaries. I recall when we first met, I thought she told me something in regards to her, not in like a sexual manner or anything like that.
Right.
It was just like, yeah, I'm about to take you over to my friend's house, yeah, some. I mean, I think she said, and don't be looking at her butt or something because she got a big butt, you know. So, but we were just friends at this time, so I really didn't care about it, you know. But it kind of stuck with me. I'm like, it's something going on that I should be worried about. But I'm not like a detective neither, you know. I'm just like, look, just tell your friend to stop calling so much.
Put yourself in her shoes. If she was going around doing the things that you're doing, I'm not saying you're doing anything illicit at all, but if she had a female friend who she drove 9 hours to see, that she constantly called and texted and all that, would that bother you?
I mean, it probably would, but she knows the circumstances. She knows that there's nothing going on. She knows that I wouldn't cheat on her. I hope that she knows that. She's
Do
like
you
my
know
sister.
that about her?
I did feel like that before, Your Honor. I didn't come into the relationship jealous.
What caused you to be jealous? Give me something concrete. I don't see any. I saw one text message from an ex, and she can't control the incoming, and she deleted it. So give me something else that's piqued your fear.
I don't know how many messages it was that she got from that ex, but it also, she received a message from somebody else, and they sent their phone number. I dialed the phone number into the phone, and it was already stored in her phone as a friend.
You know how many friends I got on the phone?
Okay. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's nothing untoward about that.
You're right.
It was a phone number. I'm gonna give you a minute. You can't love from a place of fear. And that's what you're doing. You were so hurt by that initial problem that you're defending against a war that hasn't happened yet and may never happen. And what you have to understand is you're fighting the fear of being hurt, being left. You're fighting it like it's a threat to your very existence, and it's not. If I listed all the dudes that left me over the years, we'd be here till midnight. I feel bad for a week, go buy some shoes, and I'm fine. It's not the end of your life. It doesn't designate you as less than. You're not a bad person. You're not unlovable. It's just this relationship didn't work out. So don't be so fearful of the end of the relationship that you destroy the middle of the relationship. You can't have any joy. Love and enjoy it. And if she, you have 2 wonderful years and she leaves. You have 2 wonderful years. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. It's not that serious. And I want you to believe in your own value. She hasn't done anything to cause you concern. It's that the little guy in your head saying, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. And he's drowning out all the joy and the love that you could be feeling while you watching out. You with me?
Yes.
I want you to be happy. Today's question sponsored by, what would you do if your partner falsely accused you of cheating? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Two great people with tough history. I think that what she went through as a victim of domestic violence is still living with her. And I think it's hard to go out and be dynamic and do all of that when you have that sense of fear that the world is not safe. And I think you don't think the world is safe. You were from a broken heart. You were from physical harm. I think you both need to go into counseling separately. You can't love completely unless you love fully. And you can't love fully unless you make yourself totally open and vulnerable. And you can't be totally open and vulnerable if you're loving from a place of fear. I say you got to go somewhere, take care of that fear. Your fear that, your legit fear. Your legit fear. Just because it's legitimately there don't mean you have to nurse it and keep it. You could still get rid of it because it's messing up your life. You know, jealousy is its own ugly end. It causes the leaving that you're trying to prevent because it makes that person uncomfortable. Get some counseling individually, and when you're both safe and not fearless, but just not fearful, then it'll be time to make that move. My best of luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
What are we going to do about these jealousy issues?
I just came to the realization that I have been acting a little paranoid, and I shouldn't.
We have a long history and a great friendship, so I can really see me being with her for a long time.
Well, I'm rooting for you guys.
Thank you.
Best of luck to you. Judge today's case, time to move on.
Today, we have a couple that was living their love out loud on social media. They are blocking, deleting, texting, tracking, trailing, and now this thing is finally at an end.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ashley Jones and Bruce Jones. The two of you have been together for 14 years, married for 6 years. You have 3 children together, but you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Jones, you are seeking $300, the value of a ring. You say Mr. Jones threw out of a window, and we will talk about that momentarily. But before we do, I will start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because me and Mr. Jones no longer get along. We don't see eye to eye, and we've came to an agreement that we no longer need to be married. I've actually been on Mr. Jones's social media, and I've found a significant person that he claims is a family member on his friends list. I question her because she goes through on the pictures and only likes things that I'm not in. He told me that she's a family member, but I mean a friend of the family, but I'm the family. She's not my friend. Right. So, and so I delete her from his page. I go onto my own page and I request her. She blocks me. I go back on his page weeks later and she's back on his friends list.
Okay. Who's this friend of the family?
Friend of the family, just like I said.
There's nothing going on with her? No, no.
That's why, I mean, I can't get on her Facebook, but she on mine, deleting friends and
She's
stuff.
blocked you?
Yeah, oh, yeah, I'm definitely blocked. We can't be friends.
Why did you block him?
I blocked him. He asked me to unblock him. I unblocked him. I requested him as a friend. He never accepted my friend request. I sat there and I let it sit. I let it sit and I let it sit. And then finally, I went on ahead and blocked him again. And he never said anything about it again. I'm actually blocked from his friends list when I was his friend.
Mr. Jones?
I don't be on the Facebook like that. So whenever, I didn't even know she had
You don't pay attention?
Yeah, I didn't know it was here.
Yeah,
So I don't do the Facebook thing.
I gotta say, everybody has these shadow secondary relationships on their phones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You blocking your husband. Not, you know, your husband has to make a friend request. My husband's not going, you know, which pictures you like. Y'all need to stop that.
It's ridiculous.
No.
It's ridiculous.
It's not helpful.
It's not.
It's not helpful. You put too much credence to it.
He says he doesn't get on Facebook, Your Honor, but he gets on MySpace and Black Planet.
Black Planet? What's that?
Exactly. It's a dating site. It's a dating site.
It's nothing.
But he has a page on it.
The only reason I was on there looking for you. That's why I was
you were on a dating site looking for you.
It's not a dating site. It's not a dating site.
Black Planet is a dating site. You go on Black Planet.
Okay, well, we can't talk about Black Planet.
Yeah,
Let's get in trouble.
Worry about that. Because that's not.
Do you not trust her?
I do not.
Tell me why you don't trust her.
I ain't got a reason to. She gave me every reason not to trust her.
Give them to me.
Judge, all right. Well, she cheats a lot. She talks to a lot of people. She tells it herself. She told me this herself.
But tell me the story.
I cheated. I was not cheat a lot.
Well, tell me what she told you.
Well, she told me about a bunch of people that she talked to and whatever, all this and that. I found several messages in her phone from several different dudes.
What did they say?
Like, what's happening with you when I'm gonna see you again? You coming back through this and that? Just anything else.
Are you chit-chatting with other guys,
I have chit-chatted with other guys, and I told him about it. I did.
You told him about it, or did you confess? You tell somebody, oh, I was just talking to somebody. You confess when you were talking and saying the wrong thing.
I confessed.
You confessed? Okay.
I did.
You say that this blocking, who did he say Happy Sweetest Day to?
That is from his MySpace page.
I ain't got no
He doesn't have it anymore. I found this on his MySpace page. While he was in the Army and I was at home, he was telling another female Happy Sweeties Day. How are you, baby? Good morning, baby. This and that. He's never told me Happy Sweeties Day. I didn't even know what Sweeties Day was until I read it on his thing.
Yeah. I always thought that was a Cleveland thing, but apparently not. But
I I didn't know what
Mr.
it was. I
Jones?
just replied, man.
You just was saying it.
Mr. Jones, do you have a response to that, or?
I got a response, because it wasn't nothing. It wasn't, if that's all you seen and that's everything you
So then me just chit-chatting is just chit. So you were chit-chatting and it's chit-chatting.
Come on, man.
So
Come on, man.
So it's chit-chatting.
You say he doesn't want you to party at all. What do you mean by
He
that?
does not like me to go anywhere if it's not with him. And then when we do go out together, he's like the prude of the bunch. But he does not like me to go anywhere. He does not like the way I dress. And he does not like the time that I come in, which I can agree. He calls it
What time do you come in?
Well, if she make it for the
Between
sun,
3 and
come up,
5.
then
It's an event.
Yeah. Yeah.
You stay out all night.
Yes, I do.
Doing what?
Do you expect him for him not to find that problematic? I mean, you see that as an issue, right?
Yeah, I see it as an issue. But if I tell you what I'm doing and where I am, then you should just take it for what it is, and that's what it is.
Is what it is.
And so he keeps saying it's disrespectful.
Very
So now we're on the verge that he does things, and he goes out and goes places. I don't know where he's going. He comes back when he wants to. And this is in the middle of taking care of kids throughout the day.
Middle of the day.
I don't even ask him any questions. But then I go and have fun while I'm done with motherly duties. I do everything that I'm supposed to do. I work, I take care of my kids, I do everything. And then I go and have a drink and I go and party. Sometimes I invite him, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I tell him, let's meet up somewhere. And that's just what it is. I'm a more outgoing person, he's not. I feel like if I made a decision and he made a decision and we're not gonna be married anymore and we arguing and we fighting, soon as you start having sex, you get all lovey-dovey, then you back to square one. And then you turn around and you back fighting again. Then you back having sex, then you get back to square one. And it's a pattern. So if you cut off all the intimate relationship, then we can go ahead and end it.
Don't you think, though, that coming in the next day is disrespectful?
Yes, I do.
I mean, so why do you do it?
Because right now, at this point, I've been doing it because I just don't want to be there. I don't want to be in a relationship.
Well, you in the right place. You say she's so controlling, she gets in your phone, writes down names and numbers. Tell me about that.
Yeah, she done that. I found something. She wrote down, like, all the numbers in my phone. And I guess she called them all because she had, like, the results from each phone call.
Oh.
Dude, no answer.
You know, some chick I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you actually do that?
Yes, I did.
Why?
And found what,
Because
though?
why does he go on my friends list and request every single friend on my friends list and he doesn't even know them? Why are you doing that? I want to know, why are you digging for me so hard? What's the reason you digging for me so
Well, you
hard? and I'm not
artfully
doing
avoided
nothing?
the question, but why did you make, you know...
Why did I do it? Because he does it.
But did you have any real suspicion that he was doing anything wrong?
Yes, because he takes his calls outside of the room. Every time he takes a call, he walks away. Mr. Jones walks away. He goes to the bathroom. He goes outside. You can laugh, but he does it. He walks away on all his calls.
So what did you uncover when you made all those calls? Did you find anything
I got
suspicious?
one voicemail that was a woman, but I can't say that it was somebody that he was messing with. And I stopped my search. I never finished it. I never got a chance to. I actually don't know where the book is that I wrote the stuff down in.
Was there anything for her to find had she finished her search?
Nothing. You could
He's very sneaky, Your Honor. Tell me about it. I've been in his email before, and his emails date back all the way to 2011. Who hasn't had an email since 2011?
His email dates, I don't understand.
His last email is 2011.
So why is that a problem?
Because all of his Facebook goes to there, and it's being deleted as it comes through.
Oh, I get it. I get it. Are you deleting your email and stuff?
Who keeps emails? You delete every one.
Emails?
I delete every email. Whatever you see, whatever I keep is something that I needed.
From 2011,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Everything else is trash. It's in the trash.
Right.
You still see it. It's in the trash. Trash ain't empty.
You say your sex life does not exist.
Yeah, we ain't got one.
No.
At all.
Why you figure that's the case?
I think you talked to the wrong person, Judge.
Oh, okay. Is your love life less than it should be?
Yes, it is.
And why is it that way?
Because I just feel like if I made a decision and he made a decision and we're not going to be married anymore and we arguing and we fighting, soon as you start having sex, you get all lovey-dovey, then you back to square one. And then you turn around and you back fighting again. Then you back having sex. Then you back to square one. And it's a pattern. So if you cut off all the intimate relationship, then we can go ahead and end it.
How does that make sense?
Well, I think it does make sense. She's trying to get you out of her system.
I don't want...
She's trying to... I never heard that before. Did she confess after you found something, or she just couldn't live with it anymore and just said it? What happened?
Couldn't live with it.
She had passed her limit of tolerable cheats, I guess.
No, he is making up. Why are you saying that? Why are you doing that?
You say that Mr. Jones is financially irresponsible. Why do you say that?
He has been. For years, I was the breadwinner. I would go to work and he was the house dad. And I can't complain. He did cook and clean. He did do what he was supposed to do. But at some point, that gets exhausting for a mother, for kids working, and then on top of that, I'm in healthcare. So imagine dealing with the people in the healthcare field, and then you come back and you got to deal with these people in this healthcare field. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. And I've been paying bills. I've done it all. I've done it all for years. Now, I can't say Mr. Jones is not doing what he's supposed to do now. Now he is.
Now he's paying bills? Now he's working?
He is. But it was just me, and it was just like, oh, okay, you paying him, she gonna pay him, let me come here.
Well, what's wrong with that? I mean, if he's holding it down at the house, what's wrong with that?
Because I ain't know.
You know, ladies, we can't have it both ways. If we want to say we want to be able to, we want to work and we're on equal opportunity and all that kind of stuff, and you know, you are the breadwinner, what's wrong with that?
Why can't it be two breadwinners?
Mr. Jones, I would ask you a question, but I don't know what to ask.
It ain't no question. That's why I ain't said nothing. I ain't nothing. She digging her own ditch. I'll bury her later.
Is there anything you want to tell me?
I'm just saying the whole coming in and out, that coming in for the son, like it's unacceptable.
Right.
You know, it's very disrespectful. Like, what mother would you do that, Judge?
Well, that's not the issue.
Ashley.
I'm just saying, like, it's nonsense. Nobody married should do anything like that.
But when somebody don't want to be married, what do you expect them to do?
The judge.
But I'm talking to you.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see.
I just got to say.
I see exactly what you see.
Okay.
All righty then. So, Mrs. Jones, tell me about this ring and the $300 you want. Explain to me the story about how it got tossed out the window.
Well, the ring got tossed out the window because I once again confessed to cheating.
To the same cheat or to another one?
This is the same. This is all the same thing.
A whole bunch of cheats.
No, he's calling.
A whole bunch.
He's calling, talking on the phone, and texting, cheating, which it can be. But I'm talking about a physical cheat that I did do.
A whole bunch.
And I confessed to it.
Okay.
And I gave this man the ring. I did not think that I told him to make his decision. You know, I know you're gonna leave me.
Yeah.
You know, I know you are.
I tossed him out.
He left and he threw him out the window.
Yeah.
He told me maybe a couple days later that he did it. I didn't think he was gonna do that. This ring, I really don't care about the money, the price of the ring.
Value.
I don't. The ring matched two of my family members' rings. Two of my very close family members. And it just did something to me. And that was actually one of the first things he got me. One of the only things he's got me. So I really did.
She didn't respect it at all. If you care that much about it, you didn't respect that ring.
But you gave the ring back to him and said, make a decision?
And it's gone.
I just knew he was gonna leave me. So I didn't know what he was gonna do. But I didn't think he was gonna throw it out the window.
Yeah.
Did she confess after you found something, or she just couldn't live with it anymore and just said it? What happened?
Couldn't live with it.
She had passed her limit of tolerable cheats, I guess.
No, why? He is making up. Why are you saying that? Why are you doing that? I am a social butterfly, and he don't like it. He call it cheat.
Can you say what it is? All right. Yeah, butterfly.
Now, you guys got 3 kids together.
Yep.
As you leave each other, y'all gonna act right with the kids?
That's what I'm trying to do. He's so mean to me. After I'm like, he sees that I'm putting my foot down, so he's being so mean to me. He don't
What do you mean he's being mean to you?
He just like this not coming. He leaves out when I'm cooking or doing stuff with the kids. He disappears. Then don't come back till after the kid didn't want to come in. Where's your homework? What are you talking about? It's all done. There's nothing else to do. Why are you being so mean when we still got weddings, graduations, birthdays, kids, grandkids?
Is he mean to the kids or he mean to you?
No, he actually is extra more nice to them. He's like took all the whatever he was giving me and gave it all to the kids, which is cool. But don't be so mean to me and we still living under the same roof.
Well,
I still
Mrs. Jones, you cheated on him. You stay out all night. You know, you confess to it. You don't give him no sex at all because you're getting him out of your system. He's bound to be a little cranky.
But I didn't ask him to stay. I didn't ask him to stay. I didn't ask him to stay. I said I didn't want to be with him. He won't leave. All his stuff, Your Honor, right now is packed downstairs, and it's been packed since August, and he still hasn't left.
Mr.
So,
Jones,
what do you want
what are you
me
going to do with your stuff? Are you getting ready to go?
He said that the day.
Does he have somewhere to go? Maybe he's trying to get himself together.
And I understand that, but don't be mean in the process.
You have to expect a little crank from a man you've done that to. I'm talking, Mrs. Jones. You've got to expect a little crank from a man you've done wrong and who lives in your house still, and he's still trying to be good to the kids and take it that way. The only thing I'll say to you, Mr. Jones, is this. Don't be so obviously angry that the kids kind of know what's up. I mean, they know what's up and all of that, but don't let them feel all that agitation.
Yeah, I know.
Be decent, be courteous. You ain't got to like it. I understand why you ain't happy. Hey.
I get what
But just be cool with the kids. Never make it hard for him to see his children. Never make it hard.
Oh, no, I'm not that type of person.
I don't know who you are.
But I'm
just telling you.
He can do whatever he can do with the kids.
I tell all the women in this process, when the leave happens, never let the kids fall into the cracks and the crevices of your dislike for one another. You with me?
Yeah, I understand. He can take a few of them.
You stay committed and loving. You stay cool. You gave him the rings and said, do as you please. He did as he pleased. He threw it out the window. You can't get mad about it now. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so.
Do you think you guys, now that this is over, do you think you guys can have a friendship?
I want to have a friendship. I hope we can.
I mean, Judge Lynn had a lot to say today. She kind of, you know.
Yeah, she got me.
She dug into you a little bit.
Yeah.
What's your reaction after hearing from her?
It's okay. I mean, I agree with everything that she said. It was just good to have a little bit of mediation, you know, so we could hear somebody instead of just hearing ourselves.
And you guys think you could be good at this co-parenting thing?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Moving on, will you ever get married again, or is...
No.
No?
No.
Judge, today's case, love on top.
Thank you. We have 2 relatively young people with 2 very young children. One wants to keep this union together. The other one is completely out the door. Let me see which way this thing is going to go.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Darnisha Henderson and Pedro Henderson. The 2 of you have been together for 8 years, married for 3. You have 2 children together, 2 years old and a 4-month-old. Ms. Henderson, you want to save this marriage. Mr. Henderson, you are done. Ms. Henderson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what's going on?
Your Honor, I know we're here in divorce court, but this is far from what I want, a divorce. I'm here to work on our marriage and take our love to the top. Pedro's far from perfect, but he's the perfect guy for me. For example, reasons I say he's imperfect. When I was 4 months pregnant, we went to the doctors for the baby, and after we left the doctor's office, he told me he had to go to work. And we kissed and said goodbye, and I'm walking down the street, and I see my husband holding a female's hand. So I walk up to him, and I say to him, Pedro, who is this? He tells me it's his girlfriend. So then, when I was 7 months pregnant, I'm getting ready for work. going to work. He tells me I have to take the baby to daycare. Why do I have to take the baby to daycare? I'm going to work. You could take him. So I'm late for work. I take the baby to daycare. I call out of work because I already feel something's wrong. I get home. Pedro moved out of my house and was gone. Packed his stuff and gone, Your Honor. Packed his stuff and gone.
Mr. Henderson, you can address both of those stories independently. Let's talk about the 4-month, when she was 4 months pregnant. What happened there?
I'm done. I was done, Your Honor. Like, as far as that situation, that was just telling her I was done too. Like, I didn't lie to her. Like, this is my girlfriend. Like, you feel me?
So you've had that girlfriend for a while?
Nah, we've been dealing off and on. We went to school together and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
How long had you been dealing with that girlfriend after you were married?
A couple months.
Yeah. Did you have the conversation with her at some point? We're done?
Not really, but we've been having issues. Like, you could tell it was done. Like, it's always nice.
Well, she was 4 months pregnant. It couldn't have been but so done.
It was still stuff going on.
What do you mean stuff going on? What was going on?
Like, I came home, prime example, I came home drunk one night at like 3 in the morning, and her phone vibrating while she sleep. It's 3 in the morning, I'm drunk. I don't know what possessed me to go through her phone, but I just went through it. And I was scrolling and I see the guy's name and I see naked pictures from the guy. Sitting on couches, naked pictures, hands, calling her babe, blowing kissy faces. And the first thing she says is, oh, it's old, it's old, it's old.
What? How old was it? Do you recall this event where...
I don't know what he's talking about. This is news to me.
This never happened.
I plead the fifth.
That's a whole nother kettle of fish.
Yo.
That's a whole nother kettle.
I have no idea what he's
Well, let
talking
me
about.
ask you this, Ms. Henderson. You say you want to save this union.
I do.
You say, and clearly he admits that he's seeing other people. Were you doing the same?
No way. I'm innocent.
You are innocent.
I'm innocent.
And she smiles at me.
She's lying to the court.
Yeah.
She's lying to the court.
Innocent.
She's lying to the court.
If you know something, Mrs. Henderson, let me tell you this.
There's no way.
You can't fix something if you pretend it's not broken.
Absolutely.
And if two things are broken, you can't just fix the one. You gotta fix them both. So if he's come to this conclusion about the state of your marriage, in part as a function of what you've done, unless you're here ready to admit what you've done, I can't help you. What have you done?
What have you done?
I have never done anything.
Let me tell you what she's done, Your Honor.
Excuse me, you've never done anything out of the way?
No.
So those pictures, he made that whole thing up about the naked pictures on the phone, hi babe, all that. He made all that up out of whole cloth. Okay.
A cheater is a cheater. A cheater always blames someone else for their mistakes.
Mr. Henderson, what would you like to say?
I went through her Instagram and I seen this old man, and I don't know what made me curious to click the message.
He got a whole new baby.
Stop.
He goes, I click the message, I go through his photos, you know, but the twist is he married too.
And what was he saying in the inbox?
Can we do this again? Can we do that again? What we doing here? Nick, what would you do, Nick? Nick.
I dated him way before.
Thank you, Nick.
I dated him way before. I was a teenager when I was dating this guy, and he's still in love. Something he should be doing.
So you're saying that he's messaging you years after your encounters happened?
Yes.
Years after the cut.
Yes.
So he has a whole new baby with a whole new woman?
Absolutely.
How old's the baby?
I don't know. Let's ask him.
I don't think I like your attitude.
4 days. 4 days.
4 days.
The baby is 4 days old.
Okay.
And how old is my baby?
4 months.
4 months old. You do the math.
I know I don't like your attitude.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I didn't cheat on you, he did. I'm just asking for the story.
I'm hurt.
I understand that. I understand that. I didn't hurt you, though. Do you contend that her cheating came first, or were there issues that had nothing to do with cheating that led everybody to go astray?
It was first. It started off like that.
It started off like that.
I know she was talking to other people when we got together. I was talking to other people. It started off like that. She was lying about talking to other people, but she was. I found out through her phone as usual. Guys hitting me up. Recently, I started a Facebook group, got a couple thousand people, and I add her to it.
Right.
And my friends in the group, and I had an argument with one of my friends. He threw a party, which Darnisha don't know him, and ends up at the party. So I'm in the studio. I get a video on my phone of Darnisha, the one that don't do nothing, right? Bending over, shaking her ass, everything, in the party. I mean, not even in the party, they outside. They're not even in a party, they outside in the parking lot.
And she
in the parking lot turning up.
Okay.
That's what she doing, you understand?
Ms. Henderson, were you turning up in the parking lot?
I had been drinking, I hadn't eaten anything. I got to the party, I was enjoying myself, I was drinking, I drank a little more, I drank too much.
So she was shaking her ass in the parking lot, right?
Right.
She ended up spending the night at my friend's house.
I was drunk.
And then leaving in the morning time
hit the wall?
and put it on Facebook.
Explain the circumstance.
I went to the party. I had been drinking. I hadn't eaten anything. I got to the party. I was enjoying myself. I was drinking. I drank a little more. I drank too much. I got drunk. I will admit that. I was dancing. But the same guy that sent him the video was trying to talk to me as well. He didn't tell him that.
Okay.
Right.
And, Your Honor,
yes.
Back to my story. He wasn't even there when my daughter was born. I called him. I texted him. I told him it's time.
Is that the 2-year-old or the 4-month-old?
No, the 4-month-old. I texted him, I called him, it's time. I'm driving myself to the hospital. I'm gonna wait for you. I couldn't wait a week later when I did hear from him.
Let me ask you a question. You two dated for 5 years and then got married. Was there any point in time in which you both believed that you were both faithful and marriage was a good idea?
When we got married.
Couple months.
For a couple months?
It felt good. It felt good for a couple months. Then when you move with somebody, then everything goes downhill after that.
Yes, Mrs. Anderson.
And on top of that, in December, my son had a seizure, was hospitalized. I reached out to him. He blocked me on all social media networks. I couldn't call him. I couldn't text him. So I reached out to somebody.
Hang on.
I don't know that.
I reached out to somebody that's mutual between us and asked them to deliver the message that my son was going to be hospitalized. I didn't hear from him for 2 weeks. My son could have been dead.
How you know I got that message?
Well,
I didn't get no message about that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Henderson, whether I don't care if she slept with the entire NFL, she's got your babies. How could it be that you're out of contact with her completely so you don't know that your progeny is okay?
Good question, Ron. I take that. I take that. But understand, I blocked her, yes, because we was going through stuff. And if she really wanted to get in touch with me, she know how to get in touch with me. So I don't know who she told to get in touch with me, but they didn't. But today...
But obviously she didn't know how to get in touch with you because she was trying and was unable to do it.
Point blank, Your Honor, I'm done. Like, I'm done.
I got that.
There's no such thing as dying.
We're on divorce court, right?
There's no such thing as dying.
Hey, turn around.
Till death do us part. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not signing anything. There's nothing you can do.
She ain't even tell you,
There's
Your
nothing
Honor.
anybody can do. I'm not getting divorced.
Let me tell you, on a legal tip, you don't have to sign nothing.
I'm not.
He can divorce you. And if you don't participate, that just means you don't have a say in how the money gets managed or what happens with the kids. He can divorce you. He does not need your okay. He does not need your signature. He does not need your approval.
Well,
you do
I
not
take
have
care
to
of
sign
everything anyway.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, legally, he can.
I feel like I ain't finished my story. So she was shaking her ass in the parking lot, right?
Right.
This is my friend. I gotta stress the fact that this is my friend. Darnisha does not know her.
Mr. Henderson.
Darnisha don't know my friends. She ended up spending the night at my friend's house.
I was drunk.
And then leaving in the morning time
hit the wall?
and put it on Facebook for the world to see. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy. How you like that?
You worried about social media. You didn't
I'm
say
not
anything
worried
when
about
people
social
was
media. I'm worried about my wife being at a party with my friend.
When he mistakenly sent me a
that
sex
she does
video
not
that
know.
he was in.
He mistakenly sent you a sex video he was in.
Yes, he mistakenly sent me a sex video he was in. Your Honor, I have text messages.
Okay. And what am I looking at?
That he wants to be with this other girl and that I have to accept it.
You're under 30. Can you translate this for me?
Right next.
Y'all were never really serious, were you?
No, we weren't.
What is the longest period of time in your relationship, either before or after you've gotten married, that it was okay, that
Before we
people
got married.
weren't traveling?
Before we got married, before we had kids.
All 5 years? What changed it?
We just not compatible. Like it's not compatible. Like she don't want to cook.
Your Honor.
I end up at McDonald's every day to the point that I go in McDonald's and the lady behind the counter like, "You here again?"
Why should I cook for someone that don't appreciate me?
Why do you say he doesn't appreciate
Because he
you?
doesn't, ma'am. Your Honor, I have text messages.
Okay.
Of
And
him
what am I
telling me
looking at?
That he wants to be with this other girl and that I have to accept it and that he can only see my son if she brings him to see the baby. Why? I didn't have a baby with her. I had a baby with you.
In my defense, I know nothing about this conversation.
I don't
know nothing about it. I just read it.
I didn't read it. I'm done. I'm just done. I'm ready. I'm done.
Till death do us part.
We're on divorce court. This is what we're here for.
You're under 30. Can you translate this for me?
Right, Nick?
Who's talking to whom and what are they saying?
I'm just trying to get out there and not have no
bull stuff.
Okay.
Well, I get that part.
All right, I'm moving on. My wish.
I was gonna help him, Your Honor.
Yeah, this is this. I don't even. I don't.
You don't even.
Yeah,
You ain't even there.
Yeah, I got no idea.
You got nothing?
No.
Well, send it over there to him. Tell him if he can tell me what's transpired.
Let's start here. What do you got? You don't know either. Huh?
Just give me a cleaned up version.
This supposed to be me from my profile. Somebody wrote her on my profile.
Writing to whom?
This is my girlfriend. Writing to her on my profile.
So they're beefing on your profile.
Right. She's writing her from my page. That's me right there. She's writing her. Wants to drive me out there tomorrow, whatever. She's just telling her, setting up arrangements for me to pick the baby
unacceptable.
up. Which Darnisha don't want to give me the baby and take her.
Am I the wife or is she
Brooklyn.
the wife?
She don't want me to bring the baby to my house.
I got you.
You want to look at that again?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You want your Exhibit A?
I'll take that.
Exhibit A?
No, I want you to get your act together. That's what I want.
Exhibit A. Down the drain. Exhibit A.
What are you trying to save? What do you think will be different? And how do you think it will become different?
Your Honor, if I take all the cheating and all the bad things away from Pedro, he's the perfect guy. He's catering, he's nurturing, he's good with the kids. You know, like,
he's the perfect guy.
He is.
He doesn't come to see the baby be born.
I said if I take away all the bad,
cheating,
all the negativity.
If you take away all the negativity from Satan, he's a good guy. What is that?
I knew that was coming just now. That's crazy.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
I felt that
you
coming.
You can't help who you love. I'm in love with him.
You can't help who you love, but you can't help who you live with. You can't help what you do. You can't help how many babies you have. You can't make a decision that, despite the fact that you love somebody, that person may not be good for you and that you ought to do something else.
But we took vows.
I understand that.
And I take them very seriously.
I'm done, Your Honor. I'm done. You hear me, Nick?
I just want to be a good wife and a great mother to my kids.
My understanding, Ms. Henderson, if I could not broker a peace, which clearly is not going to happen, that you want $4,769 from Mr. Henderson. You say that it's his portion of the bills for 3 months. Why don't you explain to me why you're asking for these sums?
We have children together, we live together, and that's not my problem that you messed up and moved out.
Okay.
The bills and life still goes on.
Are still coming along.
That's not my house.
Mr. Henderson, are you still assisting in the financial care of your children?
Yes.
Even though you are absent from the home?
Yes.
In what manner?
Paying rent and everything, that's not, no.
In what
I'm not
manner?
live there. I go see my kids, I buy them stuff. They know me, they know I'm their father, like, I'm in my kids' life.
My question was, do you participate meaningfully in the financial well-being of your children?
Not as I should, no.
Well, what do you think you ought to be doing?
I should be there more, but it's complicated.
You know what? Being a grown man, being a husband, being a father, that's a lot of complications. It's grown man business. It's not easy. You have to deny yourselves wants and desires. You have to do things that you don't want to do. You have to work when you don't want to work. You have to try when you don't want to try. You have to be a grown person. don't see grown person anywhere in here. I'm grown. I don't. Y'all just out there. Let me ask you this. You say it's $4,700. That's for 3 months, correct?
He owes me his life.
See? That's why I can't get along, because she think like that, Your Honor. That's why. I owe my
How
life.
else am I
I owe
supposed to
you
think
my
I'm
life.
hurt?
Mrs. Henderson, you're not the first woman to get hurt.
I owe
You
you
won't
my
be the
life.
last. Now, you're asking me for almost $5,000, and you don't have the common sense to come correct. Now, I'm not a silly person, so if you're owed the money, I'm going to give it to you no matter what your attitude is, because the law is the law, unless you act so foolish that I can't get to it and I have to put you out. I can put you out whenever I get ready.
Okay.
So you clear about what's happening here?
Ma'am.
Do you believe that you have any financial obligation to this woman?
As far as my kids, yes. I don't know about her housing situation, paying bills. I don't.
You know,
live there.
they go to
I don't live
daycare.
there.
Do you doubt that she goes to daycare every day?
No, I don't doubt that. I know they do.
You know they do. How much is their daycare monthly?
Honestly, I don't know monthly. I pay $55 a day.
$55 a day? I'm going to talk about the money in a moment, but the money's not as important as what I'm about to say. You guys clearly were not ready to be married. It was wonderful in the beginning. It's all Attila the Hun is fun for 30 days, but but I want you to walk out of here with an agreement to be the best co-parents that you can be. Okay? $1,100 a month for daycare for 3 months is $3,300 divided by 2 because you owe half is $1,650 in favor of Mrs. Henderson. It is so ordered.
So we know you're done. We heard that plenty back there.
That's a fact.
But what are you doing now to move forward as far as a father goes?
I'm just going to co-parent, be in my children's life more, and take her complaints about the children seriously.
Do you still want to be married?
Till death do us part.
So she didn't get through to you? You're not really...
No,
Do you think he's going to stick around?
probably not.
Judge, today's case is Spitfire.
Babies having babies. I don't even have anything new to say other than, here we go again.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Omar Alston and Carolina Bermudez. The two of you have been together for 3 years, engaged for 4 months. You have one child together that's 11 months old. Mr. Alston, you are seeking $800 for a 60-inch TV that she broke, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mr. Alston, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, Your Honor, we're here today because I'm a military man, okay?
Okay.
And I have this hot-headed Latina right here, and she does not let me do what I like. She controls the relationship, and she doesn't let me feel like myself.
Okay.
So let me give you an example. She has an attitude problem, okay?
Right.
And every time we have a conversation, her attitude is, and gets right off the bat. It's not like, okay, I'm gonna just talk to you. It can't be a normal conversation.
It's not a proportional response.
Correct.
It's always elevated.
Correct. It's always elevated. So I would be like, hey, can you change the diaper? Why do I always have to change the diaper? For our son. It's always a issue with her when I ask her to do something for me, and I just don't get it. And another thing is we have cultural differences. She's, once again, like I said, Latina. And from her culture, the men are never in charge. It's always the woman has a say-so in everything. And, well, that's what it seems like in our relationship.
I heard the opposite. I mean, I'm not trying to just say, oh, all Latinas and Latinos are this, but that's not what I heard. But anyway.
Well, this one right here.
This one is.
This one is, yeah. So it's always, she has to take charge in everything. So we would have a situation where we're out with my family, and we would just sit down, and she would take charge in where we can go or what we do with each other, and it's just not,
Right. All right, now, Ms. Bermudez, you heard what he said. Can you respond to his concerns?
Well, I am very hot-headed. I'm Cuban, Puerto Rican. I'm very Hispanic, so I did grow up in a family.
Very Hispanic.
I'm like, I will come out with my attitude. I am loud, like, yeah, he's not used to that, and I kind of warned him in the beginning. I was like, just so you know, I am not the typical female you're used to dating. I'm loud, I got attitude, I'm very aggressive, but I am loving at the same time, and it is right. I grew up in a single-family home full of nothing but Cuban women, so we are loud.
So strong, assertive women that were in charge, and you continue on that tradition.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're independent. We paint our own houses. We do everything on our own. So
let me ask you this question: Do you see his point of view about how you respond in a heightened level to any disagreement? Do you see how that could be off-putting to somebody else?
I do. It's just with him, I had to come across aggressive because he will talk my ears off for hours and hours and hours to the point that I can't even get my point across until he's done. And it gets annoying because I can't cut him off. Like, if he says one thing, for example, he talks about my attitude, he didn't like how I was acting this one day, I would try to cut him off. He's like, no, you're going to wait and listen to what I have to say, and then you can tell me what you feel about it. But right now, I'm going to be talking, and you need to hear me out. And that's when I start.
Do you see the irony in what you just told me? When I come to cut him off, he won't let me. Cutting him off is the problem.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I feel like I had to, like, say, like, what I feel at the moment. If not, I'm gonna forget.
And he feels like he has to say what he has to say at the moment. Do you see the problem there?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you say is the main problem in your relationship? What's the sticking point for you?
It's just the communication problems that we have. It's mainly communication, because I get very hot-headed. He gets hot-headed, so we kind of clash when it comes to that, because I like to get my point across, and I yell a lot, and he doesn't like that. He likes to get his point across, and he's, like, very low and mellow with it, and he doesn't really like the aggression and how I come across, like, loud and stuff.
I understand she breaks things.
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Tell me about that.
So we got into an argument one day about our son, our baby shower. We found out she was pregnant, and we were planning our baby shower, and this is probably a couple of weeks into that. And we got into an argument saying that, you know, she noticed that my mom and I were planning more than her mom was included into it. So she was upset that we didn't really include her or her mother into most of the planning, and my mom's like a party planner. But she got upset, we were going back and forth, and she actually ended up grabbing a bamboo plant and throwing it across the room, and it like magically jumped off of the carpet and hit our TV and shattered our TV.
Okay. Now, I understand we have a tape from your mom about that.
Yes, we do.
So why don't you turn around and we can all take a look at it together.
They fight like, not Ike and Tina Turner. They fight like Ike and Ike. This one time, Omar, they had an argument, whatever it was about, but Omar decided to leave, and he decided to take the baby with him. And she got upset and sprayed bleach on him and threw his things out the window. And he called me while I was at work. So I had to talk him down, like, look, leave out the house. So he leaves out the house, but he has the baby. So now she's threatening to call the police and saying that he kidnapped the baby. You know he's not kidnapping the baby. You know he's not going anywhere. If he just needs the space, let him get away, let him get that space, because it could have got a lot worse. So get out of that situation at that time, let each other calm down. But then I also noticed that she won't let him leave. Even though you guys may not call the police, the neighbors may hear all of this screaming, yelling, the baby crying, the neighbors may call the police. Once the police is called, that's it.
But what caused such a disturbance about a baby shower? It's supposed to be a happy time. How'd y'all get to arguing about that?
Yeah, that very first time I had a miscarriage before, like, it was like the first time I found out I was pregnant before I had my son, and I ended up having a miscarriage. So it's just all that anger. Like, in the beginning, it's true, he was planning stuff with his mom. Like, I was only like probably 2-3 weeks pregnant. It was like really early. So talking about baby showers and planning all of this and trying to figure out where to have a baby shower, I kind of got annoyed.
Were you planning a baby shower before the woman was ready?
You can say so. My mom really did get excited about it, and like I said, it's her first grandchild, and
But it's your baby, and that's
Correct.
your woman, and you go to your mother and you tell her she's not comfortable with letting everybody about know the pregnancy. Put it on pause. And if you're not grown enough to handle your parents, you're not grown enough to become a parent. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's your first priority with that baby. She's not. I didn't tell nobody because you're scared in the beginning. You don't want to say and then explain to everybody that you lost it. You know, because that first 3 months, maybe not. You know what I'm saying? That's just old folk advice to you.
I'm the woman of the house. I don't believe in like the whole man in the house situation because I grew up with nothing but women around.
But when I
me.
am dominant, Your Honor, it's an issue.
Oh, you can't win. I'm gonna tell you right now, you can't win. Mr. Alston, I'm gonna switch gears here a little bit. Ms. Bermuda is bisexual.
Yes, she is.
And before she got with you, she's been with women for a considerable period of time. You think that, in part, is one of the reasons why she's so prone to wearing the man pants herself? Why don't you explain that to me?
I think so because when she told me about her bisexuality, she did say that she was more on the dominant side of that in the relationships that she had previously been in. And I get that she's been the dominant side, but it was 5 years before, you know, she was dating women. And then she comes to me, and I'm a man, obviously. So I don't feel like
So what does that mean? I'm a man, obviously. What does that mean?
Let me say that I'm different in the way that I want to be treated, in the way that I want to be talked to, and she just doesn't understand that. She talks to me and belittles me most of the time. She doesn't.
How is she supposed to talk to a man?
Well,
That's what I want to know.
Let me give you this example.
Well, let's find out.
Like, please.
Let me give you this example, Your Honor. We were moving one time, and I had my friend over, and then I wanted something to be moved a certain way, and she didn't want that. So she just told me, like, you're being like a real female. I didn't sign up to date a female or this and that. I'm like...
Ms. Bermudez, did you take it there? I mean, I was all with you for a minute there, then he told me that, then now you're on the hot seat.
Like, with him being too soft, like, I don't like it when... Okay, let me see. He's just, like, He's kind of like a nerd in a way, like kind of... I kind of
Nerds own the world now, I'm just letting you know. They own it.
Okay. I did tell him that he was kind of lame because I feel like he needs to match my personality more, but not think that he can take control of everything because I like to stand my ground. I like to be more in control, and he is right with that. But he's just a softie. A little bit too much of a softie for my liking.
So, you want to be the dominant one in the relationship, but you want to dominate a domineering guy as opposed to dominate a guy who's more rational? Is this what you're telling me?
Somewhat, in a way.
And that's why I don't get Your Honor.
Didn't what I just say sound ridiculous?
Yeah.
And I'm reflecting what you told me. I just put it in one sentence.
I like
Do you
to be
see where you
dominant.
might be mistaken somewhere in there?
I like to be dominant. Okay, I don't mind him being dominant, but I don't want him to be extremely dominant because I'm used to doing things on my own. Like, he can make certain decisions with stuff, but me, he needs to understand, like, the way I grew up, I'm the woman of the house. I don't believe in, like, the whole man in the house situation because I grew up with nothing but women around me.
But when I am dominant, Your Honor, it's an issue.
Oh, you can't win. I'm going to tell you right now, you can't win.
You're extreme with it. That's the problem. You're extreme with it. You
She's not
overdo
giving
it.
me any levels of what dominant or aggression or
Oh, she don't know what she's talking about. She don't know what she wants.
That's why I'm always confused.
There's absolutely no confusion.
That's why I'm always confused.
You should be confused. It's confusing. I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute, try to get you straight. Holy cow. When you exercise the right to be hard-headed and failing to learn, you are taking your child's right to have a calm, rational, mature household in which to grow up. Now, on the sexual front, she says that in the beginning you said that she would be allowed to dabble with other women, but then you withdrew that permission because you weren't allowed to dabble with them. Tell me about it.
Okay, so yes, that did happen. There was a time where I said, like, you know, I will let you be comfortable and do what you, used to do, and you said you missed, the woman interaction.
Right.
I do not mind that. But there has to be some rules and stipulations to
I don't
that.
like rules.
So I said that, okay, that'll be okay. She only wanted to do it when I was away with the military, and I didn't feel comfortable with that just because, hey, I don't know what's going on.
But why you let me do it in the first place?
Exactly. I would rather be at least in the same area in the household.
He's telling you, but you're not listening. I know why he let you do it in the first place. I've known him 20 minutes. You've been with him for a couple of years, and you don't know because you don't listen.
It's just a simple fact.
That does not require a response.
Okay.
I just gave you a golden piece of information.
Okay, but how are you gonna tell me I can be with women, have fun with women, but I gotta be around, but then switch up, take it back because if he's gone, I can't have that female friend. He just
explained it to you.
But he comes back not that long ago and says, I'm gonna let you have your female friend even when I'm gone. Like, he switches up the story multiple times.
That was months later.
Like, I can, but I cannot at the same time.
$800. You want $800 for that TV she broke?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I get that. You ain't getting it because y'all gonna stay together, and I want you to stay together, and I'm gonna fight for you to stay together, starting right now. Ms. Bermudez. The reason it bothers me when young people, 23, 24, get together and have babies is because they're not mature enough not to get their way. They're not mature enough to know what it is they want. They not mature enough to know how not to get what you want for a little while so the marriage or the relationship or the child can get what they want, and then they get angry about the fact that they can't get what they want when they want it and how they want it. You need to grow up and become a grown woman. A grown woman, everybody in a relationship has to compromise. You want everything to be just exactly the way you want it all of the time. You have to adjust for the dude that you're with. You picked this brother. Now, you could have got some cat on the corner with his pants slung low, who would have been nasty and rude and had no nerd in him and been all hard, but you'd have been complaining. You guys would be on the floor punching and popping. What you got was a dude who has some respect for his... Hey, I am talking to you. Listen, I got 32 years worth of marital experience here. I've been married longer than you've been alive. You don't know what you're talking about. Ms. Bermudez, you can stay stupid as long as you want to. It's your right. It's your right not to learn anything. It's your right not to be any happier. It's your right not to have a good relationship with the father of your child. You have all of those rights. But let me tell you what you do when you exercise those rights. When you exercise the right to be hard-headed and failing to learn, you are taking your child's right to have a calm, rational, mature household in which to grow up. That you do not have a right to do. Oh, no. You don't have to talk anymore. Ms. Bermudez,
he's also cheated on me multiple times.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
Okay.
Mr. Alston, I'm going to talk to you. First of all, don't have any more children with her. She's not... No, I'm serious. She's not ready. She's childish. And she's not looking to learn. And I think you're a good dude, and I think she's probably a very good woman, but I don't waste my breath with people who are not willing to learn. You're going to have to be uber mature. You're going to have to be mature enough for the both of you in order for your child to have a chance. And you're going to have to be adult. You're going to have to be grown. You're going to have to be solid. And you're gonna have to, whether you make it with her or not, you're gonna have to be cool. You just have to be very, very, and I think you can manage it. Don't go tit for tat because it's not gonna do your kid any good. I don't see this relationship lasting. I really don't. If I was your mother, I'd be backing up a U-Haul to your house as we speak. But I'm not going to tell you to leave her because you got a kid together. But I'm telling you, you're going to have to be the mature one. You're going to have to be grown. You're going to have to step forward in calmness, in kindness, in maturity, and with as much support as you can from the people that love you in order to love her the way she needs to be loved. But please don't have any more children with her.
Thank you.
Please. You understand me?
I do.
Okay. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
He's not a saint. I know I'm not a saint, but I'm not an evil person either. So the simple fact that he does not want to say what he's also done wrong, just want to speak on me, makes me really look bad, and it pisses me off because I am a good person.
What can you work on?
There were some things left unsaid. She's correct about the cheating situation, and I've been working on it, and I've stopped doing everything. We both made promises, and we both have an understanding, and we just need to become better at that.
Judge, today's case is ghosting.
These two don't know whether they're coming or going. He's questioning the paternity of the children, and she's always threatening to leave. Let's see if we can get to the bottom of their issues.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Josie Morris and Cecil Morris. Mr. and Mrs. Morris, you've been together for 8.5 years, married for 7, and you have 4 children together, but you do not want to be married anymore. Mrs. Morris, you are seeking $300 from Mr. Morris for a ring, and we'll talk about that momentarily. But before I do, I will say this, Mr. Morris, you question the paternity of your youngest 2 children. And we did have a DNA test done on both of your youngest, and we do have those results, and I will have them for you later on in this proceeding. But Mrs. Morris, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about this marriage and why we're here in divorce court today?
Well, I'm here today because we have been together for so long. We've had 4 kids, and I have a medical disorder. When I have children, I almost die every time I have one. And with our last 2 kids, he was not at the hospital with me.
Turn around and look.
And
which kid is that?
That
Do you
would
remember?
be my 2-year-old, my first little girl.
The first, okay,
one.
first of the 2 girls.
And that's the baby.
Oh, man.
And my baby's right there.
Yeah, cuteness overload.
Oh, yes, and sassy. But, so he wants to sit there and say that the baby, the 11-month-old, is too big. Like, she's bigger because I've always been small and he's small. And our boys are small. And
He's not small.
Well, he's tall, but he's thin. But my baby's thick. My baby, she likes to eat. I mean,
Mr. Morris, do you not believe those youngest 2 girls are yours?
I mean, it's not so much they're not mine, but I mean, if they were, why would things be like they were? She's always starting on leaving because of it. You know, what I mean?
Yeah, wouldn't you?
She gives me nothing else to believe, but they aren't. I mean,
What makes you think what she does makes you believe they're not your kids?
2 of them's got my name, other 2 of them don't. I mean,
the other 2 don't because he don't know how to act.
So you gave them your last name?
Yes. When I had my first son, I did not let him come to the hospital. I left him when I was pregnant because, like I said, he don't know how to act. He act crazy, and I wasn't dealing with it, so I left.
When you say don't know how to act, what does he do?
He don't know how to control his anger. He don't know how to control himself. Like, he don't know how to conduct himself. No one taught him that, I guess.
Okay, Mr. Morris?
She pushed me over my limits. I mean, her and her family member, you know, I was headed up to the hospital to see him when she had the baby, and then I called to make sure everything's okay, you know, and she's like, well, her family member said, oh, I got the police waiting out here by the door.
But there's reasons for that.
You know, there's no do you no good.
Did they call the police out of the blue, or were there reasons why they called the police?
Just because her family member was, I guess, overprotective or whatever with her.
She was going to
Why did they call the police?
They didn't call the police. She said that if he came up there, she was going to call the police. But that's because they've had words, and there has been threats, and there had been
not hers.
People riding by my house and, you know, stuff like that while I was pregnant, and then you denied
You
me while I
weren't
was
menacing
pregnant.
your wife, were you?
Ooh.
Okay.
Yeah, you were, Mr. Morris. Yes, you were. her.
We can start with the bull.
What you all mad about? What's causing all that consternation over there?
She let her family members stand in the way. You know, they're my babies. Why wouldn't you let the daddy come up to the hospital?
Just step back a little bit and ask yourself, was there stuff going on between the two of you or her and her family that would have made your presence particularly difficult?
Not really. Her mama would have probably had a problem with it, but, I mean, I didn't. You know what I mean?
Were any of your family members keeping him away from the hospital?
Because the way we grew up in a domestic violence home where there was bad talking, there was, you know, stuff being thrown, and there was people who couldn't control their anger and stuff like that. So they felt like they were protecting me by not going through that cycle again.
I didn't grow up like that. My dad was a Baptist preacher. That wasn't in our home.
Well, just because he's a preacher, you know, it goes through all levels of society. Are you a calm and cool husband and father, or is there a lot of stuff going on at your house? Can you control your anger?
Oh, there's never a dull moment at my house. If the kids ain't driving me crazy, she is.
So do you get angry easily?
Oh, yeah.
And do you get very angry? Do you get physical? Do you throw stuff?
I tear my own stuff up.
Yeah, you tear your own stuff up?
I don't put my hands on her.
He don't put his hands on me, but he dang sure take out a window.
Is that accurate?
And she pushed me to the limit.
She pushed you to the limit?
Yes.
Is there a short distance between you and your limit?
I mean, it's not just that's a big problem.
Sometimes.
He's insecure.
Tell me about that.
Oh, my Jesus, where do we start? Okay, let's see. I can be in the bathtub, and when I'm getting undressed to get in the bathtub, remind you, I have babies with me in the bathtub all the time. He'll come up there and see bruises on me. Well, my blood disorder, I bruise easily. He'll be like, oh, that was from your boyfriend, huh? Mm-hmm. You walked to the park and you got it on the park. He grabbing you that hard? And I'm like, no. I don't even know how I got it. How'd you get that bruise? Who you with?
Right.
I mean, come on, I'm taking a bath. And not just that, he ain't there half the time. I went in to have surgery. Oh, well, no, let's say, when I went to have my daughter, he was 4 minutes from missing the birth. And they thought I was gonna, die when I had her. My blood platelets were low, and I had to have her completely natural. He wasn't there.
I was across the hallway getting some coffee.
He was getting coffee. He was thirsty. He was parched. He was in labor. He was at 10 centimeters. So then I had the baby, and I hemorrhaged. And then, a couple days later, they released me out of the hospital, whatever. A couple days later, I'm back in the hospital for an infection, and they thought I was septic, so, they thought I was going to die then. He was there 10 minutes. And he was there at night. He was there at night. Let me tell you that. He was there at night.
We got a home. I got dogs at the house. We was living with a paraplegic lady we were taking care of. I mean, they're in a room. I had to go home and let them out. They destroy the house, and then we don't have nothing to come home to.
I could die. Who cares?
But that doesn't take long to take the dogs out.
Oh, I don't know. I called him at like 5, told him I was hungry, and he got there at 12, and with no food. So.
With no food?
No food.
I forgot about the food. We were trying to get a new car to come home in.
Yeah,
But we didn't.
And Mr. Morris, when you think about it, are you less than an attentive, loving husband? Are you worried about what you're angry about and not worried about what she needs?
No. Maybe in her own words, but no.
Can I ask you this? First of all, you can't tell somebody that you're leaving every other day and expect him to be secure and expect him to act anything other than half in the bag crazy because, when you tell somebody it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe, their brain is going to believe it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe, and he will conduct his business that way.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying... I think he can get on one over there. I'm not saying you should put up with a whole lot of stuff, but I'm telling you, if you want to stay and you want the relationship not to be crazy, you can't keep going there to the I leave part.
We're in the middle of the road, and I get out, and there's someone riding by on a four-wheeler. I don't know who it is. I could care less who it was. He jumps in front of this four-wheeler and accuses me of him sleeping together. And I'm like, I've never met this guy. I don't know this guy, so how am I sleeping with him?
The question I have for you is, do you behave in a manner that would make you feel comfortable if you went into your daughter's house one day and saw her husband acting the way you act?
I'd whoop him all over the house.
So he needs a whooping all over the house.
Okay. So you do understand your kids will do what you do or marry who that, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Understand it. Does that cause you any concern?
It does, because now that the kids are getting older, I see, you know, them kind of wanting to follow daddy's footsteps, and I'm like, oh, gotta do things
It's not a good look, right?
Yeah.
Are you doing anything about it?
Well, I'm trying to show her, you know what I mean, and give her stability and show her that I'm not going to run off or whatever, and trying to get her to stop telling me every time something comes around that she's going to leave or something like that. And I'd never thought the kids wasn't mine, but if the kids are mine and everything's hunky-dory, then why you keep saying you're going to leave and go to your daddy?
The kids are yours. She's saying the kids are yours, but she's also saying everything is not hunky-dory.
Yeah.
Just because, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
She's leaving because it's an uncomfortable home to be in. Your house needs to be a peaceful, safe place for you. And what she's telling you, incorrectly, by saying I'm leaving all the time, is like, my home is not a peaceful,
but it's hard to get out and go make a living.
Hang on.
It's hard to get out and go make a living and support your family like a man needs to if you're always in the back of your mind saying, oh, well, she's just going to leave anyway, or, you know, if this doesn't work out the way she wants it to, then she's going to, you know.
Did she start saying, I'm going to leave out of the blue, or did you start acting up first? That's the part I'm trying to get you to.
I don't know. I
you
think
concentrate on her wrong, but you don't see why she's saying that.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
I got my reasons.
Well, tell me a few of them.
Okay, so me and some family members went to meet him to get the house key. We're in the middle of the road, and I get out, and there's someone riding by on a four-wheeler. I don't know who it is. I could care less who it was. He jumps in front of this four-wheeler and accuses me of him sleeping together. And I'm like, I've never met this guy. I don't know this guy, so how am I sleeping with him? I'm in front of you. What, are we going to take the four-wheeler down the road?
No,
Mr. Morris, what's your recollection of that story?
With her family member's boyfriend all the way in Savannah, and the whole time, the whole way down there, first night, she's picking up, you know, we're talking, everything's hunky-dory. The next morning, she's not picking up the phone all day long, and I'm like, man, I said, y'all brought me down here. You know Josie's packing up right now, leaving me, ain't she? Oh, no.
If a woman is leaving you, there's usually a reason. There's something that you did. Can you think of anything that was going on in the home that would make her want to leave you?
I couldn't. Besides, every time I would try to do something for her and get us in a better level in life, that's what she would do.
I mean, the
like
door
every time we had a door fixing to be open.
Well, give him a couple of concrete examples.
Of why I would leave, why I say I'm leaving you. That's it. You punch holes in the wall. You disrespect me, calling me every name in the book, plus some, and that's not right because I'm going to do it.
Well,
back.
I mean, I give it back to
anyways,
you. You calling me names.
So, I mean, not just that. It's you don't have to stay stuck up my butt, and I'm tired of being stuck up yours.
I wouldn't be.
But you have to be specific because he's not getting it, and neither am I. Are you at him all day long?
I'm not on him all day. The only time I'm on him is if we got bills to pay and you ain't going 100.
No, that ain't right. She's on me. It don't matter.
Tell me what he does that causes your home to be an unpleasant place to be in.
I work. I don't clean the house.
True that. He don't help.
Yeah, but he's working all day, isn't he?
I'm working with him.
She's riding in the passenger side. I mean, don't get me wrong, I appreciate it, but she rides in the passenger side.
I'm right there with him loading just as much because it's my bills too.
We get home, I sit on the couch. She's cleaning. I mean, ain't that?
So all of you go to work together?
Yes.
The whole family?
Yes, besides the two older ones that are at school.
So when she's with you all day, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
According to what kind of mood she wakes up in.
Well, I mean, we share everything anyways. Like, we have to share a phone. We have to share email. We share the vehicle.
Why? Financial problems or?
I mean, it's not just financial because, yeah, we struggle. We got 4 kids, but it's more or less, you know, he can snoop on the phone, make sure I ain't talking to my boyfriend that I didn't know I had and stuff.
Now, let me ask you, I'm going to ask about that, but let me ask you this. Are you at him all day long?
I'm not on him all day. The only time I'm on him is if we got bills to pay and you ain't going 100. If you ain't going to try to get it, then why should I?
No, that ain't right. She's on me. It don't matter.
But we're struggling financial, but it's costing us so much money paying for food for the girls all day and every day because they're out there working with us. Why can't we sit at home?
What do you think she's fussing about? Is she's just a nag? Is she just dissatisfied?
Just nag.
If I was look, I ain't got a bath time, a meal time. I ain't got a bathroom to
If
the
I
pool
take the
3
cigarettes
times by
away for
myself,
30 minutes,
I'm
she's
smoking a
leaving.
cigarette to myself. You right?
I'm not sure what y'all doing when you get home.
Crazy.
I'm really not sure.
Most of the time, I'm cleaning, cooking, changing butts, and getting kids ready for school while he sits there. That's what we do.
Do you not work as hard as you could, Mr. Morris?
I wouldn't, if she would quit telling me that all the time, you know what I mean?
If she would quit telling you to get a job, you would get a job.
No, if she quit telling me she's leaving and...
I wish. I
and
wish that
postpartum depression with our last kid, whoa. Hey, I always laugh that off. Man, I got 3 kids. That stuff's a joke. No, it's not.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, the only thing worse than being with a woman in postpartum depression is being a woman with postpartum depression.
Yes, thank you.
I've had it.
Thank you.
You get to watch it.
Bless your heart.
She has to live it. It's worse. It's like saying, oh, it's so hard watching you have a bad time. She's having a bad time.
And then when you ask her something about it, she'd bite my head off.
Because you
That's
don't
because
know.
she's having an issue.
Yeah, and see, I could take her, put her in the car, get away from everybody. We'd drive a quarter mile down the road, and she's just happy as go lucky. I'm like...
Well, that's me. Maybe I just like turn the radio on and not hearing you.
Y'all scared me. Where do y'all live?
Georgia?
Madison.
Oh, right here.
Okay.
Madison, Georgia.
You know
Which
the
way
best
is it?
from
Which
here.
direction?
That way.
That way?
Wait.
I don't know. I went around
That
the
way?
airport 3 times and then down the
Nick,
middle of that
don't
purple
ever
tube.
let me turn that way.
She would have
Whatever
so
you
much
do,
fun.
don't let me
her
go
lie.
that way. I'm gonna stay over here.
You would have so much fun.
Do you really think that these kids aren't yours?
In my heart, I feel like they are, but I just want some...
Well, I mean, he accused me of having fake Facebooks and everything, so I guess that's where their dad's at, so I don't know.
Well, he owes me a lot of money.
Me too.
Facebook dad.
Is he a good dad?
He's a good dad. There's something, like, with the language and the way he acts, our sons are starting to pick up. So I'm like, stop it, stop it, stop it. You know what I mean? Just sit down. But
Hey, Mr. Morris.
They're all mine.
I wasn't gonna talk about that. If I were to get you some, I know you're gonna tell me no, but if I were to get you somebody that you could talk to kind of, because you know that the behavior that you're engaging will trickle down to the next generation.
And I'm starting to see that now.
Yeah. If I was to get you some help, would you take it?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah.
I'll go with you.
That's as happy as I've been all day long. You don't need to be with him all the time.
Yeah, get out under my
Sometimes you
butt.
should
Yeah.
give each
Well,
other some
sometimes
space.
we need a
Some of the most wonderful things that ever happens when they're apart,
And
you know,
who's under
and they
who?
get back together. If you riding around at work with them all day long, I don't know what that's about.
I don't either. I don't want to.
I don't know what that's about. So you're all going to get the help that I offer you,
Oh, yeah,
right?
but I'm under her butt, right?
Yeah. Well, I just fussed at her. Here, Nick. So when you get home, you're going to work to change the behavior that will hurt all of your biological children, all 4 of them, because they're biologically yours, all of them. She's not cheating on you. She's not running around on you. That's just not what's happening. What she's telling you is she's unhappy at home. She's saying the wrong thing, but she's telling you that she's not calm, cool, and comfortable and at peace at the crib with you.
Yeah.
That's what she's telling you. Not that she don't want you, not that she don't love you, not that she got somebody else. It's just that she's trying to get you to do. She doesn't feel secure and safe. She wants you to work harder and be nicer. Now, don't nag him. Help him in his path to better by being cooler. Don't keep pulling the rug out under with it. I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna leave, I'm gonna leave. That's like running in a loop in this man's head, and he's got all these great stories to do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand.
Do you? 'Cause
Yeah, I
it's
tried,
for you and the kids.
I worked really hard on not saying I was leaving.
I'm gonna work on it, because I'm gonna get something to work on him,
Okay.
and then you work on you.
I will.
And we work on it together.
Yeah.
Y'all won't kill each other.
As
That's
long
what
as I
I'm
keep
going
backdoor
for. I'm
off of
going
the back
for.
porch, we'll be good.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
So he finally knows now for a fact that all 4 children are his. Do you think that will kind of help him now
Yes,
be
he will
a better
stop
father?
with the comments also, and we can move forward from that. That's water under the bridge, I hope.
You knew those kids were yours all along, didn't you?
Oh, yeah.
All right.
No,
Put some paper in front of you. You feel okay?
Oh, yeah. I feel a lot better.
All right, so that's that. Now, what's next for you? We're going to get you some counseling.
Yep, we'll get some
Gotta
counseling, work on it. That way my little boys don't, trickle down.
I mean, Judge Lynn, she really focused on that point that you got to be a better role model. So what's running, what's going through your head now?
Just trying to get it fixed so she'll quit telling me she's leaving.
Follow us on Instagram for additional content from this case and preview our next all-new episode.
Judge, today's case is Kick Rocks.
Today, we have a lady with a whole lot of heart, a whole lot of kids, and a whole lot of complaints. Now we have to figure out if any of them are valid.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Tanya Merritt and Telly Arnold. The two of you have been together for 4 years, engaged for 2. You do not have any children together, but you have 7.
I've got 3 of my own, and then I adopted 4 there. But
and you
mine.
adopted one 60-year-old man.
Yes, I've had
because he was disabled.
Correct, and I
was
love
not.
him to death. That's my heart. I love him. He's mine.
I get it. And Mr. Arnold, you have some children from previous relationships as well.
Yes.
Ms. Merritt, you are suing Mr. Arnold for $3,000 for damages to her 2008 Dodge Avenger, and we're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Ms. Merritt, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, the reason I'm here today is because I want him to go. He is nothing but another child in my life, and I don't need another child. I've got 13 children that I'm raising of my own.
Right.
I don't need another one. Your Honor, my anniversary was one of the specialest days of my life because he's never done that for me. We've never even had a date, never. In the almost 5 years we've been together, he's not put me on one date, nothing. And the night of my anniversary, I go home to find him cheating on me on a dating website with another woman, but yet I didn't find it. My children found it. And then when I get out of the tub, I've got to go in there to hear, Mama, get his phone, get his phone. So I walk over there and I get it and I go in the bedroom and there's this woman and the first thing it says are, you still dealing with this crazy bee?
Mr. Arnold, did that occur?
Yes, ma'am, it did.
What do you have to say for yourself, sir?
Well, I am sorry that happened.
You
I
always
own
say
up
you're
to that.
sorry.
And at the time that I couldn't talk to her, and so I was talking to another female.
Your Honor, should he go to another female to talk about our relationship?
Hang on, Ms. Merritt. Mr. Arnold. When you say you couldn't talk to her, what do you mean?
Your Honor, when I get a chance to talk to her, it seems like that my words don't get accepted.
But it does on a dating website.
Ms. Merritt, I'm going to give you an opportunity.
Sorry, Your Honor.
It won't go into her ear where I can communicate with her or let her know how I feel. She don't respond. It seems like I get the cold shoulder. And so why should I get the cold shoulder in the house?
Do you know why you're getting the cold shoulder?
I mean, she just don't.
You just don't think she's interested? What do you think the problem is?
Now that I don't know.
Well, let's ask her, okay? Ms. Merritt, why do you give him the cold shoulder?
He's the problem. He is a cheater. He makes me and my children fight 24/7.
Yeah, I don't make
He acts
fight.
like a child. He is a child. He argues with all my children.
How does he make you and your children fight? What does he do?
He will say one thing. He gets mad if I go buy my children shoes. I didn't buy him none. He walks around pouting, and I tell him, pick you out a pair of shoes, Telly. No, I don't want none. But then when we get home, he don't talk to me or the rest of the family all night long. He gets on his phone. That's him all night long.
Mr. Arnold, did you get mad because she bought her kids shoes and none for you?
I got mad because when she do that, and when she offered to buy me something, then I say no. And then she get mad at me for me saying no. for me being like I'm being selfish, but I don't want.
Man, you're childish.
Now
you're gonna have to explain that to me again. I didn't get it the first time.
You don't know.
She gets mad when you say no, you don't want something?
Yeah.
Do you pout?
I mean, I do pout.
Yes, Lord,
I do.
What do you pout about?
I pout that when she offered, when I don't have the money to buy it.
But if I have the money,
hang on, no, let me finish it, because I'm really trying to understand this.
About time.
Hey, Miss Merritt, hush. I'm really trying to understand this.
Yeah.
She offers to buy you something. You say no, then you end up pouting because...
She get mad because I don't get it.
She gets mad because you say no, you don't want something.
Correct.
And so you pout.
Your Honor.
Correct.
That makes no sense to me.
It doesn't, Your Honor.
That makes no sense to me.
And I have lived with this for 5 years. He don't make no sense. I don't know, but he just don't make no sense.
You both working, yes? Who works?
He works, I'm disabled, but I bring in the money and I pay the bills.
Do you say he causes problems between you and your children? Can you explain that to me? Give me some examples.
This is just this morning at the motel. I told him that my son Jimmy was going to use our car tonight to explore Atlanta, and he was like, well, I thought we was going somewhere. That's issues between him and my son, and so he makes me get in the middle, or he'll come to me and he'll say, why are you letting the boys do this tonight? Or why are you letting the kids do this? My youngest child, he sits there. She comes home from school. She does her homework. He sits there and argues with her the same as like he was her age.
He was her age. Do you not get along with her kids?
You know, and I get along with her kids. She in a relationship with her kids.
They built a porch for me, and they couldn't even do that.
She in a relationship with her kids.
You damn right I am, because that's what I live for.
Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Hey.
Hold up.
And I'm not being funny. I really just didn't understand what you said.
Your Honor, she in a relationship with her kids.
She acts like she should be. She's their mother.
He means that I spend more time.
I understand she their mother, Your Honor, but they got a life to live. We got ours.
Okay.
So
what does she do that's too much? Give me an example.
Okay, when they have money, in their pocket, we end up buying them stuff, and instead of them saying, no, Mom, I got this, you just save your money and stuff like that. But
what kids do you know say, no, Mom, I don't want it?
And I'll tell you, I'm sorry.
If they know the circumstances, Your Honor, but they don't care.
They shouldn't know the circumstances. They should be not in your finances. If your mother offers you something, they take it.
I'm epileptic.
They're not supposed to be worried about how well you roll. You just some dude in their house.
The only time they go out is when my mama paying for it. And
You're taking her out on a date. She said you never took her out on a date, have you?
It's a date between me and her, not between me, her, and everybody else.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking, have you taken her out on a date?
No.
Oh, Mr. Arnold, we're not going to get along at all. Your son, Jimmy Merritt, is here, is he not?
Yes, ma'am.
I would love to talk to him, Nick. Mr. Merritt, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good.
Good. Tell me what you see going on in your house between your mother and Mr. Arnold.
Basically, Judge, I don't like telling. I don't want him and my mama together.
Tell me why.
Like, my mama, she got health problems, and, she has seizures and stuff. Mm-hmm. And, she'll have a seizure. I'll walk in her room. He'll be sitting right there, and we'll all be in the living room watching TV. And he wouldn't even come get us to let her know she having a seizure. And I know I've been with my mom my whole 22 years. I know how to take care of my mom when she having seizures. And I just feel like.
Does she have a seizure and you just sit there?
No, Your Honor. I don't sit there.
What do you do?
When she do have one, I do go to her and get her where I could position her where she won't lay on her back and chew up her tongue. I do that. When I do that, and then that's when I call them in.
Mr. Merritt, what else do you see going on in the house that you're concerned about?
Like, he always trying to cause conflict between my mama and my siblings.
Give me some examples.
Like, one time I asked to use my mama's car, and she always tell me to bring it back, whatever gas I used to bring it back. So I took a picture of it where I had put gas in, because I knew when I brought it back, I knew Taylor was gonna go out there and make
take a look and make an issue.
Yeah, make an issue. So as soon as I pull in, what he do, he come out there and look at the gas tank and go in there and tell my mama it's on E. So
that's a lie.
No, it's not.
It ain't no lie.
I got two people against me.
I had a picture of the gas tank. I went and showed my mama that the car wasn't on E. So he lied. I showed her where he lied, and they had got into an argument. And then he a grown leech. Like, this man works. Only time they go out is when my mama paying for it. And like...
Debbie, you're taking her out on a date? She said you never took her out on a date, have you?
Hey, it's a date between me and her, not between me, her, and everybody else.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking, have you taken her out on a date?
No.
No.
Why not?
When we do want to go out as me and her, we can't go out as me and her. We have everybody else in that circle. So for me and her to go out on the date, everybody in that circle cannot go out on a date but me and her.
So you've never taken her on one date?
No.
Now he seems to be claiming that you want to take the kids everywhere, and that's why he doesn't go anywhere with you. What do you say?
That's not true, Your Honor. Just this past June, he took me to the Bahamas, but I paid for it. For my birthday. My birthday.
Did that happen?
Don't say nothing yet. When we got to the Bahamas from June 1st until we ain't had sex. So don't sit there and say it's about my kids, because me and you, we was the only two on that damn boat.
Your Honor.
He put, it's like I gotta have an appointment to have sex with him. No. He'll put these little notes up there and start calling me how much, hey, I love you, Sugar Bear. Tell me how much he wants me to rest, because he knows I just had a seizure, but yet then he's asking if we can have sex. It's not nothing about can we make love. We gotta have an appointment. You agreed to be with me. You knew what package you was getting involved with. And if you don't like it, kick rocks. You can't change, kick rocks.
Why don't you think you get along with her kids?
I do get along with her kids, but they use her, Your Honor.
You use me.
Stop. In what respect?
Your
Honor,
they grown. Not go there about my children.
They grown.
Not all of them. But even the ones that are grown, they're mine.
Grown. Okay, why?
They mine. When you got with me, I had all these children. You agreed to be with me. You knew what package you was getting involved with. And if you don't like it, kick rocks. You can't change, kick rocks. Because these are all my youngins.
Your Honor.
Ms. Merritt, now hang on. I know you're upset. Hang on.
She could say something and say, okay, she's not going to do it. Turn her right around and do it that same day. That's how me and her get in conflict. So if you say something, you turn around and do it, you know you don't need to do it.
Your Honor, I'm going to tell you the reason I'm so tight with my children.
I got it. I see what's happening here. Mr. Arnold, have a seat for me. Thank you so much. I love talking to you. And young Mr. Merritt, it was wonderful to meet you. And I'm going to ask you to go ahead and go. We've heard enough. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming. Now, Mrs. Merritt, I got rid of everybody else so you and I could have some girl talk.
Okay.
Here's what I think I see in you. I think I see a woman who has been hurt, who is broken, who has a heart the size of Texas, because you don't adopt a grown disabled guy because you're a selfish person. You do it because you have a huge heart. I think what happened is you got love bombed by this dude. And this is how they do. They come in and they and they say all the right things, and they tell you all the stuff about how they're going to fill all of those empty spaces in your heart. And once they got you in love, they do as they please. And he's jealous of what you do for your children. If anybody's jealous of what you do for your children, you don't need them. Now, what holds people back when they've been love bombed by somebody is they hope against hope that they could get back to that place where they once were with them. You think that maybe one day that he could be the guy he represented himself to be in the beginning, and you don't want to think that you've been duped or scooped or otherwise made a fool of, so you hope against hope that he might turn out to be the dude he represented himself to be. Let me tell you something, Ms. Merritt. You will not be the first woman, first man, first person to be duped by somebody who love bombed you and then laid on you and just decided to live off you. You're not won't be the first and you won't be the last. You are nonetheless beautiful, intelligent, smart, hilarious, and kind and giving and just all manner of terrific. You do not need him. I heard you say kick rocks. I want you to make it so. I want you to make it so. Now, come on back. Come on. Come on. I'm talking to you. Come back. You want $3,000 from this man. Tell me why.
He has ruined my car.
He has not. That?
Your Honor, for the last 2 years, I've really been really sick. I ain't been able to do hardly anything. I sit in my room like I'm in prison. It's a 12 by 12. That's what I feel like a cell. I don't get in my car unless I go to the doctor, and I only go twice a month. I mean, yeah. He works every day, and I ask him, please put on something. Stop putting all the metal in my car. He has ruined my car. There is so much metal in the interior inside of my car, and his hands and him nasty. Put just my all that's got to be tore out. You got something? The only thing I do have is an auto repair invoice.
Okay, I'll take a look at it.
Thank you. He wrecked it twice.
I got you. I see. It's an auto repair invoice, but it's an 11-year-old car, and you been in it, and you got kids, and I can't tag him with all that damage. I don't know what he did. You don't have any idea how much I'd love to give you some money. I mean, no, I would love to bang that gavel and say $3,000 in favor of Ms. Merritt, but I can't do that. Just because
I just said that. But out of this.
Can I talk now?
No. Ms. Merritt, kick rocks. Everybody, 1, 2, 3.
Kick rocks!
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
All right, we all heard you a few times. You said it's time to kick rocks.
Yes.
Is this done for real?
It's done. It's over. He's got to kick rocks. I've got my children to worry about, and if he can't accept me and my kids and how I do my children, he don't need to be there anyway.
I do love her kids, and I put them before my needs. That's one thing the judge didn't get a chance for me to say nothing.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, thank you very much for coming today. I have called you for a very special thing. We have an event day after tomorrow, and Kushi, you will make the necessary arrangements. Kushi.
Yeah, sure, sir.
You seem a bit off today.
Everything is good, sir. Don't worry, I will do.
All right, I am counting on you. All the very best.
कल राती रोईया मैं तेरे करके सुनिया है तू भी रोया मेरे करके कुड़ियां च लड़ा मैं भी तेरे करके मुंडियां च अड़े तू भी मेरे करके मैं इन्ना प्यार करा मैं इन्ना प्यार करा क्यों नखरे दे दिखावे इन्ना न सताया कर मैं तू मेरी जान निकल ना जावे मैं जद भी कुछ बोला तेरा नाम बुलाते आवे पुछदी मैं तेनू मैनू सच सच दसी वे एक भी ना गल वे तू दिल विच रखी वे दुनिया नहीं चाहती वे तेरा मेरा प्यार वे सुन मेरी सुन ले यार वे नहीं सोना लगदा है जदों जदों भी लड़दा है जद भी किसे ना गल करा मैनू पता वेख के सड़दा है राज राज तू हर वारी राज राज तू हर वारी लाने लावे इन्ना न सताया कर मैं तू मेरी जान निकल ना जावे मैं जद भी कुछ बोला तेरा नाम बुलाते आवे सारा दिन बिजी रहना है तू यारां दे नाल बहना है तेरी दूरी ते मजबूरी दिल मेरा ए सहंदा है किथे जावां ना जावां हर एक गल मैं पुछदी आ मैनू कदे मनाउंदा नहीं तू मैं किन्ना रुसदी आ मैनू चंगा लगदा है मैनू चंगा लगदा है भावें सिर मेरा तू खावे इन्ना न सताया कर मैनू मेरी जान निकल ना जावे मैं जद भी कुछ बोला तेरा नाम बुलाते आवे
हे गाइस, तो अभी आपने हमारा दुनिया सॉन्ग देखा, सो प्लीज कमेंट करके बताना कि आपको सॉन्ग कैसा लगा।
एंड हाँ, वीडियो को लाइक करना, जाने से पहले रिपल म्यूजिक स्टूडियोज के चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लेना। थैंक यू, बाय बाय एवरीवन।